Okay, so just look at the banks right now. It's 3.4K and 1.2K here for Reynor. Maru, I mean, he's about to max out, but he does not have the kind of pockets, deep pockets here that Reynor has. And we haven't seen Reynor commit across the map. I think part of that is just because the Cyclone kiting is so abusive.
Yeah, this is honestly really incredible play coming in from Reynor. Maru, for all of his greed, was just steamrolling into the mid-game with this incredible economy, but Reynor just with fight after fight has been so cost-efficient against this battlement composition as he's running down the Cyclones and the Hellions a little bit here. Another armor-shredding missile is going to connect on the Roaches and Ravagers, but sequestering that army over here on the right side means the missile's not going to make too much of an impact, and now the BC tech is revealed. 54 more leagues are in production, so a little bit of a tech switch up for Reynor, recognizing that the Hellion count here for Maru is quite thin. And again, do not forget about that dynamic of these BCs versus Neural Parasite. That can change things very quickly. I wonder actually how many Ravagers we have. All right, it's only 4. So the actual anti-air here for Reynor is quite thin. We have seen this in the past where the BCs, if they go into the main base the way that Maru is kind of posturing to do so right now, even if the Neural Parasites come in, BCs don't kill BCs very fast, right, Tasteless? So it takes quite a bit of time. If there isn't a follow-up comp from Reynor to actually clean those things up like Corruptors or maybe Ravager Bile, it could still be tricky, but everything is looking so good for Reynor right now. That bank up to, what, 7K resources? Incredible stuff.
You know, this is looking a lot like one of those old Maru games where he would win this by taking his half of the map a little bit later than his opponent. And then just basically the Zerg is mining out. Now, this is a very different situation because it's battle mech into now a huge amount of battle cruisers. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is that Reynor's like filling up his side of the map. The big play from Reynor is going to be winning a fight and dumping the resources back into another army to then try to flip the game into his favor.
The Ravager count has grown immensely here, Tasteless, and that will give a punch here for Reynor. Imagine, say, he is able to Neural Parasite a bunch of these BCs. He might be able to just stack them on one spot and drop a massive Bile that's going to connect with every single one. I think a play like that one is probably going to be one of the winning moves here for Reynor. If he can make it happen, okay. Wow, that hatchery barely survived, and the BCs also barely escaped.
Well, I mean, if you're going to do that, you'd have to know what the number is of shots from a battlecruiser to kill that, right?
Like it's so niche. I don't even know. Apparently, Maru doesn't even know.
I guess she doesn't know that. But yeah, you look at that and you go, well, that's exactly not the right number. Maybe he thought he'd get some extra shots off before the army came over there. But like, that was Maru's big play. It didn't do anything.
I guess the number is 8 and not 7.
Yeah. Everybody knows that. It's 8, of course. Maybe even 9. I didn't see how down it was. Okay, so he's going to come up here. And he does, where those Cyclones actually get the damage. Goes through the little speed booster to get away.
So the income for Reynor now is quite a bit lower, but at the same time, his bank is so big, I don't even think he cares. He's triple expanding right now, re-expanding to the bottom right, and then taking this base on the left side and also in the right center. Adding in some Corruptors as well. It is a bit of a hiccup in the economy here for Zerg, but with this kind of bank, it's really only the gas income that you're feeling the burn on. The concerning thing for me is that Maru, even though the mid game, now I guess the early late game as well, hasn't really been going in Maru's favor thus far, this is the first time that he's actually been able to reach max supply.
Yeah, I mean, we've got actually Reynor now at 206 supply. The battlecruisers are going to come through here, and they're just going to absolutely destroy the hatchery here. And I guess he's going to target the main. I mean, taking the hive out would be pretty nice.
Right, how many BC Yamato cannons does it take to kill a hive is what we're going to find out
Only the hardcore players know, right? How much do you love this game? Of course that's enough. Nice pullout.
I love these moves coming in from Maru. They are so cool. I'm not sure if he got the hatchery kill on the right side too, but you know, he has so many orbital commands. He can basically scan ad nauseum here versus the Zerg player, right? And Reynor, with his army composition, needs the Infestors to have an answer for the BCs. Like, Neural Parasite coupled with the Biles, coupled with Corruptors, is the answer to the BCs. The Ravagers alone don't do it. The Corruptors alone don't do it. They need to work in tandem. And so Maru, when he goes for these plays, like sending the BCs into the bottom left side, He can just scan, see where the infestors are. As long as they're far enough away, he can take the engagement, he can snipe the hive, he can move back away. And he can also check in on the rest of the army and move in for snipes on bases as well, as that's going to be the kind of key here for Reynor to actually just push in. He's trying to force a situation where he can actually take an engagement on his terms, because the BCs continue just to pick off bases at the bottom left and the bottom right. Eventually, Reynor is going to get whittled down to nothing, but it's tough to attack into a mech army like this one.
I mean, the only thing I see for Reynor is he's got so much banked up, but like, it does seem like the walls are closing in. Maru's even going to take this center right base, and then these hatches just get sniped. This is like such an abusive way to play the game. I kind of imagined that we were going to see the mobile battle mech with the Cyclones, and even when I saw the battle cruisers, I thought, okay, but eventually it's going to be tanks. I guess in my mind, I always believe you have to end up with tanks because they're such good units. But then I look at this and I'm like, oh, you kind of just do drive-bys over and over again. You're going to kill this off again. Even if it's not the biggest kill in the world, it's not like there's a ton of minerals there. It's something. It's going to be more resources spent trying to do that. And Reynor just looks so stuck now. Look at how small he is on the map. He's having a very difficult time taking the one vacant base, and he's not able to really do anything to contest the center right base.
Yeah, just every time Maru moves in with these BCs, notice on the minimap, you can see where the scans are coming in. He just confirms the infestors are far enough away that he can always teleport back to safety. It's honestly such an abusive move. I love this so much from Maru, because I'm trying to think of what Reynor could possibly do to intercept this, and it just really seems like a Herculean task. I feel like you maybe even need more infestors and just keep some sectioned off on the left side of the map so the scan can't identify exactly where everything is, but the BC count also is so high. How do you afford to have enough army to deal with all of these BCs, plus the battle mech on the right side that is just poking and prodding at every turn?
I mean, these BCs are going to get so much value here. The Corruptors are going to come forward. Remember, you know, these can be sent home, they can be repaired. Even if you're just killing like a spine crawler or an extractor, like that's value over time. And he's basically, if you watch carefully, what he's doing is he's continuously scanning. He's just like not going to get too close to infestors where they can fungal him. So he just keeps scanning. I've never really seen this used, but it's one of those moments, for me at least, where you watch what he's doing and it's like, oh yeah, of course. I guess the battlecruisers are fast enough that burrowed infestors can't do anything. Would it be better to have them unburrowed and just running around, since you're going to be scanned anyways?
I have no idea. It's just such a tough, it's such a tough situation. Little skirmishes like this keep going Reynor's way, with the battle mech just getting intercepted by fungals, by neural parasites. These trades over the course of this game have been very cost efficient here for Reynor, but the BCs over the past 5 minutes or so have just been completely devastating. The entire main base is forfeit. The lair now in the natural expansion is potentially going down. The spire is going to fall. Some infestors do pop, but just non-stop scans. He knows that any army that comes to intercept this has to come through this choke point at the natural expansion, and he just makes sure that he is far enough away. Ooh. The moment that Reynor closes the distance, he teleports back to safety. 9 BC hit squad. I don't know really what Reynor can do to deal with this, except have like 5 more infestors and just keep them burrowed in the bottom, like in the bottom left side of the map, and never rejoin the main force with them, because Maru's scans have been so good at just finding where the army composition is, even catching the infestors like this one out. Nice crisis management by Reynor with the neural parasite to mitigate the damage, but that gas bank for Reynor has slowly but steadily gotten depleted.
You know, this is a game where it just feels like Reynor's in quicksand, you know? And there's not a lot he can do about it. You know, the bases in the bottom left, you know, that were mined out, basically, that's still, a lot of tech was lost. Maru now has basically caught up, especially when you look at the gas here. Because, you know, a lot of these are Hellions and Cyclones. They're not that gas intensive, right? So you're fine to trade that out for anything that costs gas, like a Ravager as an example up here. There's another push to the left of this, and he's going to do the same thing. He's just going to kill this hatchery. Look at this. Look at this. I cannot even imagine how frustrating this is to play against. I mean, this is And, you know, it as you watch it, it makes perfect sense, right? It's like, yeah, that's going to be hard to stop. That's tough to deal with. He scans. He sees the infestors again. He'll just scan again. Just stay out of that range.
It's brutal.
Just keep scanning. He's going to send a CC over here. The CC's going to scout a hatchery and kill it. Don't worry. There's Cyclones coming here, too.
I'm almost at a loss for words right now.
I mean, by the way, I
VCs.
think Reynor's like 100% dead.
Yeah.
I know that there's like a lot of money he's got in the bank, but like what the BCs have never really been dealt with. Okay, here we go. There should be a fungal here now. No? Yeah,
he's
he gets
able
like
to fungal too.
One or two, yeah.
This is such a funny interaction. I mean, a couple of the BCs do go down. That was one of the biggest wins that Reynor's gotten. But Maru with so much money in the bank, so much gas left in the tank. The early and mid game from Reynor was so solid.
Can we have the player cam for Reynor up? I want to see is that possible to see that? I cannot imagine losing to that.
He's better composed than I would be.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the kind of game that like 99% of the player base loses. They just immediately open up Team Liquid or Reddit and just start writing a post about it. Like
the only way you can go forward is to like open up a giant jar and uncap it and then scream all your anger into that and then cap it closed. That was maybe some of the most abusive stuff I've ever seen in StarCraft 2. I have never cast a game like that.
Yeah, no wonder Maru was so good with Protoss in his off race. He's got it in his blood.
What's funny, it's like when you just see that the scans can always keep the battlecruisers safe, and then there's always this, it's not just the BCs, it's the fact that you have these Cyclones that come out and kite and pull stuff away, and then Fungal's needed for that. I have no idea. I have no idea what to do versus that.
Yeah, I'm also stumped. The only thing that I could possibly think of is just keeping infestors in that corner, but then like that's so expensive, just not using a significant portion of your army. And then also you gotta, Reynor has to have a high drone count. Like how is he gonna deal with everything else on the map? And you still also need the infestors to work in tandem with like the corruptors and the ravagers and everything. That's crazy. I actually do not know what the answer is in that situation there for Reynor. And I feel like Persephone probably is one of, if not the worst map in the pool for Reynor to try and respond to it too, because it's one of the maps where, you know, your opponent spawns in the top left, you spawn in the bottom left. The actual air distance between main bases isn't that great. It's not like it's corner versus corner opposite of each other. It's not a cross spawn. And so for Maru just to completely section off the west side of the map and be like, all right, this is where the battlecruisers are going to roam. They're going to go into the main base. They're going to go into the natural. They're going to potentially attack the triangle base or that expansion on the left side. And then you have the battle mech on the right side, especially with a healing zone too, just to add insult to injury.
That's another factor that really, I mean, it didn't win him the game, but it's like it gets even worse. Actually,
plus
man.
Like the speed zones, like it's the perfect strategy. Like late game strategy, that is just, I can't think of anything that in theory would be better late game on Persephone in TVZ. I actually can't think.
I wonder if you have to have some kind of tech ready ahead of time before they get to that. A lot of times something like that comes out and you got to go, well, you never want the game to get to that point.
Yeah, but the game was already so good for him.
I know.
Like the mid game was so solid. Like how I could understand having like a bad earlier mid game, be like, oh well, the game got out of hand early and then it got out of reach. The BCs got on the map and then we couldn't deal with them. But that was an early and a mid game which looked so good for Reynor. He was like double the cost efficiency of Maru against Battle Mech, which is, you basically never see that in modern ZVT. And then, Maru just rug pulled him with the BC tech switch.
It was crazy because when I saw the BCs made, I thought, well, I don't know about that. I mean, you know, don't they have infestors kind of ready for this? Aren't you almost playing into their tech? And then it's like, well, you're just never going to actually get close to the infestors because you have so many command centers and so much of the map and such a positional advantage that you can just keep scanning. So the infestors never actually catch you.
It's a very funny thing, too, because you're exactly right. The infestors, in theory...
How much faster are infestors above ground? Do we know?
I actually don't know that.
I actually don't know off the top of my... I mean, I know they are faster, though.
Yeah, I don't think it would be very significant.
Which, the reason why I'm asking is that they were burrowed. So it's like, wouldn't it make sense to just not have it burrowed so you can at least run over there? Like, why are they burrowed underground if, like, they're just going to scan you anyways? You don't really care about that anymore.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But then also, if they're burrow, they don't affect the pathing of the other units, right? So
Sure.
then maybe, because remember he had to move through the choke point of the natural expansion, so that mobility gets a little bit easier. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
Honestly,
know.
I don't think burrowed or unburrowed. I don't think it matters in that game. I feel like
Yeah.
the moment that it got to that point.
It's going to be command center gas and barracks again.
Yeah, look at that. On kill switch of all maps too. This is one of the most aggressive maps that we have.
I did
in the
not
map
expect him
pool.
to do this. I kind of thought, well, surely he's going to have to try to open up with something more middle of the road, but he's not doing that at all. The Overlord's going to scout it. He'll see the CC is nearly done.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Reynor can do anything aggressively to try and derail this a little bit. Obviously, he would have to go on to a different branch of the build. Excuse me, for where he's at right now, because he is scouting this with the Overlord. Running up about 2 minutes, but kill switch of all the maps is probably one of the better ones to try and go for some kind of bust play against this greed, right?
I would think so.
I think it's either this one or it's Evil Heart would be the two that would probably be the best poised for offense here from Reynor.
And Maru's just doing it again.
He's running it back.
Look at this. He's just, again, we don't know that this is going to end the same way or that the battle cruiser tech's coming. We don't even know that it's mech for sure yet, but man, it feels like it is.
I think it should be because going Hellion Banshee early like this one, the Banshee is one of these units where like the only anti-air that Zerg is going to have in the early game will be the Queens. And so it kind of puts a timer on a lot of these rushes. Like should Reynor try to go for a bust, I think he's going to have to go for something like what do they call it? The European taxi, where you get like the Overlords with speed and drop, and you get a couple of Queens in there.
Oh yeah,
you just
sure.
full send everything, maybe even dropping Speedlings in the main base. That is usually how you see Zergs break down players that go into Hellions and Banshees this quickly. Otherwise, the Banshees eventually will clean everything up, and with 3 CCs, the rebound potential of building 3 workers at a time, plus having just the stable income of mules, which can't be killed permanently, is very beneficial. So we're going to have to see if Reynor does decide to go for that, but it does seem like at least through 4 minutes or so, the builds are basically identical. And even with a Roach Warren coming in, that signals to me that Reynor probably isn't going to be going for a bust. This feels more like a safe, conservative play as opposed to something that's designed to try and break down Maru.
You know, he never really got his turn that game.
Yeah.
You know, he basically sat back, and Maru kept trying to take whatever fights he could, and then the battle cruisers came, and then, you know, after a little bit, it became very clear what kind of game we were in. So yeah, I mean, Reynor just literally can't do what he did the last game. Maybe the map, because it's different, might change that. Pretty soon here. Oh, by the way, it's not going to be mech, so everything we said doesn't matter. It's going to be double eBay with Stim. So he's going to go for a quick third base, probably up into 8 racks. Probably one of the most straightforward TVZ games. Yeah, it's going to be very different.
Yeah, very cool switch up coming in from Maru. As if I'm Reynor in this situation, I am fully expecting this to be another mech game. Is the factory and starport, I think they're over here, right? No, he actually is going to see the barracks researching Stim. So he knows now. he knows for a fact that this is not going to be mech.
Well, keep in mind, you know, if you didn't see the other barracks, you might think it's a fake. I mean, that's always possible too at this level of play. But yeah, I mean, he's going to see that and have a much better idea of what kind of game this is.
Yeah, and I feel like that bodes a lot better here for Reynor than it does against mech. It's just an easier composition to play against. And considering that Reynor is going for the same kind of greedy response that he did in game number 1 versus Maru, where he's just kind of playing a very safe game. I don't even know if we've had roaches onto the map just yet, even though the Roach Warren is done. So far, it's just the Queens here on the defense. Okay, no, we do have a small number of roaches. I was going to say, it's probably going to be, or we do have the potential for it to be, the really fast Ultralisk play that we have seen deployed a couple of times. This doesn't really work that well into mech, but against bio, it can do exceptionally well. And so we're going to have a very greedy 3 bases here from Reynor, trying to keep pace with Maru's economic engine. And I wouldn't be surprised if we just immediately started up the hive once that infestation pit is done. Yeah, there it is. 6-minute hive. So I think it's probably going to be that kind of Ultralisk bust.
Yeah, I think he wants to have, something that can really smash the infantry out here. You notice that Maru's not actually running into the base and trying to kill drones. It's a different game. He's trying to just keep the creep oppressed on the map here because he wants to be pushing out eventually and trying to really dominate on the map. Is that a 4th CC landing there?
Yeah, I think it is.
I don't know why I didn't see that made earlier. Maybe I was too deterministic in how this game was going to pan out. I thought that he was going to go onto 3 bases and push just because of how claustrophobic the map feels.
Yeah, it actually is going to be that that 4-base play. Interesting choice coming in from Maru. Second factory is adding on as well, so potential to have a lot more siege tanks here. It might make sense on a small map like this one, just to read the situation and be like, here being Maru, Reynor is probably going to try and be aggressive against you, right? Because Reynor just needs to have an army fast enough to deal with a push should it come, because Kill Switch is so aggressively positioned. Like the 3rd and the 4th base distance is so short across map. You have a couple of slowing zones in the very center, but besides that, there isn't too much distance. So for Maru here, if he goes, say, like double factory siege tank coupled with all of these barracks and the fast upgrades, and just says, okay, Reynor, you have to go for this army composition in case I attack you. I'm just going to play defensive with double factory siege tank and make you attack me. That could be a really good way of just weathering the storm of the initial wave of Ultras, which is usually the game ender when you go for this play as Zerg.
Can't quite drop over there. The Spores have that set up where there's no way to really get in and also get back out.
What is up, everybody, and welcome back to week 2 of the RSL Season 3. I'm State, joined with me is Gemini, and we have an action-packed week ready for you.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Tons of matches happening in a pretty short time. We're going to be basically doing double broadcasts here this week. So lots of StarCraft coming your way. We've got 4 best of 5s coming at you today with some incredible lineups of players. I'm very excited.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a lot of StarCraft 2 action. If you're watching on YouTube, it's going to feel kind of just like 2 separate days.
Yeah.
We're going to split up the VOD, but if you're watching on Twitch, grab some popcorn. It's going to be a little bit of a marathon today as we're going through the entire winners bracket. Here, it's going to be Hero versus Zoun, Classic Reynor, Maru, Shin, MaxPax, and Trigger. That's going to be today, and these are all best of 5 series. It's going to be so much action.
Yeah, I'm very excited. We got lots of PvPs, which is always my favorite, so that's going to be great. Just kidding. But yeah, this is going to be the schedule. Today is the 20th, of course, so we're going to be doing tons of best of 5s today, and then it's just basically going to continue for the rest of the week until we crown our champion on Sunday. Lots of matches all starting a little bit earlier than what we normally do, so if you're not sure about the schedule, make sure you fix your calendar a little bit so you can come join us.
Yeah, and we want to give big thanks to Archon Studio, our official partner here in the RSL Season 1, Season 2, Season 3. They are making the StarCraft tabletop miniatures game. I'm quite sure that pre-orders are going to be coming online later this year. We already got a little bit of a sneak peek. If we want to show the box here, the Protoss Zeratul has been delivered here to the RSL studio. Here, pull that back so we can get in the light. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, it's so exciting. And I've never really been a miniatures game fan myself, but I love StarCraft, and I'm really excited for this kind of thing because the box, honestly, it reminds me a little bit of the original boxes of like Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm. Back when you would get the actual physical copy of the game when you picked it up at the store. I know I'm dating myself a little bit with this.
No,
but
I went to the midnight release for Wings of Liberty too.
Oh, wow, that's
really
awesome.
Fun. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, it just feels like a legitimate product, you know? It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Oh, it's very cool. I mean, I'm excited to paint it. It's going to be a lot of fun. And so big thanks to Archon Studio for supporting the RSL. And thanks to you, too. If you're a member of our Patreon, if you're not yet, well, we invite you to join our growing community. There are a ton of perks available there on Patreon. You can follow for free and just get news on the RSL. Get notice of when new seasons are coming out or updates like the offline event that's happening later this year. But if you want to give as well, there are a ton of tiers available for you, ranging from just basic support there at the SCB tier, or if you pay a little bit more, you can get replay packs, voting privileges. There's even merch here on tastelessthreads.com. Patreon supporters get a 20% discount on all Tasteless TV merch. And very importantly, Gemini, not only is the merch, excuse me, the merch on tastelessthreads.com, but also the tickets. It's a disaster here. Also, the tickets for the RSL Offline Finals, $30 for a whole weekend, December 13th and 14th at the Big Place in Seoul, Korea. That is right by Yuksamyuk, or $150 for the premium tickets. That is available on tastelessthreads.com as well.
Yeah, I can't wait to see all these nerds coming out. And also, if there's any pro players who or players that played in the qualifiers for RSL, you can sign up for the LCQ, which is going to be the first day of the offline finals. The winner of that single elim bracket will be meeting the other three players in the second day on the 14th. That sign up closes very soon, though, literally by midnight Korea, which is in like 7 hours or something. So please get on that if you are not signed up yet. It is, we have to close it at that time, so please do that. And also, please look at us on YouTube so we can grow in the algorithm and make sure we can get all our stuff out to you. We've had lots of support already. Bring some, comments, some likes, as they do say. We'll smash the like button for RSL and help save StarCraft.
Yeah, we've been noticing too. You guys absolutely have been delivering there on the YouTube. We got a bunch of comments there in week 1 of RSL Season 3, and that support is very much appreciated. It's one of the best ways to get the word out there for RSL in the StarCraft YouTube community. And already, Gemini, our players getting ready for match number 1 here today. It's going to be Hero versus Zoun, a best of 5 PvP starting on Winter Madness and carrying us through a lot of these new maps here to start things out. Winter Madness set 1, Mothership set 2. We're going to go to the standard Persephone for set number 3, and she'll go to set number 4, Celestial Enclave, and then Takamot to round out the group.
Yeah, I like these maps. I'm kind of curious to see what Celestial Enclave will have, provided we do get there, assuming it's not a 3-0. Just because I was even talking to you guys earlier before the broadcast. I got proxy roboed by the in-base at that time, and it was really annoying to deal with that. So I'm curious if they do something like that, to be honest. But regardless, some cool PvP action is going to be coming up in just a second.
Yeah, game is loading in, is spawning here in the top left. On Winter Madness, it is Hero, the blue Protoss, and in the bottom right, Zoun, the red Protoss, as we will be starting and ending today with best of 5 PvP action.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be great. This match particularly is going to be a bit of an uphill battle, I think, for Zoun particularly. I looked at his match history versus Hero in 2025. Guess how many matches he's won against Hero this year's state? Go ahead, give me a guess.
Give me a ballpark of how many they've played.
They've played, I think it was 11 matches in total.
I would say 1.
Wow, excellent guess. You're incredibly smart. That's correct, yes.
Nice!
Yes, Hero is 10-1. You win the grand prize!
I can go home now,
All
right?
of the RSL money now goes to you from that. Yeah, good job.
You can solo cast from Hero on out. I peaked.
Yeah, Hero's 10-1 against Zoun this year, which is pretty dominant. So this is going to be a bit of a rough one for Zoun, perhaps. So he's going to have to dig into his bag of tricks, basically, to see if he can find this series win to move on into the later stages of the upper bracket of the playoffs. So we'll be looking to see if Zoun maybe can do a little bit of an upset today.
Yeah, Hero is kind of a beast in PvP, and it just seems like he has a lot of other players' numbers. This is a very interesting one.
So it's not only PvZ, it's also PvP where he does this.
Yeah,
right?
this is a typical Hero wall. the pylon is and the gateway are too far apart for him to throw a second structure down. He's gonna have to finish the wall off with a pylon there in the main base.
I can't understand his brain, man.
How does this always happen to Hero? Zoun, by the way, going for a proxy there in the bottom left. There is no scout just yet, so Hero is not only scouting the main base of his opponent, but he also checked down the natural expansion a little bit to make sure there's no proxy gateway shenanigans or anything. He knows that one pylon is missing from Zoun's base. He just doesn't know where it is. So this Zealot's going to go on a scouting mission, and already it's going in the right direction.
The probe, you might see it. It's going to be very close. The timing just barely doesn't match up. But he still is on the correct side, so that's still good. He still has a chance that he'll be able to see it early enough, and we'll see if that rally point does go all the way down. If he doesn't reach all the way down there, he's not actually going to see that. So he's got to be making sure he goes fully behind the mineral line to scout this proxy Stargate. The Zealot is going to take a smoke break.
Oh, no, it's so close.
Oh, that's so brutal for him.
Oh, come on. You got to turn around at this point, right? You still didn't check this base. You didn't check the bottom left base, but instead Hero's just going to be sending it cross map. Now, there is a chance that this is a fake because Hero does suspect the expansion coming in. The probe didn't actually see the Nexus going into the natural expansion, but you see the Adept come through. You have the pylon on the low ground. The Zealot confirms the Nexus. He might have no idea this is coming.
Yeah, it could just be one of those hidden pylons in the bottom of the NAT or just the third base or something, which does happen every now and then in the PvPs to make it look like you're proxying. So he could be fully reading into that angle of this, but it is going to be an Oracle. Luckily for him, he's covering all of his bases. He's still going for a defensive Stargate for a Phoenix first, so he knows all range of possibilities coming out of Zoun and is accounting for all of them very well. Should be able to meet this Oracle on its way in, and Zoun's going to be feeling pretty upset right now.
Yeah, it's even on patrol right there, and his shield battery is done in the main base, and I wonder if he just recalls this situation here as Zoun and said he's going to go for the stasis trap that will get 3 probes, but the Oracle will fall, so expertly handled here by Hero as the Zealot and Adept still getting some damage done. They killed that pylon there in the natural expansion and got this Stalker into the red.
Wow, yeah, that is really annoying as Zoun because it's going to supply block you a good amount basically as you're trying to get this natural saturated a bit more. So now Zoun, despite opening for an aggressive option that's supposed to put you ahead in workers, he's now down quite a few already just before his Nexus is even finished. And so it's going to be a bit awkward now for him going into this later part of the game because his opener has been just completely deflected. He's got disrupted as well with that pylon snipe. It's going to be very awkward for him. He's going to have to try and regain some composure going into Blink, most likely, since some Phoenix are coming his way. Yeah,
and what's interesting to me, Gemini, is that Hero is following this up with a Robo, not a Twilight Council. The Phoenix come into the natural expansion. They're picking off probes. 3 in total will go down. Zoun, it looks like he made a Phoenix of his own, perhaps anticipating an Oracle follow-up from Hero, which did not come to fruition. And this Robo makes me think that maybe Hero is eyeing the possibility of going for a timing here.
Yeah, it does look like that. It's very rare that you'll even go Phoenix at all in PvP nowadays, to be honest, if it's not like a one-gate mirror where you just both go into a Phoenix war. So the fact that he's doing that and then into Robo is very interesting. He's being very, very brave with these Phoenix.
Wow.
Excellent micro just to be able to keep that one weakened one extremely far away, literally 1 HP, so keeps that alive, nicely done. And then it's, going to be going into the Immortals and then a Twilight. So he's basically trying to just make this super beefy army that won't die on the ground. Since you know you're going Phoenix in the air, you have a bit of vulnerability. Unfortunately, we'll lose one of them as he overextends a little bit for a few more probes, but this is still great damage. But he's accounting for the fact that the Phoenix don't actually help very much in the stand-up fight and needs to make sure he has something that can. So that's going to be the Immortals for now first.
Yeah, and I wonder what the tech is going to be coming in on that Twilight Council as we have another gateway going down. Still no third base here for Hero, and 3 more gateways are in production. So this might be a Glaive's follow-up coming in from the Blue Protoss. It's been all the rage right now on the Korean ladder, and there it is. So certainly going to be some kind of timing attack coming in from Hero. Now he might feign a third base behind this. That'll also give him a little bit of a boost in mineral saturation as the main starts to run out. But with all these gateways going in, make no mistake, this is going to be a timing attack coming in from Hero designed to be a kill move versus Zoun in Game 1.
Yeah, no more probes being made, a full cut. He's only got that one gas at the natural as well, with just enough to mine perfectly on everything. Is not stopping the gateway production, basically, not to get a fast third or anything to... Well, actually, he is putting a probe over there, so he might still fake it for now, but regardless, it is still going to be an attack as the War Prism comes on in. A couple more probes also get killed off by these Phoenix, as it just continues to limit Zoun's potential economic situation and make it harder for him, and also force him to make more probes, because the more probes, or sorry, the more resources you're spending on those probes to remake them means you're going to have less army units to actually defend the push that is coming that I don't think Zoun has even scouted yet.
Yeah, it's been a lot of economic damage so far done by Hero. It doesn't quite feel like it because he's only getting 2 or 3 probes at a time, but he's been diving in, I want to say 3 or 4 times in total with those Phoenix, and eventually that damage starts to add up as the Hallucinating Phoenix is going to spot some of these Glaive Adepts coming cross map, and now it's getting on the main base, and the full amount of gateways are revealed. So it's all hands on deck right now for Zoun. Photon Cannon, 2 more shield batteries getting warped in, 2 more gateways, about halfway done. And the main base of Zoun too, as he's trying to meet this army head on. If he can segment it off here with force fields, he might get a good start, but that is actually so many Adepts coming in. And actually we're using the shuttle to bring the Immortals into the front line as well.
Yeah, this is an excellent engage so far from Hero. Zoun, a nice attempt to try and break it all up with the force fields, but you saw how completely unprepared he was for this engagement. The batteries were not even being made yet in the third base. He was totally taken off guard. Those Adepts coming across with that Hallucination Scout was the first even inkling that he got that there was going to be an attack inbound. So great execution, honestly, by Hero. Great defense, and honestly a good game plan following it up, knowing that Zoun would be on the back foot.
Yeah, and Hero really had the early game break his way too. Even though the Zealot did not scout the Stargate, it kind of made things a little bit better for Hero, I would say, because maybe if that Zealot spots the Stargate, Zoun doesn't go for the Oracle because he's like, oh, well, he's obviously going to have the answer to this, but instead the Stargate finishes. We have an Oracle and a Phoenix get produced out of it. The Phoenix just as a safety mechanism. Neither gave any value. We had a Stasis Trap that got 3 probes in total, and that was basically it.
Yeah.
And so, Hero was just off to a roaring start. He added on to that by mixing in, I think it was 5 Phoenix in total, got maybe double-digit probes. And whenever you have that kind of early economic lead, especially in a mirror matchup like this one, you can usually capitalize on it. That's what Hero did with an excellent timing attack, and it's an easy 1-0 lead. If Zoun wants to get his second series win on the board here, and what is it? You said 11 series in total? Oof. He's going to have to make some headway soon.
Not starting off great, but to be fair, he still needs to win 3. It's always the same. The match, you know, what you need to do to win is never different. It's just, you know, the way you get there might change a little bit. So just a reset, basically, from Zoun. Just has to come at it with a clear head and hopefully bounce back in the second game, which is going to be Mothership. So if there's any room for weird stuff to happen in this PvP, it's definitely going to be on this map, considering how much larger it is. The less option to scout your opponent really early is there. So lots more proxies could come out, some more shenanigans. So maybe he can sneak one here.
Yeah, especially being a 3-player map, you know. Protoss players are usually the ones that like to take the most advantage of those 3-player maps with the proxy locations. We've already had some interesting games played on this one recently in the patch. I've seen players just proxy buildings right in the center because it's kind of equidistant from every individual base where your opponent might go to. And
Back when like Frost was in the map pool and stuff, you would do that where you would just scout one way, but then just put the proxy in the middle of the other 2 bases, and you would just
gamble.
Just which one that you scout first, you just go to that one instead. It's like I don't know, it's just kind of a cool little tactic to do. So yeah, maybe they'll do that here.
Hero, please wall in correctly this time. And he's spawning in the top left as the blue Protoss Zoun his opponent. The red Protoss in the top right. The wall did not come back to bite Hero, but
Hero's like my arch nemesis, dude.
It's like that. Oh yeah, you're the walling guy.
I'm literally the guy that makes the walls, and he just can't do it. It's just like so insane. He did this again yesterday too, or maybe 2 days ago or something, where it was just the worst wall of all time. Well, it was not bad. It's not loading on my phone to show you, but
you're gonna show me, but not the chat.
Yeah, exactly. The chat doesn't get to see, but like, look, the indicator is literally right there. It's like he doesn't even like the thing is showing there to put the pylon on the spot, and then they just don't do it. I don't know. It's just
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense. Whoa, that's a fast Nexus. That is a Nexus first out of Hero. Now that's one way to pull this as well on the 3-player map.
Oh, that's really cool, especially as it looks like Zoun is going down to the bottom side. He's not going to get the first scout, and if you don't first scout a Nexus first, it can be pretty difficult to punish because those 2 gateways, this was the meta at the very beginning of Legacy of the Void PvP for a long time. Even back before we really respected the power of the Adepts, it was just, straight up 2 gateway Stalker right after a Nexus first. And those Stalkers, because you have the early Nexus, you don't really need to be chrono boosting probes that much. You can just throw them straight on into the gateway production and really surpass your opponent, even without Warp Gate. Having the later Cybernex core doesn't hurt that much, but looking at this one here from Hero, still no second gateway just yet. The Cybernex core starts. Instead of a gateway, we're going to have a Zealot come through.
Dude, and Zoun is not actually full scouting either. He's left his probe in the main that he sees as empty. So he's not going to have any information that this has been a Nexus first for an incredibly late amount of time. He's basically going to get it when his Sentry Hallucination comes out. And depending on if he actually boosts it or not, might even make it even later. We'll see if he decides to do that. He's going to kill this probe first. Will he actually recharge the Sentry for the faster scout? He doesn't.
He hasn't.
So he's getting this as late as possible, this information that it's a Nexus first. This Nexus is going to be like half mining by the time he even realizes it and by the time he has his own Nexus down.
And Zoun hasn't thrown on any tech. Okay, he's going for a Nexus. In some way, this feels like the worst possible situation here.
This is awful for him.
For Zoun. Had he gone for, say, a proxy Twilight Council, which I think he actually might be as one gets started in the production tab and that blip in the bottom of the screen on the minimap gets a little bit bigger. Oh, no, it's still there.
Dark Shrine is what I thought immediately.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. No, I think you're right, but this is painful for Zoun. Already, it's just a 3-worker lead here for Hero, and that Nexus is not even halfway done.
I want to look at his face. I'm looking at his face when he sees this nap. Bro.
Yeah, Natural's already done. Man, he's got a poker face. Yeah, just does not.
Does he realize how fast it is? I don't know.
It's already a 6-worker advantage here for Hero, and it's going to keep adding in.
He has nothing. Yeah. He has no other option.
Good call, but Hero, he's going for that Phoenix. Actually, wait, is it a Phoenix first? No, it's just straight into Oracle, isn't it?
Yep.
All right, well, Zoun better hope that these Oracles are out of position, because if they're anywhere in the realm of Hero's main base or natural for Revelation, he's going to have a hard time getting the economic damage that he needs to equalize. This is already a significant lead here for Hero. 7 workers at 4 minutes. No workers even mining from the natural expansion of Zoun just yet. And his Hero is just considering the power up. He's adding in the Forge, he's adding in the Twilight Council. This greed did not get punished.
Yeah, I mean, Hero took the gamble, and you can see just how well it works when the opponent doesn't scout you. So this is literally best case scenario for Hero. Even gets 2 probes and gets out with the Oracle. Loses quite a lot of HP, but still, you keep it alive. That's actually very good. If he sniped that, there would have been no other detection on the map for the DTs. So that's still potential for some damage here because it is still the only thing available. So maybe this will actually get some equalizing damage, and he's even going to track it. I love this, not only because it helps to defend it, but it also keeps awareness of where it is to know where the DTs should be going in to get maximum value.
Yeah, and there's also that cooldown on the Revelation. It's not a very long one, but when there are DTs in your main base and your natural expansion, it certainly does feel like a long time. The DTs now coming through here for Zoun. Hero, besides his Oracle, has no detection on the map. The Oracles are actually in position to intercept it. Zoun knows that as soon as these DTs start doing damage, the Oracle, if it doesn't get recalled, it's going to fly right over the Stalkers, and it gets 2-shot!
Oh my god,
what a play!
He's pulled this out of nowhere. This is actually so huge. The Oracle is only just started. There's no detection on the map. Probes are getting moved all over the place. The DTs are inside the force fields where the probes are, so that's not actually helping. 8 probes already dead. This is going so perfectly for Zoun, considering the fact that he started this game off with almost no hope at all.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Hero, had he recalled, the Oracle would have been able to circumvent disaster, but instead 9 workers going down. Zoun now with a 10-worker lead. The probes are not mining from the main base. There's minimal mining here. The natural expansion. The Forge is getting unpowered. Eventually, Hero will be able to get the situation under control. But my goodness, this has been so impactful. Even there, the 3rd base, looking at the minimap, it gets canceled by Zoun's pressure.
God.
More probes are falling. I feel like this game is basically over, and Oh man, what an awesome start from Hero. Basically gets bungled by a killer play. Hero's laughing about it right now on screen. You have to respect the move coming in from Zoun. The Hallucination Scout confirming the position of the Oracle, and then the 3 Stalkers to intercept was just so beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like textbook. Like, I can't even... But it's a textbook in a way that only Zoun... It's the textbook that Zoun wrote. Like, there's no other play where that would... Or no other game where that would come into play, but it was so perfectly done. Like, the thought process is so perfect. Just go full on in the gamble. Okay, I don't care that this is, like, basically my whole army of 3 Stalkers. I know that if I kill this Oracle, the game will end for me. And this is just an incredible play. Now he's going to have to defend, of course, since there are still a lot of Stalkers on the field, but there is a battery back here as well to defend. And there's no Oracle at the front to be able to detect, so if we want to just warp in a couple defensive DTs, that's also going to be good. Still nothing to be able to actually attack over in the natural. This should be a cleanup for Zoun on the defensive, and he will be evening up this series 1-1 in what is probably the most unexpected considering how those first 4 minutes went.
Wow, what a roller coaster of a game number 2. Hero had such a substantial advantage going Nexus first. Zoun not only doesn't scout him first, he doesn't scout him at all until the Hallucination Phoenix comes through from a Sentry that did not get energy recharge. So he made a Stalker to Sentry, the Sentry slowly accumulated the energy, and then he scouted with the Hallucinated Phoenix. And so that was a huge economic lead that Hero had, but he got a little bit too greedy, man.
I mean, I don't even blame him, to be honest. Like, why would you even expect it? Like, it is pretty insane that he didn't recall the Oracle, I'm going to be honest. The fact that he actually tried to rally it back home was, like, that's kind of next level greed. It's like, what? Like, just recall. Maybe he didn't have the energy. Maybe he just chrono boosted. That's what I'm
thinking. He had
thinking.
energy. I checked.
Okay. Well, Hero moment. I don't know. But, like, yeah, that was a bit brutal for him. But, yeah, gambles from both players, to be honest, but it was pretty cool to watch how it worked out.
Folks, remember to sign up for the LCQ if you want to compete in the offline finals here for RSL. If you played in any of the online qualifiers, not even the main event, if you just played in the qualifiers, you can try your hand at the LCQ. This is going to be happening at our live offline finals at the end of the year. But signups for the LCQ, they are ending today at 12 a.m. KST, so make sure you get in. And this is going to be so much fun. December 13th, December 14th at the big place in Seoul, Korea. We're going to have the casters in the studio, a live audience. The players are going to be there. We're renting out this gigantic facility. It's going to be so much fun.
Yep, it's going to be very nice. We're going to be going into the rest of this best of 5 in just a little bit as well. So please stay tuned. Some more RSL coming at you.
One of the most common rushes you can ask for, lings into a lot of roaches, into mass lings. I don't know. Tokamak.
Yeah, Tokamak here for set number 5. One of the more standard maps that we've got in the pool. If Maru wants to be greedy, it should be easier to defend here on some of these other maps that we've had thus far, but honestly, the map choices haven't really been hindering Maru too much in terms of the greed. He still went for that CC first on kill switch, remember. We'll see what he's going to do here in Tokamak as set number 5 is loading up. The winner of this series is going on to the lower bracket semifinal. The loser is out of the RSL.
Okay, so I guess we just wait. You know, what is the opening going to be here? Depot at the entrance.
So almost certainly going to be two Rax Reaper again.
Yeah. Now, okay, not surprising. This does feel like kind of the alteration you'd make after losing a game like that. What does Reynor do? Because Reynor has not made a pool yet, which means he has to make a hatchery.
He's thinking about it.
Wait, hold on. He sent that back.
Oh, he's thinking about a couple things right now.
Okay, never mind.
Gonna be gas first, so running it back
It's
a
like
little
you heard
bit.
me say that. He's like, no, I don't. I can actually make 3 more drones and an extractor. Tasteless. So he's going to go extractor, spawning pool. This is going to be the double Rax Reaper that State mentioned a second ago.
Yeah, Beyond popularized this, I want to say like 2 years ago now.
Yeah,
and it was so fun watching it develop because, oh no, go ahead, Tasteless.
No, I was gonna. Yeah, I think I was gonna say
the exact same thing.
I'm sorry
probably.
to interrupt you, but I was gonna say the exact same thing. Yeah, to see him kind of come out with this build, and it was very much his own style, and then everybody kind of picked up on it. It was
Yeah.
like, oh, this is actually a good way to approach this. And you know, when you go for quick pool, your third hatchery is late or later, and so you can be punished by this. There are iterations of this where you make 3 Reapers. There are ones where you get a lot more, but I'm a little bit worried here. I think Reynor needs to have a really healthy, strong early game to have any viability in the mid game and especially the late game.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if he even wants to take a fast third hatchery. He might get play aggressively again here in game number 5. And one of the big tells is going to be whether he pulls off of gas right now after starting Ling's speed, and it seems like he doesn't. Maybe 1 drone in total as that gas is trickling up very slowly here. But I think this is potentially going to be a Ravager Ling bust again. And against Maru, just given the fact that, it's actually 3 drones still on gas. Roach Warren getting thrown down.
Here we go.
Maru's going for the fast, excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself. I thought it was a third command center for a second.
He's so greedy. It's a 2-minute, 20-second third CC.
Excuse me. No, there is a potential for Reynor to get some big damage done because of the nature of the map. Because Terran add-ons are always on the right side of the structure, Maru being down here in the bottom left means they're going to be extra exposed. And so that Reactor and Tech Lab are both going down here in the natural expansion. In theory, a lot of the leading Terrans, such as Byun, say that if you execute perfectly, you still are able to defend those add-ons against this kind of... Welcome back, everybody. We are continuing on in Hero vs. Zoun, a best-of-5 PvP tied up 1 versus 1 after a really topsy-turvy game number 2.
Love it, man. That's StarCraft to me. That is just absolute, just total clowny stuff. Just, you know, you have no idea what's going on. Not that the players don't know what's going on. It's just
nobody knows. We're just making it up.
That's the most entertaining StarCraft. That is peak StarCraft in my eyes. The clownier the game, the better.
PvP is a good matchup if you want some clown action. It feels like we never left the Wings of Liberty days sometimes with people going Nexus first, people losing to DTs. It's enjoyable, but we're going to Persephone here for set number 3, a 1 versus 1 map as the rest of the map pool is going to be. So imagining we won't have quite so many early shenanigans coming in, at least build order-wise here from Hero, although I have to give him props. If you're going to bust out a Nexus first build, Mothership 100% the map to do it.
Yeah, no, that was a very nice attempt by Hero. I love that he brought it out on that map of all things, so I like that he's not just trying to do the same boring PvP stuff every time. He's always going to be bringing out some interesting stuff, so honestly, just I love the build choice from both players in that. It makes it very interesting and just, you know, unique to watch those types of games. And that's what things like Mothership are here for, to allow that to happen.
All right, spawning in the bottom left, the red Protoss player. It is Zoun, and in the top left, our blue Protoss player, Hero. Series tied up 1-1. Hero, as Gemini pointed out earlier, fantastic win rate versus Zoun. in Best of X series here, PvP. You said it was like 90% plus, right?
Yep, 10-1 this year. It's been a one-sided stomp for him in that regard. So I'm sure he was pretty happy to see this matchup play out for RSL.
Yeah, well, he might not be happy if Zoun continues to upend him the way that he did it in game number 2. I mean, that was a pretty cheeky maneuver there, sniping the Oracle, keeping track of it, winning with the DTs when he was already 10 probes behind versus a Nexus first. You'll have to see it there from Zoun, but yeah, Hero is one of these players that I look to right now as the top PvP dogs. For a long time it was MaxPax, but as players have gotten better, especially with either Blink Stalker or just Stalker Warp Prism or Stalker Pressure into an expansion versus his style, there's been a little bit of a shift in the power spikes, I would say. The powerful players in the meta. And Hero is certainly one of those guys who, with his control, makes it very hard to go for those early expansions.
Yeah, for sure. And also it's just like the change of the patches as well.
Yeah.
One gates in general are just not really at their strongest point anymore. You don't see it as much from the Protoss players, so MaxPax needs a bit more time to adjust towards that. So yeah, it leads some more options open for some of the other Protoss players to become the gods of PvP, and so far Hero has been doing pretty well at that. Also bringing out some shenanigans this game as well, with a proxied pylon over way on the right-hand side of the map. I'm going to be guessing that's going to be probably a Stargate. It's quite far away for a Robo, but maybe with the speed zones, maybe that could be, zoom those Immortals away.
It's nothing, Gemini.
He did
it's
the
nothing.
thing.
He even left the probe there just to make
I
us
know,
look like
what the hell is that?
fools.
Come on, Hero. What is...
Actually, hold on a second. That's really smart, because if Zoun knows his timings
Yeah,
very
true.
well,
Very
Zoun's
good
going to be
point.
like, wait. That's the probe timing that it would be coming in after, if it built something after the core was done. It's not reaching my base too quickly. I wonder if that's the reason. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
And it makes a lot of sense, I think. I actually love that as well. So yeah, you can just see the level that these players are playing at. Even going Stalker Sentry, you kind of have to still think of Zoun, like, well, sure you're going Stalker Sentry, but where did this probe come from? Why is it so late? Like, there's got to be something else here, right?
If you see Stalker Sentry, you might be thinking, okay, well, there's still a possibility that it's a Robo. Maybe a Stargate is out of the question because of the extra 50 gas, but in any case, Zoun is going to spot the the pylon, and he's going to know that it is just a hidden pylon. It's going to be a relatively normal game, at least here in the early stages, as both players go for a fast expand.
Yeah, Zoun's getting
Ooh.
over ambitious here with these double Stalkers, though. Actually might lose this one if he's not careful, and does, in fact, lose it. Hero very on point with his movement, able to catch those before they're able to get home. Might even get another one, but there are 3 more in total on the top, and he's just walking up the ramp totally brazenly. It's actually crazy that he's going for this. Knows he has the Guardian Shield to try and swing the tide towards his favor, but a bit of miss micro from him means he does lose a trade of Stalkers there, and might even lose one more, though, as Zoun. So actually, this is a very strange engage from both players.
It's going to heal up. I don't know if Hero has enough DPS.
Oh!
It's not going to heal up! What a force field from downtown. That's amazing.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a miss micro there from Hero. He meant to stutter step a Stalker, but he stuttered a little bit. He stepped before he stuttered. So
Yeah.
the shot didn't come through.
I hate when you do that. You cancel the shot. It's like it's the dumbest way to lose an engagement like that.
It's a relatively long animation there on the Stalker, and so he missed the final killing blow on the one Stalker that made it back into Zoun's base. I think if he got that killing blow, he would have been able to clean up every Stalker a little bit more, how should I say it, more easily there. And could have built up some momentum. Maybe his Stalker in the red survives. He's able to heal it up at the healing zone. But in any case, what was going to be a very nice early skirmish there for Hero is just only a little bit nice, as we now have 2 Adepts coming in. We'll see what their shades can get done. Do we have a probe here at the top of the ramp? We do.
Oh, wow. I did not expect him to finish that. That's very interesting. Okay, so we'll sacrifice these 2 Adepts for just 2 probes. That's I'm wondering if that was even a mistake, because he has a Prism coming along with this after going Robo first with another double Adept. So it feels like you could have maybe saved those to then pair up with this one going in at the same time, but this will still get some surprising damage done since Zoun is not actually aware of this just yet. So we'll just be able to snowball this into a couple more probes and then get them out towards the front of the base. So still a nice maneuver overall from Hero.
Oh, and 2 more Adepts coming in.
Oh, wow.
The pressure just continuing on here from Hero. He's finally throwing down that Twilight Council. Zoun's Blink almost done. So in a moment, Zoun is going to have a key piece of the puzzle in terms of defending this Adept harassment. And Hero, he's just going to allow this to finish yet again. He should be 2-shotting or killing these 2 probes 2 at a time right now with all those Adepts. So in total, how many workers have gone down? 5 more just fell. It's a 7-worker lead right now. 11 in total. That's a pretty good amount, but hey, that's a lot of money invested in an army that was traded for eco. And with Zoun now having Blink and adding in 2 more gateways, 1 proxied outside of Hero's main base, it's a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting mid-game here because both players look like they're trying to all-in each other. Where Hero is going for a 2-base Immortal Glaive, actually just canceled the Glaive and immediately went into Blink instead. So I think he's kind of read into this a little bit and knows that Zoun is being more aggressive than he should be because he is going for this proxied extra gateway. So we'll see if Hero is now able to take a defensive position, which I think he should be pretty okay with considering he's got double Immortal on the defense. He's got to be careful of the Blink into the main, and that looks like exactly what Zoun's going to try to do.
Yeah, Blink up into the main base right now. There is a choke point here for Zoun to work with. This Hero's going to move on past that. I think one stalker getting focused down is Zoun.
Sentry's always going to force field him out. He's going to have to recall down to his Nat to be able to save this.
He only has 1 force field available though with the energy. The Hero is actually just going to drop the Immortals here on the low ground. He is going to lose the power right now on his shield battery. Blink forward is going to snipe the Warp Prism, but it's a very expensive trade here for Zoun as the Immortals are just feasting on these Stalkers. Eventually, I think that second Immortal is going to get cleaned up, but so many Stalkers just fell for our red Protoss player. As I like the idea of going in like that, but you got to respect the move coming in from Hero. The Warp Prism micro with the Immortals. Eventually, the Warp Prism and 2 of those Immortals did trade out, but it was a very cost-efficient trade for Hero.
Yeah, a bit of an overextension. It feels... I feel like I can't even blame him because it's like you get the force foot on the ramp, you just feel like, ah, nice. This my play worked. I tricked him. He went into the main base, and now I can do my thing. And you just get overzealous with it, and you're like, well, I have to make it work because I got the force field off. But excellent crisis management from Hero, not even needing to use that recall. And so now Zoun is finding himself on the back foot with no third base inbound and down in army, just basically full sending it at this point as he warps in more Stalkers on the top left. He might even try to do a little bit of a base trade with this warp in, expecting that Hero doesn't think he's going to continue with the attack.
Yeah, Hero, despite going for a third base, is just all gas and no brakes, pushing into natural expansion of Zoun as Zoun blinks into the main base of Hero. And so, as it is right now, unless we see a recall, we are going to be having a base trade here in game number 3. Stalkers, Sentries, and Immortals also now joining the forces here in the natural expansion as we'll see how these buildings get taken down. There's a little bit more production online here for Zoun, but 65 out of 70 supply, now 69 out of 70. Nice. Doesn't have enough supply available to really warp in. And look at the units count in the top left. There really isn't anything going for Zoun right now. He has less Stalkers than Hero, and Hero also has the addition of, what, 2 Immortals and 2 Sentries.
Yeah, this is really rough for Zoun. He's obviously pulling the probes at this point to try and continue with this base trade as he realizes that's his only hope, essentially, is to be able to actually get units, or sorry, buildings up on the other side of the map.
I wonder if Hero is just going to recall into the main base after killing the natural expansion.
Yeah.
I mean, he has so much army. Yeah, he's doing it. I think he realizes that Zoun just doesn't have quite enough, and so Hero is going to hold on to the main base.
He's only half his army.
Yeah, it is segmenting the army quite a little bit. He can pull these probes. That in like a minute, it's going to be a beautiful flank from Hero, but until then, he has to deal with this. Although Zoun, he's retreating right now. I don't know if Zoun is expecting so much army coming in. All right, this flank actually not quite that beautiful. It's just going to blink past the army here of Zoun. Now all of Hero's forces all together, and Zoun, he has to know the writing is on the wall. Hero's army is bigger, better, stronger, and he's got Nexus on top of that too. Woof, some explosive PvP games, I must say.
I'm just going to say, man, PvP is really fun sometimes.
It really is.
We are seeing that today. 3 non-stop action-packed games. It was really difficult to know exactly who was going to be in the right in this type of engagement, because it's like one player is kind of altering their build a little bit because Hero was initially going to be going through the Immortal Glaive all-in, and sometimes if you don't identify exactly what's happening, you can kind of end up all-inning, like I said, into someone who's already all-inning you, and it can get a little tricky in that position. But Hero with a really nice calculation and just adjustment to know that, oh wait, I don't actually need to go Glaive at all right now. I can just play it fully defensively, knowing I've got the Immortals already. I'll eventually have Blink. I just need to survive the first wave or 2, and then I'll be okay. And he did an excellent job at that.
It was a really smart move, too, because I think the Glaives, even if he had committed to it, even if the builds were different, I feel like the window was basically closed. He invested so many resources early on into those Adepts. It was a Warp Prism, and I want to say 8 Adepts. It might have only been 6, but
Yeah, I think
that's
it was
a
8.
lot of Adepts to trade out. And yeah, you got like, I think 11 probes in total with those, but if you're going to try and follow it up with a Glaive attack, like Glaives basically started when Blink finished there for Zoun. The timing just wasn't quite right. So Hero, whether it was him kind of getting an idea of what Zoun was going to be going for, this kind of pressure build coming through, or whether he just realized the timing wasn't going to line up, he decided to go for Blink, and that was absolutely the right play. Ironclad defense back at home, a little bit of a zesty base trade there to cap things off, and Hero just a little bit stronger. Going to take the series lead 2-1 right now in this best of 5.
And let's also take a step back and realize that this could have just been a 3-0.
Yeah.
If Hero just kind of did a tiny alteration in the last game too to make sure the DTs didn't auto-win. So it seems like Hero overall has really been in the driving seat in this series. Let's see if he can close it out with a quick 3-1 in this 4th game.
All right, we're going to Celestial Enclave. Actually, I think my first time casting a PvP here on Celestial Enclave, as it's kind of an interesting one. You have the low ground expansion here. This is where the wall is, what you were pointing out earlier, right?
Yeah, so
Hold on a
Zoun
second.
knows what to do. So see, there's that little hexagon in the natural there. See, it's got 6 sides. It's very clearly different from all the other things. If you put your pylon right there, perfect spot. It will be absolutely just gap-free, no problem at all. Now, Hero...
This isn't a game that happened a couple days ago.
For whatever reason, he sees that thing. He's just like, no, I don't need to, I don't know what the map makers are doing with this thing. Just, I'm putting it where I want.
Yeah, he builds it closer to the
Yeah,
ramp and then blocks his own wall.
He can't finish the wall because it's too close. It's like, Hero, just look at the hexagon, bro. It's like, hexagons are our friends. Like,
Hexagons are the bestigons.
oh, ridiculous.
Yeah, Hero's notably been, I think, the worst waller in Protoss history. I was going to say PvP history, but no, it's just Protoss history.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, he just cannot be normal when it comes to walling in. But Celestial Enclave, an interesting map in PvP, because usually when you have these high ground natural expansions, you get expansion builds like what Zoun is going for right now, where you build a gateway on the low ground right here, or I should say you're securing the high ground of the natural, right? Having that high advantage allows you to do really what MaxPax popularized and defend easily with the vision advantage, either way that being Void Rays or Immortals or Void Rays and static defense. Dealer's choice, but Celestial Enclave a little bit different because there are some rocks to the south of this here that Zoun has to worry about, and there's also the in-base natural, which is like kind of a half base. This map plays very different from a lot of the other maps that we have in the pool.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting as well that Zoun is going for the 1-gate expand, like I was kind of mentioning earlier, where it has fallen a bit more out of favor with the battery nerfs and whatnot. The proxy robo is extremely powerful against it, and it looks like Zoun is identifying that Hero doesn't have a pylon in his main and just is going for a super fast robo on his end. Actually, wait, no, sorry, Stargate, my bad, I can't see things. Going for a super fast Stargate before a Nexus. So we'll be trying to tee himself up to defend this as hard as possible while still being able to keep the Nexus alive. We'll see if this can actually work out for him.
Yeah, I think this is the way that MaxPax likes to approach this style quite a bit, where you just throw down that Stargate basically as soon as the Cybernetics core is done. At the very least, you're going to get an Oracle out quickly if you don't need it for defense. Otherwise, likely it will be a Void Ray, and we'll have to pay attention to how Zoun is going to develop from here, because obviously you need a lot of money for the shield batteries, for the Void Rays, for gateway production, and it can be hard trying to stagger in your production timings.
So it's going to be the Oracle first coming out as well, which is going to be a bit tricky because Hero knows that it's a Stargate first, so he's actually able to just go straight into a Prism as well, where you can just go for a 3-gate Prism all in. The double Sentry is interesting out of him, actually, that he's making. I would have assumed it was just going to be a bunch of Stalkers following it, but it's the double Sentry is strange considering the fact that the opponent is already walled off. So I don't know what the sentries are going to add too much, unless he tries to go in the main with them. That would be insane.
This is cool, actually. Hero's going to the main base with 2 Adepts and 2 Stalkers. And the Oracle's actually moving out to counter damage. I thought this would be at home to deal with the Adepts. Instead, there's no defense here in the main base. The probes, they are evacuating into the natural expansion. These Stalkers, they can focus down the Oracle, and you could also use Micro here or the Warp Prism. Hot pickups there. That Oracle's just going to keep the beacon, or not the beacon, the beam online here, getting lower and lower on energy. Do we have enough energy for an energy recharge? Natural expansion just a little bit low. Looks like the main almost has enough, but that Oracle about to be out of juice. And there still is not a lot of gateway units to deal with these forces.
This is such a strange way to go about this from Hero. Even getting the sentry caught by the stasis ward is very interesting. He's just running circles around Zoun's bases while he tries to make as much chaos as possible. He's getting an Immortal on the back end. He's also getting an Observer for high ground vision, I guess. This is not exactly the way that you normally see this proxy robo work against these 1-gate expands. Like I said, it's usually like a lot of just mass stalker with the prism, and just you can micro and just get so many units out very quickly. I love that he's hiding those 2 adepts in the back. It doesn't seem like Zoun is actually preparing for that, so that could be a nice backstab as he goes for the frontal push.
Yeah, Hero just thread the needle right there. The warp prism was barely out of view of the void rays, and then the adepts were also barely out of view from the void ray. And so those adepts right now, they're going to shade into the main base mineral line. The Cybernex core is under pressure. There is a shield battery here to deal with this low energy Oracle as the Void Ray is there charging up. Hero, he's not retreating just yet. The probe's getting pulled again from the main base. Hero actually stutter stepping forward. That first Void Ray gonna get taken down. They both get taken down. GG is called out with a big laugh, as Hero is going to win this series 3-1. Now for Zoun, he is not out of the RSL yet. There is a lower bracket here in the playoffs, but Hero will be advancing into the second round of that winner stage.
And Hero showing yet again why he is so dominant in this particular matchup. Make that 11-1 so far this year. Zoun has been having a rough go at it versus Hero, and we just saw, like, Hero was so in control every single game. Even the one that he lost, it was, you know, it's kind of a write-off. It was a total meme. You know, DT's getting in. His whatever, not his observer. His Oracle gets sniped. He's like, whatever. Like, good job, Zoun. You got me. But, like, every other game, it was just, like, you know, absolute destruction after destruction. It was nothing, really, that Zoun was getting in this series.
Yeah, Hero's a beast, man, especially in PvP. It feels like he is liable and capable of doing absolutely anything. It makes him so hard to play against. He is going to go against the winner of Classic versus Reynor later on here in the playoffs as we take a look here at the bracket. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is going to be a double day. So it's the same amount of RSL action, even though we have 4 less days. Today we're going through 4 best-of-5 series. Hero versus Zoun, Classic versus Reynor, Maru versus Shin, and MaxPax versus Trigger. All that is getting wrapped up today. So it's going to be a marathon. We hope you guys bear with us through all this, because honestly, these matchups, they just look fantastic, Gemini.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Classic Reynor coming up next is going to be an absolute banger. I can't wait to watch to see who actually is going to be meeting Hero later on in the playoffs. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what this PVZ is going to be coming up in just a little bit. I'm not going to spoil it, as obviously the casters next are going to be going in their deep dive of that, but it's going to be a lot of awesome action. I can't wait.
All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. When we get back, the second best-of-5 today, it's going to be Classic versus Reynor. We'll see you in a minute.
We say big deny, right? That's right. A huge deny.
I still think the writing is kind of on the wall right now here for Cure. He's playing so Marauder heavy. This is one of the ways that Cure really likes to navigate his army composition, always has in TVP, is to play basically with as many Marauders as Marines. He really favors the tech labs over the reactors, but Trigger's got 4 Immortals in his composition right now. Storm is finally done. Cure's made the best out of a bad situation for the better part of like 5 minutes now. But I think eventually Trigger is going to be able to eke this one out. GG is called.
Pretty great game from Trigger. Great start, great finish. I think my favorite part was how he just held off the SCVs being sent in there.
Yeah?
Just no way to get anything done. Yeah, I mean, if you can ninja a couple force fields there as the reinforcements of the SCVs are trying to merge in and shave that off, that's a lot of times all that you need. Even though Cure looked really strong, and for a second it looked like he might have taken it when he kind of arced out, Protoss has bought enough time.
Yeah, and I like the approach there from Trigger too. It was a little bit off meta. You know, he stayed on 3 gases for, I think, the majority of that game. I don't know when he took a 4th one or if he did, but at that point I'd stopped paying attention because it was all about the micro and the control. But going for that kind of style where he gets the fast 3rd base, stays on the 3 gases, and thus is really leaning heavily into the mineral income, so he plays with a lot more stalkers, a lot more charge zealots, a lot more gateways. It's one of the more fun ways to play this matchup, in my opinion. It's kind of an older style of PBT.
Sure.
But I feel like it's something that usually doesn't work if the Terran player plays correctly, but just the fact that Trigger was able to get so much momentum in the early game, denying that early barracks, I think it makes perfect sense. It simplifies the game a lot. You don't have a situation where, even though Storm is really good, if Terran hits at critical timing and you do whiff all the storms, that is a way that you could lose a game from a winning position. So just playing with massive army value is going to be Trigger taking game number 1. We're going to go to Ultra Love here for map 2. Trigger with a strong start, but we haven't really seen what Cure has.
Well, one thing I do notice is that Cure clearly wants to win in a shorter game. I mean, the proxied barracks definitely, a signal that you want to try to get some damage in. Committing to the two-base play, which we've seen him do before, I think it also makes sense. The problem is I think Protosses are very good at stopping that. You basically identify, okay, is there an attack coming? Well, then all I have to do is stop that. And if there isn't, then all I have to do is play a very passive game and get that splash damage. We're going to go to Ultra Love here. I think we might have had a crash, actually.
Yeah. I'm looking at the game load-in screen, and one of the players is like halfway through, so it might be one of those situations where they just need to restart the client and then get back into the game. Yeah, Trigger's got his hand on his chin there for a moment.
So right now, Trigger up in a 1-0 lead in this best of 5, where the winner of this is going to face off against Reynor, the only Zerg left.
Yeah, that's going to be an exciting match, too. Honestly, whether it be Cure or Trigger, both of the storylines are so interesting to me. I mean, Cure just the lone Terran surviving right now in the RSL. Maru just got eliminated there by Reynor. Cure, I think that his TVZ, it's been weird because I always felt like TVZ was maybe his worst matchup and TVP was his best. But over the past, 12 months or so, it feels like it has completely switched. I remember at EWC when we were watching Cure versus Serral. Serral did win that series. I don't believe he dropped a map in that series, but I was watching it and heading into that one, I actually thought that Cure had what it would take to take down Serral. And if you watch those games, it was so close, so much closer than the map score indicated.
Yeah.
Every game Serral just barely survived. His TVZ is top notch.
Yeah, I mean, he looks really good. I feel like a lot of times Cure is a couple of adjustments away from being the best player in the world. He's always been so good. Obviously, being a Korean Terran, with Maru ever in the picture, that takes casts a pretty big shadow. But yeah, I mean, he looks really, really strong. It does seem like TVP right now is a problem, not just for him, but for a lot of the Terrans out there. It seems like Protosses have really kind of figured out how to stabilize. For a long time, Protosses really had a hard time.
Hello and welcome back to the RSL Season 3. I am Sturgeon, and today I'm joined by a very special guest, our resident Zerg expert. It is Sort of. How you doing, man?
I'm doing very, very good. I'm very excited for this upcoming series.
Absolutely, man. Our next set of the day is going to be Reynor going up against Classic. Absolute banger incoming. Do you have any predictions here going forward?
Oh, I think it's going to be very close. Both of these players are really playing extremely well right now. Reynor has been in a really good shape the last couple of weeks. Classic obviously is the reigning RSL champion, and also his EWC results. He's an extremely good player, so this should be a complete banger. But I think I gotta give it to Reynor. I think Reynor's really sharp right now. Yeah.
I like where your mind's at. I looked at their their record before the set, and it's slightly Classic favored. I think he's won 14 out of the 25 sets that they've played. Reynor winning 11, but Reynor did beat him in the last RSL. I believe is in the group stage. So there is a somewhat recent result there in the RSL to go off. Whoever wins, though, I'm expecting some really good games here. Really looking forward to it. Reynor obviously plays a bunch of different styles. He's one of the fastest Zergs out there. Probably one of the most exciting to watch for me, especially. His multitasking is kind of out of this world.
Yeah, for sure. He's crazily talented mechanically. And right now, he's just enjoying the game a lot. He's practicing a lot, and he's looking so sharp and everything. I'm really excited to see what he brings to the table for this series.
Absolutely. Classic, on the other hand, we know him as a macro beast of a Protoss. He's been playing this very kind of passive style, especially on the last patch. Get your quick third base, go into Storm, and just keep expanding slowly, and then eventually go into that super strong Protoss late game. Do you see anything different happening now that we're on this new patch? Obviously, the Lingbane Hydra kind of timings are stronger with the HP buff, stuff like that.
No, I expect Classic to keep kind of similar as he always has. Like he has some mix-ups that he'll use, but it kind of all just like deviates back into his standard game plan, right? We're just getting into the later stages, so we'll have to wait and see.
Absolutely, guys. We are jumping into game number 1 here on Evil Hard, one of the most aggressive maps in the map pool, I would say. We don't see this one actually get through the vetoes too often, which is kind of a bit of a surprise that we're here, but I am all about it. We often get to see some crazy strategies on here, some insane all-in, some aggressive plays, that kind of thing. Do you think we'll see that from either player here?
I'm not really sure. Like, this map looks very standard when you just look at it, but it's extremely, extremely short, right?
Right.
So any sort of like timing-based play, like even something like a Queen Walk could come back into play on a map like this, right? So yeah, we'll really have to wait and see. Classic opening up with the fast scout, blocking the natural. Reynor going for the hatcher on the third. So very standard so far, especially on a short map like this. It's very attractive for the Protoss player to go for this early scout because you're almost guaranteed to always get the block off.
Absolutely, and then once you get them to take that hatchery, the third base, the adepts can be super annoying. Your bases aren't connected by creep. It can somewhat throw off your rhythm as a Zerg player, maybe change your build order a little bit. But obviously the top Zergs are super used to dealing with this stuff, so Reynor will have no problems navigating this. We see the probe coming down, going to be taking this Nexus shortly, and then it'll be followed up with the core.
Yeah, everything looking super standard. Just some probe harrows going in the main base. Cyber core is going to come in here, nice and timely. And we'll have to see what Reynor opts to go for here. Like Reynor, I expect him to play quite standard, but there's a few like deviants you can do in your defense here as the Zerg player. But the most standard is just get the speed at the standard time, get your 2 queens out, and then split your links between your bases so you're set up to deal with the incoming adepts, which is early to follow up here.
Yeah, and as you take the hatchery of the third base, you have to make a couple more links than usual, right? And keep maybe 4 in each base to deal with the adepts.
Exactly. Yeah.
That kind of thing could be a little bit annoying. I know when I play on ladder, I just try and get my hatch down as quick as possible. I don't want to deal with this stuff. But the top Zergs can do it, no problem.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, he's had a lot of practice dealing with this throughout the year, so at this point, Reynor is probably as good as it gets in terms of dealing with this. So.
Yeah, absolutely. He's actually stopped at 96 gas there. Going to have to collect a little bit more just to get his speed. There we see he does get that 100. Going to start up the link speed now, which will help out a lot once the adepts start to move out. And we do see a Twilight here come down for Classic.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if the Robo comes in as well, or if this is just going to be like a 3-gate with a little bit of a faster third. That's also a possibility. And since the Robo is not coming in just yet, kind of have to lean towards a 3-gate opener here from Classic.
Yeah, it could be a 3-gate. What do you think is going to be the follow-up here as this Twilight is finishing up?
I would say...
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Actually, most likely it will be big Glaives. I would expect there could still be DTs. We have to wait and see.
Yeah, so it could be like DTs and an Archon drop and then macro behind it. Could be Glaives, could be some insane all-in. We don't see the gases going down at the natural yet for the Protoss, so...
Yeah, we see 2 in each gas here for Classic in the main base, so that would indicate that it's going for the Glaives. But Glaive actually didn't start yet, so... yeah, we'll have to wait and see what it does. It's very strange to go for 2 in each gas. Yeah, obviously, there is the Glaives.
Okay, it all makes sense now, and now it's all on Reynor's end. Is he going to be able to spot this in time? Right now, we do have 1 Overlord just outside the natural here, which should potentially see the move out, unless Classic's kind of sneaky and sends the Adepts all the way around. And like you said before, this is a map with a very, very short rush distance.
Yep.
So these Adept Glaive timers can hit super hard.
Yeah, for sure. And on the other side of things, if Reynor actually managed to defend cleanly, the counterattack is going to come in that much faster as well, right?
Absolutely, that's a very good point. Yeah, that's very true. If you make so many roaches and defend it, don't take too much damage, sometimes you just keep making the roaches, right? And you can just send it.
Yeah.
That probe did go to the third base, but obviously we know he's not taking that right now. Oh, he's got to be so careful not to get this Warp Prism spotted. The Link sharking around, trying to see that as it leaves the main base.
Yeah, Roachborn coming in a little bit on the later side from Reynor for sure, and he's droning a little bit, so this is a little bit of a rough start. He sees the Adepts now coming out, and he's on full Link production, so the initial fight here is going to be very important for Reynor because Roachborn is a little bit late. He'll the gap until Roaches comes out is a bit longer than normal, so you have to fill that gap with a very good initial fight here with the Queens and Lings.
Yeah, he's going to get the Queens to the front, try and force the Shade, and then try to catch that with the Lings if Classic does decide to commit. First Shade going to the natural. There's actually not too many probes here. Beautiful position in the mineral line, though. He's going to Shade into the middle of these Lings, just say, I've got enough, let's take the fight. They're trained up pretty well now, trying to Shade into the main as well. I don't think we have any more Warpins coming in right now. I can't see any. Although they are down there outside the third. This is starting to become a lot of damage here.
Yeah, this is already really good for Classic. He's getting an Immortal behind us as well, so he's setting up for the follow-up. But already getting so much drone damage, and so far keeping most of the Adepts alive as well.
Yeah, beautiful execution here by Classic. The drones are starting to fall more and more. If he could target a few more down at the third base instead of finding the Queens, that would be super nice. There we go, we see that more coming to the main as well. There's no units here, sort of.
Yeah, more and more drones going down, and this is already more than enough damage for Classic to just be happy with what he's done. But obviously it's not going to stop. He's going to pick up this these Adepts in Prism and going into the main base, and very few units here to actually defend.
Yeah, even ferrying these Adepts into the main, shades them back to the natural. 14 drones going down right now. Huge damage for Classic, and it's continued to scale. Rated down to just 29 workers right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the sort of thing that happens when you're dealing with these Adept timings. Is usually like if you're very well prepared and you deal with the first wave cleanly, it becomes very easy to deal with the follow-up. But when the first wave goes as poorly as it did for Reynor, it just becomes impossible to have units in all your bases at the same time.
Yeah, beautiful transfuse there going down on the drone, which is not something you see every day. Nice move by Reynor, but it looks like it might be too little too late. As Classic now is added on gateways, he's added on Immortals and Sentries behind this. Could have a very, very powerful potential follow-up push as well.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he's going for with the extra gateways coming in as well. And as Reynor here, like you really need a high number of Roaches, you need Ravagers to actually deal with this follow-up, and with his current economy, it's just not possible to have the numbers he needs, but we have to wait and see what he can do.
Yeah, even though Reynor's up a base, the Protoss economy has actually been better for quite a while after he lost all of those. I think he's going to struggle just to make enough units to deal with this. You also need gases, you need to get Ravagers out against the Sentries.
Ooh, the Prism did die though.
Oh, that is something. Is it going to be enough? Well, I've seen 19 drones going down in total. Huge number there, and he may even take a third on the back of this, but he also has the potential to be aggressive as well. You know, you can get over to the other side of the map very quickly here.
Yeah, so this is the sort of position where Reynor kind of just has to make a decision where like, okay, I'm just going to make units and hope that he attacks into me. Or if he doesn't attack me, I'm just going to all in myself. He's making units as to defend, but to be honest, like Classic could probably just go home here and still be in a good position, right? Looking at the economy and the tech, there's no lair, there's no evo. But this is probably the best shot that Reynor's going to have at actually defending this.
Yeah, absolutely. He's making a spine now, making as many units as he can, warping in Ravagers, doing everything he can to stay in this game. He tries to bait out some force field with the Lings. They will go down. The Ravagers will clear those, but this is so much Protoss right now. Lings come in from the back on the Protoss army, more Warpins as well. 3 Immortals standing strong, though, dealing so much damage to all these Zerg units.
Yeah, really good forces from Classic. Reynor trying his best with the Biles to negate the force fields, but there's just way too many Adepts. The Lings just disappear in a few seconds, and there's not enough Roach Ravager backbone to actually fight the 3 Immortals in the Prism.
Yeah, and right now the Zerg army is split as well. It's always so awkward when the Protoss gets their army between your hatcheries and then you're rallying towards the Protoss, but they pick off the units as they spawn. Okay, there's actually some Ravagers behind that Protoss army. I like the way Reynor's controlling here, but Adepts get into the main, and that's going to be too much. Classic takes game number 1 on Evil Heart.
Yeah, very clean execution, and like we mentioned, that map being very short, the timing hits very quickly.
Yep.
I think Reynor was a little bit caught off guard. Like the Roachman was a little bit late. He had maybe a few too many drones, and like we mentioned in the game, the initial timing is everything when you're dealing with these builds. Like having the clean initial defense just allow you to deal with the follow-up correctly. But once the first initial defense goes poorly, you're no longer have the tools to actually deal with all the follow-up, like multiple Adepts in multiple bases, having Queens, having Roaches where they need to be. It just becomes really, really difficult to actually deal with it.
Yeah, indeed. And that's why, if it was me, I would VO Evil Heart. I'm not trying to deal with these timings, man. Yeah. I'd like to at least get a 3rd and a 4th base going, but yeah, nice game there from Classic in number 1. I don't think we'll see that again, at least in the next couple games. Maybe you'll bring it out later, depending on the maps. But I feel like that strategy really suited the map, and I'm expecting Classic to kind of go back to some more standard play here on our other maps.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Classic has always been, like, throughout his pro gamer history, it's always just been, like, a very versatile player, right? Where he has all these aces up his sleeve. But it's always been, like, a the one tricky Protoss that could actually play macro as well. If that makes sense. You always has had these tricky Protoss sets in the past, but they would always be kind of one-dimensional in their trickiness.
Right.
Whereas
Kind of
Classic,
like an SOS where you know they're going to do
Yeah.
something crazy, or like a Stats where you know they're going to play defensive. But yeah, Classic can play both
Yeah.
kind of styles, right?
yeah, absolutely.
All right, guys, we're going to jump into map number 2 here. It is Celestial Enclave. In the bottom left, we have our blue Zerg, and in the top right, the red Protoss Classic, who currently leads 1-0.
Yeah, this map is very, very different from the most of the other maps in the map pool, right? It's very easy to turtle up and be defensive here. The back base is kind of weird, especially for Zerg in the sense that it's a half base, and you don't really want to pay that like full initial cost to get the base up and then only get half the return on it, right? So it's only really useful for Zerg if you're going for something like a gasless opener or something like that, which is not really super common in this matchup. So I expect Reynor to mostly ignore the back base initially and maybe take it later on. But for Classic though, that might be something he might utilize early on here.
Yeah, we did see Reynor play gasless and ZVT against Maru on this map. Like you said, they're not so common in PvZ, sorry. But we'll have to see if either player wants to use that as their third base, or if they're going to try and go for the full economy that you would get taking another base here. Right now, we do see the gas going down, so it's not going to be that super quick third hatch. And it's just a classic hatch gas pool here for our Zerg player. And on the other side, it looks like Classic is opening up in the same way with a gate into Nexus.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see where he goes with his build order choice here, right? And mostly the ball is in Classic's court to dictate what's going to happen here. There is some cheeses you can pull out as a Zerg, but most of them are pretty figured out at this point. So usually the early game, like the Zerg all-ins will come in more towards the mid game, right? Whereas the early game, it's all down to the Protoss to decide how they want to, in which direction they want to take the game, right?
Absolutely. I'm just thinking back to game number 1. Do you think there's anything else Reynor could have done to potentially see that earlier? Like, do you think it's worth sacking the Overlord there, or to see the gases of the natural, that kind of thing?
I think it was more so something like, it's game number 1, he's trying to get into the flow of things, and then his links are a little bit late to go across the map, and like the fake third base from Classic was also very nice, right? Where he sent out the probe, like, oh, I'm going to take a third, and then he lost the probe, and it's like, oh no, but it's...
Right, it's all part of the plan,
Yeah.
right? You hoodwinked him.
Yeah, so he actually got a little bit tricked there. I don't think there's too much to do. You just gotta be a bit more vigilant with your Zerglings and just try to pick up on what's happening. In this case, we see Reynor sees the delayed warp gate, so he knows that it's most likely not something like Glaives, more likely something like a Stargate, maybe a DT opener, but in this case we know it's a Stargate.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have the gas to start up that warp gate and the Stargate right as the core finishes, so that is often a big tell.
Yep.
Right now we just have this one-ling. Thought about popping into the natural there to try and get a scout, but the Adept will defend that and shoo it away. Reynor, on the other hand, is getting his third base now at a very standard timing. He's got his speed done. Once the speed is done, you can prevent these Adepts from being out on the map. And then it's all going to be down to the Oracle Harass here. Oh, it's actually going to be a Void Ray first. We've seen this a little bit recently, especially with MaxPax. Making multiple Void Rays in a lot of his games. What's your kind of take on going Void Ray first and also like multiple Void Rays in this matchup?
I think the Void Ray first is fine. It kind of tells the story that you're less inclined to do like a normal Oracle into Stalker into Storm macro game, and more likely to do something tricky like potential like Glaive follow-up or maybe I don't know, Archon drop. In this case with the fast third, it's not like to be an Archon drop, but could be like 2 Stargates. It becomes a bit more tricky for the Zerg to figure out what you're doing, but you're also weaker in the terms of like setting up for the actual mid game. In terms of the multiple Void Ray stuff, I think it's also an option. I think it's more like of a stylistical choice for the Protoss player, right? Like how they want to play the game, because you do lose some map control and some scouting capabilities, but you're also a bit safer, right?
Yeah, and sometimes you can be a little bit cheeky and even try and deny like the Zerg 4th, pick off some queens, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That can be very nice. We did see Classic take the pocket base here. So he was able to get up super quick, like 3:30, right? Normally the earliest we see Protosses go for that is kind of 3:40, 3:45 is the somewhat standard timing. And Reynor is actually going to send a drone through the worker-only pathway to get confirmation of this third Nexus. And the nice thing is here, he sees it before it finishes, which tells him the exact timing. Like if you get there and there's already a Nexus built, you don't necessarily know how long it's been up for, but this will tell him exactly when that went down and where he is in the game.
Yeah, this is so cute by Reynor. Like, normally at this timing, Zerg can't really scout, right? Especially when there's a Void Ray out.
Right.
Getting a Zergling into the base is not something you can rely on. But again, on this map, there was no pylon blocking the the worker only path in the back. Reynor very smart, he sends a drone across the map, gets the full scout, so he knows exactly what's happening. He sees there's no third Stargate units, he sees the Twilight and the Forge, so he knows that that blink timing will be slightly faster compared to if he went for something like Triple Oracle.
Dude, what a hero drone, I gotta say. Like, if there's a Zerg heaven, that drone needs to go there, man. That is absolutely clutch getting in there. Not only seeing the third, but like you say, he's seeing the whole main base, seeing all the tech, when it's going up, and he knows that this blink, like you say, is going to be super fast here, as well as the +1. We do see there's the Templar Archive behind it, so it's not going to be like a proxy gate all in with the blink where you just warp in blink stalkers forever. He will be transitioning to Storm behind this more than likely, but Reynor knows that this harassment will be coming down at some point.
Yeah, absolutely, and he goes for the fast Evo Chamber, or the semi-fast Evo Chamber, could be a little bit faster, but he goes for +1 melee, wants to rely on links to deal with the initial stalkers, and then probably go into something like Hydras, most likely as a follow-up. Let's see, yeah, there's the Hydra then.
Yeah, there's kind of two ways you can do this. You can get like the pre-4-minute Evo Chamber and go really quick +1 melee.
Yeah.
Or you can go for the quicker layer, get your Hydra down at the same time. Could you kind of talk about how those two... You're essentially getting the same units, but in a different kind of time in an order, right? Could you talk a little bit about how those two are different?
Yeah, so it's mostly just about being able to be safe and secure versus the initial timing, right? Like the initial blink timing. Whereas the fast +1 melee, you're forced to cut drones a little bit earlier, but you have these massive amounts of links that you can use to A, deal with the Stalker push, and then B, also deal with potential like fourth base and counterattacks. And if the Protoss actually commits to the Stalker push, you can do a big counterattack into the third base, and there becomes a lot more. You have a lot more options in terms of your tactics, and also the Protoss has to respect your army a bit more. Whereas this kind of just leads straight into the Hydras a little bit quicker. You're a little bit safer once you actually have the Hydras out, but the initial timing you're a little bit weaker compared to the fast +1 melee.
Right, yeah, you kind of wait until you get that big ball of Hydras up, right?
Yeah.
We actually haven't seen Classic move out at all. I was expecting him to do the kind of standard, you know, warp in some Stalkers, move across, make the Zerg make tons of units to their fourth, try and poke that, but he's not done that at all. This is kind of, I was going to say classic, you know what I mean? The way he just sits back and infinite macros here as a Protoss, and it's actually Swarmos this game, sort of.
Yeah, that's a very cool reaction by Reynor, like realizing how passively Classic is playing with the fast High Templars, the fast fourth, and he's just like, okay, on this map, it's really hard to attack because you always have to go like either into a choke or up a ramp. So what if I just put that terrain to my advantage and I make Swarmos and just fly over the ledges? So we'll have to see how this plays out. But this is, to be honest, I have not seen Swarmos in this matchup in quite a long time.
Dude. It's been a long time, man. I'm super excited to see how well this does. Don't think Classic has any idea this is coming right now. And with Swarmos, like, is often the first few waves that kind of dictate how well they're going to do. They're very momentum-based. Yeah. If you can, like, pick off a Nexus or something crazy with the first wave, that's awesome. But if the Protoss meets them on the map and they have to use their Locust just to, you know, push the Protoss army back, then that could be really good for the Protoss. So we'll have to see how that goes. These Lings are going to move into the Nat right now. Storm's going down. Protoss will be able, Classic will be able to push these back. He's got to save these High Templar, though.
Yeah, managed to keep one alive for now. Oh, this is a bit dicey, though, for Classic for sure. He's basically looking at the Swarmos in the natural. See what...
Yeah, so many Swarmos going into the natural as well. That could be big damage down there. He does deal with this small Zerg army here, but what actually happened up here? Looks like some stuff.
Like a very clean defense for Classic overall. Like, he barely lost anything at the third, and seemingly lost almost nothing here as well. Which is very surprising considering, like, looking at the creep spread, Reynor had like an extreme highway right to Classic's fourth, right? That's usually the problem with the Swarmos, like you mentioned before, actually getting across the map and getting them in position to actually use these Locust waves effectively. But in this case, the creep spread is right there, so you can usually walk them up to the front of the base and use them. But Classic is very, very well set up here with his defenses already.
Yeah, this looks so tough to break, and he's making that Sky Toss transition right now. Here come the Locusts. Reynor going to go for it here at this base. They fall down on top of the Stalkers who blink back. Big damage actually coming out from the Locusts, able to take out an Archon. So much static defense here, though, sort of.
Yeah, but he's out of Storm for now, which is a big problem for Classic here, because without Storm, there's really nothing to do with the massive amounts of Hydras and things.
Where are the carriers? Okay, finally the carriers arrive. They will be able to push back these Hydras for now. It can, you know, Hydras, you can kind of sometimes deal with carriers in small numbers, but once you get up to like 4, 6, even 8, it can get a little bit out of control. And right now, Classic does not want to take the risk of pushing out onto creep.
Yeah, for sure. I think Reynor definitely has like 1 or 2 more waves in him before the carrier counts get out of control, right? So the next Locust wave here, combined with the Hydras, is going to be very crucial.
Dude, this is so many locusts. I love the split on these locusts by Reynor. Not going to be able to storm everything. So much Zerg here. The carriers doing what they can. The High Templar run away, just trying to stay alive. They morph into an Archon. Probe starting to fall. It looks like Reynor's making headway here. The carriers are basically all he has to be scared of right now. And he might be able to pick this one off. Will he get away? Oh, it's so close.
Yeah, but there's 16 more Hydras in production here. So there's going to be another wave coming real soon. And like we mentioned before, the carrier count is still not really at a critical mass. And +1 is also really, really far away. So this is still far from over.
Dude, I can't believe how brave Classic is being right now, pushing out on the map, on creep when his supply is so low. More than double the army supply here for Reynor, but a lot of that is in swarm hosts, right, which don't shoot up. So I think Classic's win condition right now is just getting those carrier mass. The swarm hosts send a locust wave onto the Nexus and actually pick it off here.
Yeah, that's a really good pickoff, and it puts Classic's economy about down to 2.5 base, right? You have to remember that back third is actually not an actual third base, it's a half base. So the economy right now is really, really bad for Classic, and carriers are nice and all, but with these numbers, it's just looking very, very dire for the Korean Protoss right now.
Yeah, I love Reynor's position here on 5 bases, 81 probes. Might even get this War Prism. Oh, big storms go down, but Reynor's still in the driving seat here. Should get the War Prism now if he pays attention and sees it. Okay, he's doing something else. That just flies right over the Hydra Ball. We don't see that every day. Tons of the Interceptors actually being picked off here.
Yeah.
That's when you know when you're winning, when you can fight Hydras against Interceptors, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, at this point it's just a numbers game, right? Like, it doesn't really matter what Reynor throws at him. It's not enough from Classic.
Okay, the Locust going to shift around to this other base over here, and that's just too much. Reynor takes game number 2, fighting back here. GG is called.
Yeah, very interesting game. Like, the choice to go Swarmers from Reynor is so interesting. It's like a very creative and like unique decision that we haven't seen in a long time, and he just realizes that this map, it's really hard to attack normally.
Right.
And Classic is playing like a super fast third, a pretty fast fourth. Like, he's just playing super defensive, he's making cannons, making storm. I can get across the map completely for free.
Right.
But the Swarmers, like you mentioned, it's usually the problem. Like, the Protoss has stalkers out on the map. They're keeping you at home, maybe force you to use the Locust Wave defensively. But yeah, in that case, the Reynor just be able to go straight across the map, use the wave. And even though the initial wave did not go that good, like, once Classic ran out of storm, it really just like one wave just like busted through, and that was it.
Yeah, that one wave finally got through, did big damage, and you can't hide anything against that Stalker push. Like, you can't sneakily like make Swarm Hosts, because if they do the Stalker pressure, you have to bring everything, or you can just simply lose your fourth. But Reynor played that game beautifully, showed us a strategy we haven't seen in a long time. And what I haven't seen in a long time is this YouTube slide. Guys, check out the youtube.com/@ReviveSC2. Thank you to everyone who's subbed so far. We are growing this channel, trying to get it into the algorithm here. Let the people know about the RSL. There's still people who don't know about the RSL in the StarCraft 2 scene, so please check it out. If you're over there, please like and subscribe to the channel. We appreciate all of you, and we appreciate these games. We will have more coming up. I believe we're going to jump to a short break. Join us back soon. Hello and welcome back to the RSL Season 3. I'm Sturgeon, joined by Sort of today. We are currently in the middle of a big set here between Reynor and Classic. It is currently 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1 after two very, well, one very short, pretty decisive game and one very interesting game from Reynor. And now we're going into Winter Madness, which is a much more standard map, right? We have two kind of out there maps for the first two maps. So I'm excited to see what happens when we have a more standard setting here.
Yeah, indeed. We had the short rush distance of Evil Heart, and then we had the pocket base in the last game. This could be the first time we see, like you say, a standard game where we know exactly what the players are doing.
Yeah.
But really cool strategies up until now. I love that Swarm Host build from Reynor. It's such a sick adaptation to what Classic was doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not like Classic has hidden who he is before, right? Like, Reynor knows very well that this is what Classic likes to do. And he just came up with this, like, on the spot for this map. That you can just make 14 Swarm Hosts and it'll probably work really well. And it really did.
Yeah, he saw that super quick third base going down at 330. He said, I know you can't move out anytime soon, but your economy is going to be good if I just leave you alone. Okay, I've got time to go into Swarm Host, which you don't normally do. So he was able to take that game. We are tied up here, 1-1. Like you said, the map is going to be Winter Madness. In the top left, we have the red Protoss Classic. And in the bottom right, it is going to be the blue Zerg Reynor.
Yeah, Winter Madness, a much more standard map in terms of layout and expansion pattern and so on. So we'll have to wait and see what they actually choose to go for here. But I expect it to be a bit more standard than the last two games.
Yeah, dude, I'm kind of hoping that Reynor goes Lurkers. I love Reynor's Lurker play, man. When he gets all those Niduses up and he's Nidusing in all the Protoss spaces, sending units everywhere, burrowing Lurkers behind mineral lines, doing Ling run-bys, dropping Lings and Overlords. That for me is like peak Reynor gameplay. That's what I'm really looking forward to see here. Obviously, you have no idea if he's going to do that, but that's kind of what I'm hoping for. It is a more standard map, as you mentioned. We'll have to see what the tech choices will be for both players. That gas going to go down for Reynor now, which will be quickly followed up with the pool.
Yeah, like both of these players are obviously able to do completely anything they want to. Like Reynor is probably like one of the fastest players we have in the game, right?
Yeah.
In terms of mechanics. And again, we talked about Classic already. He is also able to do pretty much anything he wants to. So they have a lot of tools at their disposal here.
Yeah, this is a good kind of macro map, right? You have like these two bases, potential third bases, the triangle one and then the slightly more horizontal one. And then after that, you have like another two bases in your corner of the map. And then there's a lot of bases in the middle that you can contest for. So this could be a game where you could see a late game, for example, where both players go up to, 6 or 7 bases, something crazy like that.
Yeah.
We're kind of projecting here, no idea if that will happen. We'll have to see what the tech is.
Yeah.
In a moment.
Now, the another unique thing about this map is that the 6 base is actually fairly far out, no matter where you go, compared to most other standard maps, right? So usually a lot of the games end up having a lot of contention around the 6 base, which is going to be more a problem for Reynor than for Classic in this case until way later down the line. So we'll have to wait and see if that actually comes into play or not.
Yeah, indeed. I'm kind of curious if we will see like a real late game. Like the game's changed a lot, obviously. What's your take on kind of the current late game between Protoss and Zerg? Like, who do you think it favors, for example?
I think it's like something where everybody's still trying to figure it out.
Right.
Because obviously, like a lot of change with the patch, right? Having the Broodlord be strong again makes the late game a lot more dynamical for the Zerg in terms of like being able to deal with the Protoss army. And also, the Baning being back, the new Shroud is also like people are trying that stuff out, seeing how strong is this actually. So I would be very excited to see like a late game between these two to see what thoughts they have about the game, right?
Yeah, for sure. This Adept actually does shade in. One drone was saved with the Spore trick, but another will go down. So just one kill, and he manages to get out, as well as picking off a Ling there. So nice little trade here for Classic in the early game.
Yeah.
You will be able to see exactly what Reynor's got here at the front. Reynor just making a couple Lings here to deal with the Adepts moving across the map, and it's going to be an Oracle follow-up here, not the Void Ray this time.
Yeah, more standard than the last game, right? Just Oracle, double Adept, putting on some pressure, second Oracle coming in. Third base should be going down in the next 20 seconds or so. Reynor actually made a few more Lings than he actually needs, so I was going to say, I wonder if he's planning on going for a third base cancel here. But I don't think he knows about the 2 Adepts out on the map, so this could become very messy very quickly.
Yeah, we could have a wild situation where like, the Nexus is cancelled, with the Adepts also shade in with the Oracle. Reynor's Spore is actually not finished there, I don't think. Oh, he's just finishing now, but he does have the 2 Queens, of course.
Yeah.
So the Oracle doesn't get in, and huge there, forcing the cancel in the 3rd base.
Yeah, great start for Reynor, getting the Oracle deny and also denying the 3rd. But now the 2 Adepts are showing up, and we have 0 Lings at home right now. So the Lings are making a beeline straight home. We'll have to see how many drones can be sniped here by Classic.
Yeah, indeed. That's always the danger of sending your Oracle across the map right away, right? You don't have it there to defend against the 3rd base. And Reynor exploiting that with a big number of Zerglings here. The Adepts do shade into the main as well, getting 5 workers total, but both of them will go down.
Yeah, especially like when you have both the Adepts across the map as well, right? Like normally you either have the Adepts or you have the Oracle at home, right, to deal with the 3rd threat. But it's also kind of thing where here, Reynor actually did like a fairly large amount of Lings to cancel the 3rd, and he just got the cancel. Like he didn't get any Adepts, he didn't get any pylons, anything like that, so it was just the 3rd cancel. And Classic did get some counter damage, so I would say it kind of equals out to a pretty even situation here.
Yeah, indeed. And we see Reynor is taking the 3rd base now. He's getting that a little bit later at kind of 4:30. He's added on a ton of gateways, though, as well as charge and +1 here.
Yeah, charge is definitely a bit of a unique twist here for sure. Looks like he's hoping that Reynor would just assume that it's going to be a standard blink game, and he's looking to catch him off guard with mass link versus +1 charge shots, which obviously is extremely good for the charge shots if he managed to actually catch him here.
Yeah, indeed. Those Zealots can trade so well if they get a good position and kind of reduce the surface area of the Zerglings. Right now, though, these Lings are going to town on this Pylon, going to take it out. It doesn't feel like a good trade into this Adept here, but as long as you pick it off, then suddenly the Lings are free to run wild and pick off probes, deny mining at this 3rd base. The Stalkers come over. I like that. He blinks at a couple Stalkers like, hey, I'm going Stalkers. Yeah. While really, he's got a ton of Zealots warping in and charge on the way.
Yeah, this is going to be very tricky for Reynor. He needs to sniff it out, and then also, like, being in position is the most important thing, right? Having walls up, being able to use your drones as body blockers and so on. But with just pure Lings, like, I don't think we even have a Baiting Nest or even a Roach Warren down at the moment. It seems like he's just going to go Lings into straight Hydra, which is very, very rough to deal with when it comes to this mass level.
Yeah, right now he only sees the Stalker. He sees there's no gas at the 3rd, so it can't be like any crazy quick storm transition or anything like that. He scouts the natural. Oh, did he see them?
He got a glimpse of a Zealot there, and he's making Spine. So he knows.
He knows. Wow, yeah. That is so clutch by Reynor. He just sees the back leg of a Zealot there in the natural, and that's all he needs to know. He throws down the Baneless, he throws down the Spine. He's frantically making units right now, but there are so many Zealots here.
Yeah, the question is this too late? We'll see how much damage actually can get down here, but if Reynor can handle this very cleanly, he's in an amazing position. But it's gonna be very, very tricky.
Oh, dude, this is so many Zealots right now. It forces the Queens to go into that 3rd base, then hits the natural. The Spine is about to finish up. The Stasis Ward is set off by just the 1 Link. Very nice by Reynor. You don't want to let these Zealots get a really good position between the mineral lines, though, because then no number of Zerglings can actually deal with them. Right now, they're split between the Lings and the Zealots. Kind of indecisive here a bit by Classic. Doesn't look like he knows where he wants to go. Finds a good concave at the top of this ramp, though.
Yeah, the one problem here for Reynor is, like, at this point, even if he cleans it up, the fight has been going on for so long, and behind this, Classic is taking up, he's probing up, and Reynor is kind of stuck in this limbo where he's still making units, he's still getting forced idle time. So even though this does eventually get cleaned up, it took him a long time to clean this up, right? So the Hydrogen is very late, still causing a low drone count. The one good thing, though, is obviously he didn't lose any Queens, he didn't lose any hatcheries, so he will be able to catch up. But yeah, the game kind of is surprisingly even after this.
Yeah, I thought like Reynor was either going to be dead or crush it and have a good position, but yeah, he just manages to keep this hatchery alive. He does have the other 4th base, well, the 5th base, I guess, as well. So even if he lost his hatchery, it's not like his economy would be completely dead. Just hamstring that 1 Oracle, going to get another drone there. And that is it for the kind of Zealot timing now. He's dealt with it. Classics transitioning into Blink, into Storm. He's getting upgrades and Archons. Going to be trying to get his 4th base as well.
Yeah, the one big downside obviously for Classic when doing this build is that his Storm is quite delayed, right? He doesn't have any Templars out to start being energy, and he feels forced to morph in Archons because of the number of units that Reynor has, right? He's even going to try to push out here to make sure that Reynor can't really just go to like 85 drones for free. Trying to keep him in check a little bit. We'll have to see if he actually commits here or not, though.
Yeah, indeed. When you go for this Hydra Link Bane time in, kind of 80, 85 is the magic number you're looking for. Have a really strong economy behind it. He does pick off a hatchery, which is very nice, but there is a Link counterattack, which may actually cancel this 4th base, which would be absolutely huge for Reynor if he can get it.
Yeah, these are +1 Links, right? So they should definitely be able to get this cancel, which is a good trade for Reynor. Like, I'll take that. His 5th hatch for a 4th phase of Classic.
Absolutely here. And as these Hydra upgrades finish, as the Bane speed finishes, I think we'll see Reynor pull the trigger here in a moment. And the question is, can Classic get out enough Storms, get out enough Archons, whatever else, static defense, these things that you need to hang on against these really strong Hydra Link Bane timings?
Yeah, this could be a little bit of an anti-timing from Classic. Like, if he moves out, steps on creep against speed Banelings and Hydras,
you're just going to get crushed, right?
Yeah, unless he gets some very, very good Storms, it's going to be very tricky. So he has to be very, very careful here.
I'm so worried for Classic here. You're attacking someone who's basically all in you. Like, not all in, it's not all in, but it is a strong timing, right? It doesn't necessarily scale as well as something like going into Lurkers. You do have to do some damage with the Hydralink Bane army. And right now, Classic's army is completely out of position. Probably going to have to recall at some point. May take out a hatchery to begin with, splitting off some Zealots to go to the other bases. Dude, those High Templar are all alone right now. I'm so worried for them if some Zerg units find them.
Yeah, we end up in this like weird base trade scenario where Classic already lost all the probes at his 3rd as well, it feels like. So this is, like, Classic kind of needs to have a good engagement now, which is definitely can because he's in a good position. Reynor kind of has to fight. Oh, the Banelings.
Yeah, big connections there on the High Templar. Only 3 remaining. He has a few Storms left. Obviously, he's not near a Nexus. He can't energy recharge or anything like that. So the Storms now are basically all he has. The Banelings trying to get on top of the Zealots, but good micro by Classic. Yeah. Okay, it was for a moment, and then all the Zealots suddenly clumped onto the Banes. But Classic's army is standing strong here.
Yeah, more weapons coming in right now. There's still a healthy number of Hydras and more coming in. Class 3 is also coming in, so that's going to be very scary if that actually comes into play later in the game. But for now, Reynor just needs to hold. Losing this 3rd will be a big damage, big defeat for Reynor, but looks like Classic want more.
Yeah, okay, with the Archons remaining, I thought it was actually looking good for Classic, but once the other Zerg units come back from a harassing Classic side, Reynor suddenly has way too much here, picks off the Prism. This is going to be the end for Classic. He's going to be forced to tap out relatively soon, as he has lost his 3rd, his 4th, and his whole army right now.
Yeah, this was a very, very weird scenario, right, where they both kind of just missed each other moving across the map, and then end up in this base trading scenario where Reynor obviously killed the bases way quicker than Classic did, right, and able to come back home with the units and actually clean everything up. I'm kind of surprised Classic didn't just try to like kill the 3rd and then recall and then like, okay, we're 2 base versus 2 base.
Right.
But maybe he assumed there's like the 5th hatch went back up again or something like that.
I'm actually surprised he moved out at all. I thought he was just going to sit back and scale up forever with, you know, Storms, and then eventually once you get enough Storms, Hydralink Bane kind of drops off a cliff, right?
Yeah, the bigger the supply goes for the Protoss, the less effective Hydralink Bane becomes.
For sure, he's he's pulling the boys, but it's the probes. I don't know how well they're going to do against Banelings, but we will see even a Spire coming out here for Reynor. Do you think we may see some Mutalisks here? There's kind of
maybe some anticipating some like base trade scenario, in which case having access to Mutas is really good, right? But yeah, so for now it just seems like Classic might try to secure a 3rd, but it's Reynor is gonna like get back into his healthy economy way quicker than Classic, right? The good thing for Classic is he can just sit here and warp in High Templars, which are obviously going to scale a lot better than the rest of Reynor's army. But yeah, the game is kind of stabilizing a little bit, which the Mutas are actually going to be very, very good now. So very nice foresight by Reynor.
Yeah, I love this choice from Reynor. There aren't too many Stalkers on the field, which is what you need to deal with the mobility of the Mutalisk. They'll be able to fly between the bases. Classic actually taking his 4th before the 3rd's even finished here. This game kind of got reset, but they're both trying to get up to that kind of mid-game healthy economy state.
Yeah, for sure. Again, I do believe Classic does have Blink, but there's 0 Stalkers. There's only Archons and Storm here, so the Mutas are going to be completely uncontested initially. And Classic doesn't really have the money to like warp in around those Stalkers to deal with the Mutas, right? So if his army is not there, he can just not deal with his Mutas at all.
Yeah, I think he did sneak Blink in at some point, but there's no cannons here, no batteries, nothing. I mean, can the Archons even fit through the wall of the natural? I'm not sure. Maybe you have to recall them. I don't know how big the wall is. It looks like it won't be able to. The probes evacuate. This is going to be huge damage, and Reynor doesn't have to mass mutas or anything like that. He can just kill a bunch of probes here, go back into Hydralink Bane. Okay, Stalker's getting warped in here, but this is already a lot of damage. Classic down to 40 probes right now.
Yeah, he's essentially forced into an all-in here. Like, he could try to drag this out even longer if he wants to, but again, if he gives Reynor time, he's just going to drone up his 4th, he's going to get a 5th, and then the economy is just way too big, right?
Yeah, now Reynor going for the lurkers, trying to fill out the whole tech tree right now. I mean, if you get a big number of lurkers against what Classic has, I don't even think you can attack into it. Maybe you can storm them. The storm does last longer on this current patch, which can be good against, you know, burrowed lurkers. Obviously, you can move them when you have the upgrade. You can do that quickly as well. Yeah. But Reynor going to continue to do economic damage here while the Hydra Link Bane rushes into the third base. This is so many probes going down. He even saves all these Banelins. Oh, that storm on the probe as well.
Storms. Yeah, but Reynor at this point, he can just chill. Like, I think he just kind of wants to end the game as soon as possible, but he doesn't have to actually run into these storms, right? But it's looking very, very dire for Classic. Just the numbers game is not in his favor.
Yeah, there's so many Hydras here. Classic cannot back off here. If he loses the third base, that's basically game. Reynor's back up to 4 bases right now. Only 28 probes as well. Classic can't really make anything. Look at the production tab. It's completely empty for the Protoss. And Reynor takes game number 3.
Yeah, extremely good decision there to go for the mutas. Like, in Classic's position, he has no static setup. He has no money to warp in stalkers. Like, we really have no way to deal with these mutas. Right. Other than just, like, parking your army in your middle line. But if you're doing that, you're giving up the map completely, and you can't be in position to actually defend your third like you need to. And yeah, just a really smart decision. He was obviously in a good position at that point already due to the earlier exchanges. But yeah, very, very smart play by Reynor this series.
Yeah, you can't even get those big archons through the natural walls, so you're forced to warp in stalkers, and I mean, but by the time he did that, he already lost so many probes, struggling to get his bases back up again. And the thing is, if the game went for another couple minutes, Reynor would have lurkers, and then you have no air army, like you need Tempest to deal with them, or Immortals, something like that. But he didn't have any of that, so Reynor played a beautiful game here. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, Reynor looking super, super sharp, like in really good form. Just in the last couple of weeks, it's just been every single game is looking better and better. Just, yeah, really, really impressive.
Yeah, indeed. What a game, though. It's so weird the way they both attacked each other at the same time. Yeah, Tasteless always says when both players are doing that, one of them's wrong. Yeah. And I think in this case, it was definitely Classic. Reynor had like a really mobile army with the Ling Bane, and obviously Classic has recall, but he was kind of the one who was having a timing done to him, right?
Yeah, I think it's just like a fallout from the early game build order, right? Where Classic went for this like charge lot attack, and he's like, the charge lot didn't do much damage. Maybe I'm behind. But I don't think he realized that the drone count that Reynor was at while defending, right? He was on like a similar worker count.
Yeah.
So I think the game was more even than Classic thought. Maybe he had this like underlying pressure of like, oh, I actually need to get across the map and do some damage because my earlier attack didn't do as well as I would have liked it to.
Yeah, and yeah, going back to the Zealots, what a defense by Reynor as well. Just seeing that, like, couple Zealots in the natural was all he needed to know exactly what Classic was doing. And then his reactions from there were basically perfect, right? The Spine, the Bane Nest.
Yeah.
And then I can't believe he lost as little as he did to that attack, honestly.
Yeah, that was the opposite, like the best case scenario defense for Reynor for sure. Like, considering how late he scouted it, like he had no Bane Nest, he had no Roach Horn, he had no wall, which is like, you kind of want at least 2 of these things going for you when you're going into the Zealot defense, but without those things, he managed to defend. Like you mentioned, though, it took quite a long time to clear out the Zealots, and he traded out a lot of links for it, so we did get stuck on like a slightly lower drone count. But then again, Classic kind of got thrown off by that. I think the weird game state that followed up the push.
Yeah, and then we ended up in some crazy situation where the Protoss was on 2 base, and the Zerg's economy, he was only on like 50-something drones, and they tried to rebuild, but yeah, Reynor just came out better. We move on to the next game. It's going to be Persephone Classic as the red Protoss in the bottom left, and Reynor as the Zerg in the top left. Now, Persephone is a map that's quite close by air, right? So we often see a lot of strategy. You know, Stargate's very popular on this map. I love going Mutalisk on this map because it's so easy to get to the Protoss main. Yeah, I'm curious if that will kind of lend into their decision-making.
Yeah, this is probably a map where I expect Classic to just play kind of standard, you know, open with Oracle, get to work across the map, do some harassment, just fall back into the standard Classic defensive play with Storm for the most part. He could maybe do like some glaive timing in the mid game, but in general on this map, I think this is just the kind of map the Classic wants in terms of just playing his game on, right?
Yeah, we actually haven't seen Classic play, quote-unquote, his game, one game in this series yet, because we've had a glaive adept all in. Then we had the like quick third base, which isn't a standard timing into Storm that he likes to do. And then we had the last game where he went for this charge lot build. So we actually haven't seen kind of what is known as Classic's bread and butter, right? Which is quick third base, Oracle Stalker into Storm. So I would like to see him bring that out at least one game in this series. And right now it's match point for Reynor. If Classic loses here, he will go down to that lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. It could just be something with Classic's been like losing some games in the the last couple of weeks with his normal style, he's feeling less confident, or it's just like, okay, I want to make sure I'm not becoming predictable and I keep mixing it up. Because when you look at this thing, like even the charge lane, he still tries to transition into like a kind of a normal setup afterwards, right? So I think he's just trying to make sure he's, you know, staying unpredictable, which is one of his main strengths, I think.
Yeah, I like that you said that because actually, I don't know. I mean, I always think of Classic as doing kind of a very similar thing and like not be just saying I do it so well that I'm not scared. But I really like the mind games and different builds he's been bringing out in this series. It's kind of like a cool new evolution as a player for him. Obviously, he can play a bunch of styles. He's very good at all of them, but I like what we're seeing. Right now, we have a couple of Depths and an Oracle, looking a bit more standard. Classic going to put to use that little healing, is it a healing shrine or healing spot, wherever that is.
Yeah.
Going to use that, get some health back on these Adepts, and then send them back in again.
Yeah, looks like he's just going to go in and fuck up a certain and get back out. Loses one Adept for it though, so that was very, very greedy.
Yeah.
Again, this is fine. The Oracle is coming in now. Like, losing the Adept, it's whatever at this point. He just wants to get his third up now, get the Oracles out, and start just progressing into the mid-game.
Yeah, indeed. We see that probe moving down there. This time, it's probably not going to be a fake. We'll be taking that third base. More Oracles on the way here. And this time, he's keeping both the Adept and the Oracle at home, just in case Reynor is doing like a lot of Lings, which could cancel it, as we saw in a previous game. I think that was actually a big moment as well. Like, having your third delayed can throw you off so much and delay all your tech.
Yeah, there were so many situations in that game where, like, the third getting cancelled, but at the same time you had two Adepts across the map doing damage. It was a lot of, like, just, like, trading punches, right?
Right.
Which can make a game very off flow, if that makes sense. Like, you're getting into situations where you don't normally get into. And, yeah, then the game gets even weirder from there, right? But in this case, they're both just, like, taking it very chill, very conservative, taking the third very safely, and now he has two Oracles across the map.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he can find an angle. Not able to, so just decides to drop the stasis traps. What's that going to be set off by? Just the... Oh, actually, two drones and a queen. That's not bad. Goes for another one of the natural, but it's actually picked off by the Lings. And again, we see charge coming out.
Yeah, and also +1 melee again from Reynor, but this time we actually have a Robo from Classic, so he's playing it a bit less timing-oriented, probably a bit more transitional. We'll have to see what the actual tech will be, if he's going like Templar Archives with this and going for Archon drop as well, or if it's just going to be charge drops again.
Yeah, Reynor dealing with these stasis very well right now, not having too many drones kind of out of action for a long time. Doesn't want to lose too much mineral time, and oh my god, that is so many gates. You were talking about transition. I don't think there's going to be one here, sort of. That is so many gateways and a prism coming out. Is he mining gas the natural? I wouldn't be surprised if he even pulled off at some point.
Yeah. I feel like he just kind of looked at the last game. It was just like, okay, the charge slot push was going to go well, but I wasn't really committing, right? He was just sending charge shots from his base across the map while transitioning behind it, right? And this time it's like, okay, I'm going to do the same, but I'm just going to double down with a prism and more gateways and use less transition behind it and just try to actually overpower with those zealots.
So we're in a similar situation to last game, where it's all about if Reynor can sniff this coming or not. If he sees this warping, for example, he would know. But last game we had a Baneling Nest, we had a Spine going down. Right now, Reynor does not seem to know. He's making nothing but Lings, which is good. He's making units. Again, he's poking the third, trying to see the unit comp here for Classic, but he has no idea right now.
Yeah, the big difference here is Reynor has +1 melee, and there's no +1 for Classic, so the Lings are actually a lot better in this scenario, like a lot better than last game. And Reynor already has made a lot of Lings, so as long as he can get them in position here and keep his queens alive, he should be very well equipped to actually deal with this.
Okay, Reynor takes out those zealots down there. The queens, even though they died, they actually bought a lot of time for the Lings to get back. The drones will have to be evacuated, but Reynor looks like he's defending well now. He's going for Infestation Pit behind this. I don't know if that's going to be more Swarmos or what, but he's just trying to hang on as best he can. More zealots being warped in. Stasis Wards frantically going down here for Classic as he continues to try and make this push work.
Yeah, the Lings are just trading so effectively versus these zealots, right? Like +1 for the Lings, no +1 for the zealots, so they take 3 shots to kill the Lings. The Lings are so much more effective here, and he gets a good cleanup. He did lose all the queens, and he's also probably missing injects during this time, and his drone count is still kind of low. But again, Classic has no forge, the transition is very slow, so he has to do a lot more with this.
Yeah, Classic is still probing a little bit behind this. Maybe there's some way he can try and play this game out once the attack is over. He's going to now go into the Templar archives, still making units, but Reynor has an infestation pit. The big question is, what's he going to do? Is he going to go for more? Is he going to go Lingbane Swarm Host? Like, what am I looking at here?
I think it's just going to go into Hive and probably Ultras. Yeah.
Damn.
Especially with this upgrade situation. Like it's 2-1 on the way, and there's still not been a Forge for Classic. So this means that even if he does get a Forge and gets +1, he's not even then going to two-shot the Lings because they already have +1 armor. So there's the only real answer he's going to have for Lings here is going to be Archons and Storm. Obviously, he's not getting Storms, so it's just going to be Archons. And yeah, just dealing with the Lings here is going to be a huge problem for Classic.
Yeah, indeed. Classic trying to harass this top base. The Lings will find these Zealots, and like you say, with the upgrade advantage, especially once that +2 finished up, they will start to shred them. This base will survive. Nice Archon harass in the main. The Spore Crawler trying to come over to zone away this Warp Prism. Actually getting a good amount of damage with so few units right here.
Yeah, for sure. Reynor probably sending a little bit too much in the top right to deal with that. Zealot push over there. But I still think he should be fine here as long as he finds the correct fight with the remaining Lings he has in production here.
Yeah, I don't know though. He's have to evacuate all these drones. He's actually pro'd up well behind this. The Archons can't seem to get 2 good shots on these Lings, so they go down pretty quick, and this army is going to be cleaned up. The issue here for Reynor though is the Classic actually has more workers than him right now, despite Reynor being on 4 bases, and there's tons more Archons behind this.
Yeah, it's a very weird scenario where there's no upgrades for Classic, so for that reason he's just falling really far behind, but his economy is still fine.
Right.
And he's still able to make Archons. So the one thing that could maybe turn this thing around is Storm, but the problem is there's still no Forge, so the situation is not getting better for Classic in terms of the upgrades, right? So he's very much still all in. He kind of has to end this game, because if Ultras comes out with like 3-3 upgrades, or like even 2-2 upgrades, that's going to be extremely hard for him to deal with just gateway units. And even Immortals without the attack upgrades are way less effective, right?
There's so many Lings here. Going to actually take out that 4th base. Big move by Reynor. He actually got the kill on that, not a cancel.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Storm is finishing up here, which is the one saving grace for Classic. The Ultra Cavern is finishing, though, so Classic has to make something happen, because once those Ultras come out, like you say, they'll be pretty much uncontested. They'll shred through these Zealots, High Templar, etc. And Classic's going to try and make this happen.
Yeah, there's +2 melee now. They just have a healthy amount of Archons, but if these Archons go down, like the Lings will just clean up completely everything.
There's so many Queens here as well, doing a good job tanking all these Zealots. The Lings try to get us around here, but there's actually a lot of Archons here, sort of.
Yeah, this has actually turned very, very badly for Reynor very, very quickly. I think he was a bit, maybe too confident in his position here, where he probably could have pulled back and waited a little bit more for a bit more units. The first couple of Ultras to come out.
The G.
Yeah, GG.
Not even GG, just the G coming out from Reynor.
Yeah, that was a weird, weird game.
I felt like he was winning that game. And then suddenly he died.
Yeah, I think Classic found the one timing, like right before the Ultras, where it was just Link still. So even though the Link still had the really good upgrades, Archons care a lot less about the upgrades, right, than the Zealots do. And there was like 5 Archons, which was kind of uncontested, but Reynor really there was just like a few more Queens at the front, maybe a Spine or 2, just like enough to bridge the gap until the Ultras come out, right?
Dude, that timing hit just in the nick of time. Like you say, like another minute and there's Ultras out, right? And the upgrades are on the way, and things get way more difficult.
Yeah.
Wow. Classic evens things up. It's now 2-2, right?
Yeah, crazy outcome of that game. We have to remember also like how it started with the charge slot all in.
Right.
Without +1 this time versus the +1 melee. So Reynor had a good initial start, but then he kind of got caught on like a low drone count where he was getting the upgrades, he was getting the tech, but his drone count wasn't really growing.
Right.
And if that's not growing, you can't really afford to, you know, go into Roaches or Hydras or Spines, whatever you might need to do with the Archons. And Classic identifying that and just doubling down on the Archons and then just going for the exact one timing he had that game. Because I think like if that game goes on for even like 30 seconds longer, I think it's 100% Reynor's.
Right.
Like Adrenal, Ultras, like there's nothing that Classic has to can actually deal with that. But Classic finding that one timing and the amazing fight to actually take the game.
Yeah, so sick from Classic. I'm really impressed he was able to make that work. I think once the Archon number got high, it just felt like only Lings wasn't enough. Do you think he should have done something different, like maybe got some more layer tech, like Hydraling Bane, or maybe Roach Ravager? Like, I know he has the melee upgrade, so it's kind of awkward to go back into ranged units. Like, do you think going for Ultras was the only play here, or?
I think maybe he felt a little bit too confident after the initial hold, because like once you've held the initial Warp Prism Zealot all in, then you feel very comfortable. Like, okay, I can just get to Ultras for free because I dealt with this so well. And then the follow-up like Warp Prism in the main base, he got like some good trades, we're losing a bunch of Lings, and now okay, I have to make more Lings, I can't make drones, and then like the game gets complicated very quickly, right? So I think it was just like a slight overconfidence from Reynor that kind of just snowballed into a messy situation, and then Classic capitalizing.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. Like once the 4th base was killed for Classic, I thought, okay, Reynor's in a great position now. But like you said, the drone count wasn't quite there for him. He was on 60 when Classic had 65. If you can get up to like 75 or something with the tech that Reynor had, I think you're in a really good spot. But Classic kind of found the perfect time in there before those tier 3 upgrades and units were able to come out, and he takes the game. So we will be going to match point here in just a second.
Yeah.
And it is going to be on the old classic map, Tokamak. A more kind of standard map that we all know and love. Been in the map pool for quite a long time now.
Yeah. And surely this is the map where they will actually get to see us end the game.
It's got to happen once, right?
Yeah.
Classic's going to play the normal stuff once, right?
I was actually really looking forward to seeing a normal standard map game between these two, because with this new patch, like the players will experiment and they will find new twists and they'll adjust their playstyles a little bit, just to see like, okay, what do you guys actually think about this patch? Like, tell us through your gameplay.
Right.
But they're keeping it very exciting for us.
Or maybe Classic just thinks this is the way to play now. Like maybe he just thinks, the defensive Storm play isn't quite as good with the Hydraling Bane timings. Maybe he thinks go in charge, because as Hydraling Bane becomes more popular in the meta, then kind of charge up builds naturally may become more popular too, right? Maybe he thinks variations of these charge up builds are kind of the way to play nowadays. Not exactly sure. We'll have to see if he does go back into that normal style here for the last game, or if it's going to be something crazy again.
Yep.
Right now, pretty standard. Reynor did get to take his natural base, his hatchery at the natural base, which is always nice. And we have the gas pool follow-up as well.
Yep, just standard Nexus timing coming down here from Classic and into the Cybercore. It's all usual business. Scouting a little bit here for... I'm not sure if this is going to go all the way across the map. Maybe looking for a proxy even.
Ooh, this is interesting. Okay, he did bring another probe down to make the core. I was suddenly like, wait, what's going to happen with the core? But he brings another one down. And he's actually going up to the top left of the map here, going around all the way. Do you think he's going to proxy something up here, like a Stargate?
I would think most likely Stargate. It could also be like he goes for some like glaive and proxies a gateway or something. And the timing for this probe going out is he wants the probe to go out before the Overlord gets to his natural, right? So he doesn't actually see the probe leave.
Yeah, dude, if the Overlord sees that probe, the Lings will just find it, right?
And because he didn't scout this game, right? Or maybe he did scout, so this is the second probe going out. So the one tell here that Reynor could maybe pick up on is that the Cybercore is like maybe 2 seconds late. That's like the only real big tell.
Dude, that is high level. If you notice that, that's sick.
So we'll see if Reynor actually managed to pick up on that, or if it just... Because he hasn't really been scouting much for proxies this series, right? But you can just get this like sense that like, oh, something is off with the timings just a little bit, and then you can maybe, okay, I'm going to scout around the map. And then,
I feel like we don't see Classic proxy too much in this matchup. I'm trying to think about the last time I saw him do it, and I think it's been a while here, so maybe... I mean, it's actually interesting. He's gone for kind of all unpredictable builds this series.
Yeah, for sure. Like, this could potentially still lead into a normal game after this proxy Stargate, but yeah, like, so far it doesn't seem like Reynor has picked up on it at all, and everything looks very standard from Classic side otherwise, right? So the real difference is going to be an Oracle in this main base, like 15 seconds faster than it normally would.
Yeah, it's going to hit so quick. Normally you get those spores around like 330, right? But if you make them at the standard time in here, it will not be quick enough. As we see, the Oracle is already more than halfway done and being chronoed out. Right now, there's no spore on the way at all. I'm curious if he's going to wait for 2 or just send it. I think you probably send the first one, right, as you're trying to hit as quick as possible.
Yeah, like you would definitely just send the first one. If you're going to wait for 2, you might as well make the Stargate at home, right? And just just save it up, because the surprise factor will be the same. Whereas here, the surprise factor is a lot earlier.
Oh, and there's no spore. Like we said, these drones starting to fall. They all try and get out of there to the natural. A lot going down. Already 6 drones. Huge damage here for Classic. He's got to keep that Oracle alive, though. Yeah.
That's a lot of damage. And Reynor immediately realizing that, okay, that's Oracle is way too quick. Immediately looks for the Stargate, and he finds it, but second Oracle is already out, which is basically all he really wants from the Stargate at this point in the game, right? So he's okay with losing this now. He got 8 drones for it, so Classic should be very happy with how this has played out so far.
Yeah, there's 2 queens here to greet this Oracle, but it's still going to dive in, get a couple more drones. Will lose some of its HP, but can go back and regen those shields. 10 drones going down total. I think you take that trade any day as Classic for the cost of the pylon on the Stargate.
Yeah, also very fast Twilight Council behind us. So we'll see if this is for glaives or something else. The third is a little bit late. for Classic.
Right.
So that's something that Reynor could pick up on. That's like, oh, there's a very fast Twilight because the third is late. But he also sees all these Adepts. So we'll see if he actually picks up on that.
Yeah, I think if you see a delayed third base as well as 4 Adepts, that's already a big tell. But if he's able to see even one more that's warped in after this point, I think he would 100% know.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if he keeps prodding and poking, trying to get that info.
Yeah, he does get the Roach Warren here. And it's kind of the thing, like when you end up taking damage like that in the early game, you kind of have to make a decision, like, okay, do I still remain diligent and get my Roach Warren on time, or do I try to delay it to get more drones down, to catch back in the drone count, right? But catch back up in the drone count. But in this case, he stays diligent, gets the third or the Roach Warren at the correct time, and should be able to deal with this as long as he has an idea it's coming.
Oh, okay, slight miss micro there from Classic. 1 Oracle finally going down. I think you at least want to keep one of those alive just to, you know, revelate stuff and have some presence. The Adepts move out though now. Reynor knows. I think he's going to try and wall the wall this base off completely. If we see another building go down, only 1 Roach in production, another coming now. You need a decent number of Roaches to fight this head on if they get into the mineral line, for example. Here is the first Shade.
Yeah, comes in now. The wall should be up, but the problem here for Reynor is like the damage he took earlier has just led him to have a much smaller unit count, and the Shade finishes in here in a good position. He's going to be able to clean out all these links, and there's not that many Roaches coming in behind us. Not only does Reynor need to defend this, he also needs to make sure that he defends it cleanly, because...
Oh, he doesn't even commit to the Shade. Yeah. Realizing he's winning this fight, he doesn't need to leave. The drones did get out of there though, so... The Adepts right now have no easy targets, only Queen, so they have to run while this Shade goes down. They Shade back in as the drones return.
Yeah, getting another 8-9 drones here is already super good for Classic. He's getting an Immortal behind us, but no other transition. Sometimes you'll see like Protoss going to Blink behind us, and like just going to more like a mass gateway style as the follow-up. In this case, he's just going Immortal, and he's putting down 3 more gateways with no other tech, so kind of looks like he's going to do something like a Sentry Immortal Adept follow-up all in here as well.
Yeah, that push could be so difficult to stop for Reynor. Right now, Reynor wants to make drones. Like, he's still not on the worker count that you want. He does have the 4th base coming up here. He's got his Hydroden. Only now just adding on those extra gases to be able to afford the Hydralisk. He's actually quite gas-starved at the moment. But once he gets these extra gases, the income coming in, he'll be able to make those Hydras. The drone count now getting to the 60s, but he's still behind, actually.
Yeah, I think Reynor kind of anticipating the Blink Stalker follow-up, right? And that therefore going into Hydras. But actually, the Hydras is not going to be super useful here versus a potential Immortal Sentry Adept follow-up all in, right?
Yeah, I mean, if they all get force-fielded, what are you going to do?
Yeah, and even the Adept shading on top of the Hydras could be disastrous depending on the position they're in. Like, ideally, he would just be making Roach Ravager right here, right? That would be the ideal composition to deal with this. We'll have to see if he gets a scout off on this and realizes what's happening, and then is able to adjust his army composition a little bit.
Yeah, he is going for that Infestation Pit as well. I don't think this is a game where he's going to be able to get to Ultras unless something kind of weird happens and it gets dragged out. Because Classic is going to be trying to make this happen right now. Moving across the map, tons of sentries, Immortals, going to be warping in more gateway units to support this. But there's going to be a lot of force fields available and a few stasis wards here.
Yeah, Ravager count is super crucial here for Reynor. Like, you need a solid like 3-4 Ravagers at least to be able to not get bullied by the force fields, right?
Right.
So that's the biggest thing to look for. But the thing is, like, he doesn't really want to make links because there is Glaive Adepts, right? You kind of want a big ball of just Roach Ravager with some links in there. So we'll see. He has 3 Ravagers now, which is more than good enough. And he's also supplementing with Hydras. So this is going to be a pretty close defense, I think.
Yeah, Classic actually waiting for another warp in there. Going to throw down some initial force fields. Easily cleared out. I don't think he got too much for those, but he has plenty of energy. There's plenty more where that came from. The Immortals actually not shooting right now. A couple of them in the back. Going to try and deal some damage here, but it actually looks like Reynor has quite a decent amount of units, but they're just all stuck right now. There's so many force fields. The low Ravager count can't deal with them all.
Yeah, like, he expended a lot of force fields there. But looking at the supplies, I guess the defender here, when you're defending with Roach Ravager, if the supply is even, it's usually a very bad sign, and there's a lot of Adepts here.
Yeah, dude, so many Adepts. These Lings going to get absolutely shredded before they can even engage onto this Protoss army. I feel like Reynor needs some big bios that like hit everything or something crazy like that, or take out the War Prism. He's actually got the supply advantage right now, although, I don't know, there's more Warpins. This is so hard to call right now.
Yeah, the Adepts are obviously like not great when they don't get to actually attack, but they get stuck on each other like Roaches do, right? But it's actually a very awkward position for Reynor with this hatchery in the force fields. It's a very close fight. It looks like Reynor just barely has it.
Yeah, the sentries go down. No more force fields remaining. Biles going down on that War Prism, not enough to kill it though, but it looks like Reynor is somehow going to hold this, sort of. He's pushing back the army. The Immortals have to be picked up and shipped out of there.
Yeah, now this is a very, very bad situation for Classic. Like, he can fall back and, he's getting Templar Archives, he's getting +2, he's getting more Immortals. But the thing is, like, you don't have a Templar Archives up, you don't have any Storm, you don't have a Robo Bay. You all you really have is these gateway units you can make now. And there's no charge, there's no blink, there's just glaives. And he warps in another round of glaives, which basically means, like, okay, we're taking a 4th, but really we just gotta go again, because these adepts are not gonna be useful in a longer scenario, right? There's a lot of time he needs to buy here to Storm, to a higher Immortal count. So yeah, we'll have to see if we can actually do anything to catch back up on this.
Yeah, but even if you buy that time, Reynor's going to get Lurkers, he's going to get Hive with the upgrades. Yeah. Once the Lurker count gets big, I think this army kind of, with a lot of adepts, just stops being almost viable.
Yeah.
The splash damage will be crazy.
Yeah, it will fall off a cliff, and there will be pretty much no answers to the Lurkers except for the Immortals and some Storm, which is on paper very good, but when the numbers look like this, as they do right now, it's very hard to make it work, I think, for the Protoss player here.
Yeah, Reynor kind of turned in a bit of a disaster of an early game with the Adept timing that he didn't know was coming into what looks like a very strong position here in the mid game. We do see the 4th base going down for Classic. He's continuing to upgrade. He's getting his, he's getting his charge upgrade. He's got shield batteries, static defense coming down. He might just, for once, try and sit back and try and drag this game out. But that's exactly what Reynor wants, I feel like, with this Lurker time he's trying to hit.
Yeah. Like, Reynor right now he's moving across the map, but he's not really looking to commit here too much. Not until Lurker range is done, at least. He wants to maybe just take some map control to make sure that once I actually have my Lurkers and my upgrade, I can just start sieging you right away. I don't have to wait to get across the map.
Although saying that, he's actually moving in here. This Protoss army has to come down the ramp. Oh my god, the Lurkers! So much splash damage. Throws down one Storm, but the Lurkers will reposition. I think that base may just be forfeit. There's no way to engage into all those Lurkers. A little kind of run by of Adepts is dealt with, and the base goes down.
Yeah, it was always going to be a very hard defense for Classic, but with the move commander, it just makes everything that much more tricky.
Yeah, indeed. And now he's trying to fight again. There's actually not too many Lurkers here. Only one in the back there. I think the rest of them are still burrowed up by the 4th base off the Protoss. So this is Classic's kind of best chance to get a trade. But this is so many Lurkers, dude. How do you deal with this?
Yeah, like as the Protoss player here, like even though you don't really want to, you kind of have to try to push them out on the map a little bit, right? Because you want some space between his army and your base, so you can actually buy time and be in position, and not let the Lurkers actually siege up on your bases. So he's trying his best to actually get out on the map here.
Yeah, there's just so much Zerg right now, though. Lurkers here. Ling's forcing all these Storms to come out and kind of be wasted while the Lurkers run into the 3rd base. Yeah. And I think once they get on top of this Nexus, there's no way to stop them. And GG is called. Reynor takes the 2nd game of the series. It went to game 5. It went down to the wire, but he clutches it out. Man, I was worried for him in that game 5 after the way that game began. But what a rally by him to get to a somewhat normal mid-game and then eventually transition into those Lurkers.
Yeah, a very aggressive series from Classic. Like, this was a very exciting series. I was played out very differently from what I thought going into it.
Dude, I thought it was going to be like 5 late games because Classic would never attack, and then Reynor would probably all in and like once or twice to mix it up. But no, what a wild series of games, dude. We had Swarm hosts. We had Charge Lot basically every game from Classic, apart from the Adept all in. Completely wild builds, honestly.
Yeah, Classic really. I mean, I think this is one of his strengths, but in this case, he also just the timings didn't quite work out, right? Like the initial timings kind of all worked decently, but then he always went for like this follow-up timing. Even in the game on Winter Madness, right, where he had the initial charge-out timing, and then he went for the follow-up like Storm charge-out Archon timing, where he kind of got caught up without position, right? So it's a very, very interesting series, very unique series.
Absolutely, guys. Okay, let's take a look at the bracket here. We did see Hero beat Zoun 3-1 earlier, so he moves on to the semis. And as we just saw, Reynor knocks Classic down to the losers bracket and will go on to meet Hero. Dude, Reynor and Hero is always an amazing series. Really looking forward to that one. We do still have 2 more matches left today. If you're watching on YouTube, it'll be in a separate VOD, but if you're here on Twitch, there will be a short break, and then we'll be jumping into Maru versus Shin. That's going to be a banger, and then a PvP to wrap things off for today with MaxPax versus Trigger. And this is the RSL schedule. As you can see, we are in the 2nd week right now. Each day from this point on is a double broadcast, essentially. We're going to be having 4 best-of-5s or 4 matches a day. today and tomorrow, and then eventually we'll be crowning our champion on Sunday. Also, thank you to Archon Studio, the official partner here of the RSL. They are the premier tabletop miniature games studio, and they are making an awesome StarCraft 2 tabletop game. I highly recommend you guys to check it out. A lot of people already have their Zeratul. I think Stay in Gemini was showing that off earlier. It looks really sick. Make sure to check them out, and thank you so much. Also, don't forget to check out the Patreon at patreon.com/revivesc2. Thank you to everyone who's already joined. You are the guys who are making this tournament possible. We appreciate all of your support. There's a bunch of tiers over there where you can kind of choose the perks that you want to get. If you want to vote for maps or players, that can happen. If you want to get a free ticket to the offline event, that is also possible. So check out the Patreon. Also, you can get a ticket to our offline event in December. It's going to be December 13th to 14th at the Big Place, which is kind of in the Gangnam area of Seoul. We have two different options of tickets. The more expensive one will get you access to players and casters and a few extra perks. But it's going to be sick to have a live crowd and the casters and all the players in one building, having a big tournament here at the end of the year. Can't wait for that. And here's the kind of schedule for that weekend. On December 13th, we'll have the LCQ. Anyone who joined a qualifier or an RSL season can play in the LCQ. And the winner of that day will move on to the Sunday tournament, which is going to be a 4-man single elimination bracket with all the marbles on the line. We already know Classic and Zoun will be there. The winner of this season will be there, or if it's someone who's already won, it'll be the next highest ranked player. And then the winner of the LCQ will join them. Going to be so sick, man, that offline event.
It's going to be very, very exciting.
Yeah, all right, guys. We've had 2 best of 5s here today. We have 2 more coming up shortly. If you're on YouTube, there'll be another VOD coming out today. And if you're on Twitch, we'll be having a short break. And then we'll be back for more StarCraft 2 action.
Reynor's like 100% dead.
Yeah.
I know that there's like a lot of money he's got in the bank, but like what the BCs have never really been dealt with. Okay, here we go. There should be a fungal here now. No? Yeah,
He's
he gets
able
like
to fungal too.
one or two, yeah.
This is such a funny interaction. I mean, a couple of the BCs do go down. That was one of the biggest wins that Reynor has gotten. But Maru with so much money in the bank, so much gas left in the tank. The early and mid game from Reynor was so solid.
Can we have the player cam for Reynor up? I want to see is that possible to see that? I cannot imagine losing to that.
He's better composed than I would be.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the kind of game that like 99% of the player base loses. They just immediately open up Team Liquid or Reddit and just start writing a post about it. Like
the only way you can go forward is to like open up a giant jar and uncap it and then scream all your anger into that and then cap it closed. That was maybe some of the most abusive stuff I've ever seen in StarCraft 2. I have never cast a game like that.
Yeah, no wonder Maru was so good with Protoss in his off race. He's got it in his blood.
It's funny. It's like when you just see that the scans can always keep the battlecruisers safe, and then there's always this. It's not just the BCs. It's the fact that you have these cyclones that come out and kite and pull stuff away, and then fungal's needed for that. I have no idea. I have no idea what to do versus that.
Yeah. I'm also stumped. The only thing that I could possibly think of is just keeping infestors in that corner, but then like that's so expensive, just not using a significant portion of your army. And then also you gotta, Reynor has to have a high drone count. Like how is he gonna deal with everything else on the map? And you still also need the infestors to work in tandem with like the corruptors and the ravagers and everything. That's crazy. I actually do not know what the answer is in that situation there for Reynor. And I feel like Persephone probably is one of, if not the worst map in the pool for Reynor to try and respond to it too, because it's one of the maps where, you know, your opponent spawns in the top left, you spawn in the bottom left. The actual air distance between main bases isn't that great. It's not like it's corner versus corner opposite of each other. It's not a cross spawn. And so for Maru just to completely section off the west side of the map and be like, all right, this is where the battlecruisers are going to roam. They're going to go into the main base. They're going to go into the natural. They're going to potentially attack the triangle base or that expansion on the left side. And then you have the battle mech on the right side, especially with a healing zone too, just to add insult to injury.
That's another factor that really, I mean, it didn't win him the game, but it's like, it gets even worse, actually,
plus
man.
like the speed zones, like it's the perfect strategy. Like late game strategy, that is just, I can't think of anything that in theory would be better late game on Persephone in TVZ. I actually can't think.
I wonder if you have to have some kind of tech ready ahead of time before they get to that. A lot of times something like that comes out and you got to go, well, you never want the game to get to that point.
Yeah, but the game was already so good for him.
I know.
Like the mid game was so solid. Like how I could understand having like a bad earlier mid game, be like, oh well, the game got out of hand early and then it got out of reach. The BCs got on the map and then we couldn't deal with them. But that was an early and a mid game which looked so good for Reynor. He was like double the cost efficiency of Maru against Battle Mech, which is, you basically never see that in modern ZVT. And then, Maru just rug pulled him with the BC tech switch.
It was crazy because when I saw the BCs made, I thought, well, I don't know about that. I mean, you know, don't they have infestors kind of ready for this? Aren't you almost playing into their tech? And then it's like, well, you're just never going to actually get close to the infestors because you have so many command centers and so much of the map and such a positional advantage that you can just keep scanning. So the infestors never actually catch you.
It's a very funny thing, too, because you're exactly right. The infestors, in theory...
How much faster are infestors above ground? Do we know?
I actually don't know that.
I actually don't know off the top of my head. I mean, I know they are faster, though.
Yeah, I don't think it would be very significant.
The reason why I'm asking is that they were burrowed. So it's like, wouldn't it make sense to just not have it burrowed so you can at least run over there? Like, why are they burrowed underground if, like, they're just going to scan you anyways? You don't really care about that anymore.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But then also, if they're burrow, they don't affect the pathing of the other units, right? So then maybe, because remember he had to move through the choke point of the natural expansion, so that mobility gets a little bit easier. I don't know.
Yeah,
honestly, I don't think burrowed or unburrowed. I don't think it matters in that game. I feel like the moment that it got to that point,
it's going to be command center gas and barracks again.
Yeah, look at that on kill switch of all maps too. This is one of the most aggressive maps that we have.
I did not expect him to do this. I kind of thought, well, surely he's going to have to try to open up with something more middle of the road, but he's not doing that at all. The Overlord's going to scout it. He'll see the CC is nearly done.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Reynor can do anything aggressively to try and derail this a little bit. Obviously, he would have to go on to a different branch of the build. Excuse me, for where he's at right now, because he is scouting this with the Overlord. Running up about 2 minutes, but Kill Switch of all the maps is probably one of the better ones to try and go for some kind of bust play against this Greed, right?
I would think so.
I think it's either this one or it's Evil Heart would be the two that would probably be the best poised for offense here from Reynor.
And Maru's just doing it again.
He's running it back.
Look at this. He's just, again, we don't know that this is going to end the same way or that the battle cruiser tech's coming. We don't even know that it's mech for sure yet, but man, it feels like it is.
I think it should be because going Hellion Banshee early like this one, the Banshee is one of these units where like the only anti-air that Zerg is going to have in the early game will be the Queens. And so it kind of puts a timer on a lot of these rushes. Like should Reynor try to go for a bust, I think he's going to have to go for something like what do they call it, the European taxi, where you get like the Overlords with speed and drop, and you get a couple of Queens in there.
Oh yeah,
you just full send everything, maybe even dropping Speedlings in the main base. That is usually how you see Zergs break down players that go into Hellions and Banshees this quickly. Otherwise, the Banshees eventually will clean everything up, and with 3 CCs, the rebound potential of building 3 workers at a time, plus having just the stable income of mules, which can't be killed permanently, is very beneficial. So we're going to have to see if Reynor does decide to go for that, but it does seem like at least through 4 minutes or so, the builds are basically identical. And even with a Roach Warren coming in, that signals to me that Reynor probably isn't going to be going for a bust. This feels more like a safe, conservative play as opposed to something that's designed to try and break down Maru.
You know, he never really got his turn that game.
Yeah.
You know, he basically sat back, and Maru kept trying to take whatever fights he could, and then the battle cruisers came, and then, you know, after a little bit, it became very clear what kind of game we were in. So, yeah, I mean, Reynor just literally can't do what he did the last game. Maybe the map, because it's different, might change that. Pretty soon here. Oh, by the way, it's not going to be mech. So everything we said doesn't matter. It's going to be double eBay with Stim. So he's going to go for a quick third base, probably up into 8 racks. Probably one of the most straightforward TVZ games. Yeah, it's going to be very different.
Yeah, very cool switch up coming in from Maru. As if I'm Reynor in this situation, I am fully expecting this to be another mech game. Is the factory and starport, I think they're over here, right? No, he actually is going to see the barracks researching Stim. So he knows now. he knows for a fact that this is not going to be mech.
Well, keep in mind, you know, if you didn't see the other barracks, you might think it's a fake. I mean, that's always possible too at this level of play. But yeah, I mean, he's going to see that and have a much better idea of what kind of game this is.
Yeah, and I feel like that bodes a lot better here for Reynor than it does against mech. It's just an easier composition to play against. And considering that Reynor is going for the same kind of greedy response that he did in game number 1 versus Maru, where he's just kind of playing a very safe game. I don't even know if we've had roaches on the map just yet, even though the Roach Warren is done. So far, it's just the Queens here on the defense. Okay, no, we do have a small number of roaches. I was going to say, it's probably going to be, or we do have the potential for it to be, the really fast Ultralisk play that we have seen deployed a couple of times. This doesn't really work that well into mech, but against bio, it can do exceptionally well. And so we're going to have a very greedy 3 bases here from Reynor, trying to keep pace with Maru's economic engine. And I wouldn't be surprised if we just immediately started up the hive once that infestation pit is done. Yeah, there it is. 6-minute hive. So I think it's probably going to be that kind of Ultralisk bust.
Yeah, I think he wants to have, you know, something that can really smash the infantry out here. You notice that Maru's not actually running into the base and trying to kill drones. It's a different game. He's trying to just keep the creep oppressed on the map here because he wants to be pushing out eventually and trying to really dominate on the map. Is that a 4th CC landing there?
Yeah, I think it is.
I don't know why I didn't see that made earlier. Maybe I was too deterministic in how this game was going to pan out. I thought that he was going to go onto 3 bases and push just because of how, you know, how claustrophobic the map feels.
Yeah, it actually is going to be that that 4-base play. Interesting choice coming in from Maru. Second factory is adding on as well, so potential to have a lot more siege tanks here. You know, it might make sense on a small map like this one, just to read the situation and be like, you know, here being Maru, Reynor is probably going to try and be aggressive against you, right? Because Reynor just needs to have an army fast enough to deal with a push should it come, because kill switch is so aggressively positioned. Like the third and the fourth base distance is so short across map. You have a couple of slowing zones in the very center, but besides that, there isn't too much distance. So for Maru here, if he goes, say, like, double factory siege tank, coupled with all of these barracks and the fast upgrades, and just says, okay, Reynor, you have to go for this army composition in case I attack you. I'm just going to play defensive with double factory siege tank and make you attack me. That could be a really good way of just weathering the storm of the initial wave of ultras, which is usually the game ender when you go for this play as Zerg.
Can't quite drop over there. The Spores have that set up where there's no way to really get in and also get back out. Yeah, he's going to go for this exhaust play. More and more command centers coming down here. You're right. He's just going to have so many tanks set up here and be close to the Zerg. And you know, it's funny. The Zerg have to like expand up and down, which is not normal. You know, for a map, you're kind of your mid-game bases are sort of facing each other in the middle here. Gets a cancel on that. Actually, I think he might have. No, he did get a cancel. Excuse me. Killed all the Marines for that. So, yeah. I mean, Reynor should have an opportunity to really come out here swinging. But I think if he fails to do that, Maru is going to be going for that kind of run the clock play. You know, let them mine out their side of the map. And keep in mind, Maru's basically the best at this in the whole world with Terran. Nobody's even really a close second.
Yeah, Maru is going to be going for that exhaust play. And for Reynor, he's nearing max supply right now. Ultras are on the field. I feel like this is going to be his window to get. Welcome back, everybody. If you're watching live, hope you didn't mind the break. If you're watching online, this is going to be the second stage of Best of Fives today. We're doing double days this entire week. I'm State. Joined with me is our special guest, sort of, the Zerg analysis coming in for Maru versus Shin.
Yeah, very exciting. We just had an amazing series between Classic and Reynor, but I think this series could be almost as good.
It could be.
It could be.
It could be.
It's
a little lopsided. Yeah. So this is how far we've gotten so far today. Hero with the 3-1 victory over Zoun. Reynor with a 3-2 win over Classic. Surprising upset over the reigning two-time RSL champion. They are going to be meeting in the winners semifinals. That will be later on this week. And for Zoun and Classic, they're not out of the tournament yet. They're going to be playing against each other in a series there in the lower bracket. Maru versus Shin, MaxPax versus Trigger on the menu for the rest of today. And as a group, I guess I'll talk about that in a moment. We got to get through the slides first. Excuse me. Schedule. We had a tournament that was scheduled internationally that we accommodated by moving our schedule around. So this is actually the same amount of RSL content that you would typically get in a season. It's just this week, as I mentioned earlier. We're doing double days. It's a lot of series. We're starting earlier as a result, 4:30 p.m. KST as opposed to 7 p.m. KST. So if you're watching live, make sure you get a little bit of caffeine, get nice and comfortable, because it's going to be a marathon. If you're watching online, you can just click the next VOD. It'll be nice and easy, as we want to thank, of course, our official partner here for the RSL, Archon Studio. They are making the StarCraft tabletop miniatures game, and honestly, it looks spectacular. Ricky, can you pass me that box really quick?
Absolutely.
We had this mailed in to the studio, and it just looks so excellent. Still unwrapped, but I am very excited to get my hands on this one. This is the Zeratul. Let me see if I can hold that up in the light so you guys can see it. But yeah, really exciting stuff. Let me tell you, the box, it looks fantastic. I am definitely going to be getting some things like this to put on the mantelpiece in the gamer room. It's always exciting getting new StarCraft merch. I feel like we never really get official StarCraft merch.
Yeah, it's been so long. I think the last one I got was like one of the probe plushies.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were the nice ones, yeah.
I think you're right about that. Yeah. As let's hop back in there on the slides. Yeah. If you guys want to support the RSL, go to patreon.com/ReviveSC2. We invite you to join our community. You can follow for free and get news on the RSL. You can contribute at different tiers, even more than the tiers you just see on screen right now, and get perks such as voting rights on maps, voting rights on players invited into every season. It's a good deal. Also get those replays, 20% discount on merch as well at tastelessthreads.com. And, of course, also on tastelessthreads.com, what do we have, Ziggy? Show us. Oh, it's the tickets! It's the ticket to the RSL offline finals. Yes, you heard that right. audience, casters, players, live in the same venue. It's going to be so exciting. December 13th and 14th, live in Seoul, Korea, at the big place. This is the information if you want to play in the offline finals. So 3 players are going to qualify being the champions or the runners-up here in the RSL. Season 1, we had a Classic. Season 2, Classic won again. Zoun got 2nd place. They're the first 2 invites. The winner of Season 3 is also going to be there, as well as the winner of the LCQ. The LCQ, the last chance qualifier, it's taking place on Saturday, December 13th, live at the venue. So it's going to be a gauntlet these players have to go through. It kind of reminds me of maybe like the DreamHack or the MLG days, where there's going to be a bracket of players. They're going to fight to survive. The winner's going to advance to join the top 4 in the final day on Sunday. And it's going to be a lot of fun. If you want to compete, all you had to do was play in any RSL qualifier up to this point. You didn't even need to make it into the main event. But make sure you sign up soon. That sign up is going to be closing at 12 a.m. tonight. So I think just over 5 hours from now. Make sure you get it. Is Ricky, we were talking about the head-to-head scores between these two coming into this one, because it feels like Shin basically never wins versus Maru. And you looked it up on a Ligalac, and in 27 best-of-3+ series, that means a series where at least it was a best-of-3, not a best-of-1. Could have been a best-of-5, could have been a best-of-7. Maru's 27 and 0 versus Shin, including a 2-1 victory with Protoss in the GSL. It's kind of superb.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy when you think about it, because like these guys have been competing against each other for so long.
Since 2014, at least.
Yeah, and like Shin has always been like a very, very strong Circ player, and like especially in CBT. So like I knew the record wasn't great for Shin, but when I looked it up, I was extremely surprised that it's yeah, actually that bad.
Yeah, it's kind of remarkable, because Shin is also a very clever player in ZVT. He's got a lot of skill. He brings some very unorthodox styles sometimes. He's very aggressive with his play. But still, 27 and 0.
27 and 0, that's a lot.
It's a wild stat. I actually can't think of any. Of course, it's going to be hard to, because this is 10+ years of history between these two players, but I can't think of any matchup where one player got a deal better than that. Shin versus Maru. Even with Shin winning championships at times, being a top Zerg player at times, one of the best in the world like he is right now, I would love to see him beat the streak, but you have to wonder, at some point, this has to be psychological, right?
Yeah, like eventually, like you're like, okay, surely I'll catch a break at some point, but when it never happens, you're like, you either just, you know, turn off your head and just keep doing it, like, okay, surely at some point, or you're just like, okay, I guess it's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
it's rough, but I believe in Shin. Like, he is right now and in like the recent history been very strong. So, and CBT has always been one of his specialities. So
yeah,
there's definitely potential here.
he was one of the players that was kind of pioneering that really fast ultra style that I think he debuted at Dallas. Maybe we saw a little bit more of that in online tournaments before Dallas, but at least for me, watching StarCraft 2, Dallas was the first experience that I had where this really fast ultra style, it has dropped off a little bit in TVZ thus far, but it's still fun to see what added into the works.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about this too, right? It's been around for so long, especially Legacy of the Void, where it's like even older styles sometimes like fit into the current map pool or the current meta when like a new patch happens or something like that, right? So like fast ultra is something we've seen like way back, but definitely like some people are like, okay, what if I just bring this back? And then it just works. And Shin's definitely somebody who just obviously has been around for so long, he's able to just pull this ace out of his pocket.
By the way, really interesting build coming in here from Maru. We had the 2 barracks on the low ground, and I was expecting this to be just for 2 Rex Reaper, the same way that we saw Byun do a long time ago, but it's actually just going to be for Marines early on. The command center, surely is going to be thrown down in just a minute, as we do see it plop now at the natural. And for Shin, he went pool first. I think he might have been hoping to get a little bit of damage done with these 4 lings, but it's actually the Marines. They're hunting now this Overlord. It has a lot of area to play with here on the high ground, but with the barracks coming in, is this going to work? Those 4 lings, they might get some good damage done, but more Marines reinforcing.
Yeah. Huh. This is kind of unfortunate for Shin for sure. Like, even if this was 2x Reaper, it would still be pretty rough for him. Like, opening pool first, you're kind of hoping to playing versus something like, you know, standard Reaper opener, like one Rex expand, where you can run the lings across the map around the Reaper, get on top of the SCV that's building the command center, right? But the 2x opener, very unique to see Marines from Maru. But we'll see. Overlord's gonna die.
Ooh.
Yeah,
doesn't even get one of these Marines.
Yeah, just hoping to buy some time for the Overlord, but it's not enough, and ends up losing, I believe, 3 lings on top of the Overlord as well. So kind of a disastrous start here for Shin. Not the way you want to go into best of 5 when you're with the record you have versus Maru. Oh.
Ah, Depot goes up just in time there for Maru as well. And we have, what, 5 Marines moving out on Shin's side of the map. The third command center going down before the third hatchery gets started here as well, as Maru is greeting heavily behind this.
Yeah, one thing we've seen since the recent patch is the comeback of some 2-hatch Muta builds, which is a pretty fast lair, no third. So this is definitely something that Shin has played in the past and something he could maybe do again here.
Yeah, look at that. This is no Zergling speed. This is lair first coming in from Shin. It almost feels like a Brood War build or something. It is so quick.
Yeah, this was there was a short period of time, like I want to say like 5-6 years ago, where like 2-base builds made a splash in SC2. Where it was like 2-base Roach, 2-base just like going into normal like later third with faster evos, or going 2-base Muta. But it kind of fell out of style once Terrans realized that they can kind of just play 3CC 2-1-1 and be kind of okay versus everything, which is kind of unfortunate for Shin here because Mario was already opening with a 2-Rex and then it goes into a fast third CC. So it kind of ends up in like the ideal scenario to deal with any sort of 2-base build, which is probably why I opted to not go for the Spire and instead going for a Roach Warren. And we'll see what he does with this. If this is just like a normal Roach Ravager macro game, or if he's actually going to try to hit a timing or like a Knight or something.
Yeah, it's really interesting because he's adding in 3 more gases right now here on the 2 bases. So he's going up to full 2-base saturation very quickly. Meanwhile, Maru adding in what I think is the 3rd factory. So Maru looks like he went... He's going mech, it looks like, but there's 2 barracks with tech legs on them. It's a very interesting looking build order, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
I don't quite know what to make of the 2 tech labs on the barracks.
Yeah, like if it was like the mind game thing, where like, okay, I'm gonna make it trick him playing bio, but unfortunately, Shin is already playing Roaches, so it's already like kind of null and void in that sense. But we'll have to wait and see. So obviously, it's going to go into Cyclones initially, which is kind of the standard with mech openers these days a lot of the time. And we'll have to wait and see like how many Cyclones he actually makes, right? So that's usually the big deviations. If they go like 3 Cyclones into tank, in this case it's only the single Cyclone into tanks already. So going into this mech style, we'll see what he opts to do with it. The double army coming in means that he's probably going to be playing pretty defensively initially, at least.
Yeah, I think these siege tanks are going to be a useful tool here versus Shin, but you have to be careful. If those Ravagers are able to find a fast enough angle before Maru can reposition those siege tanks, assuming they're not already in a very good defensive position from the beginning, it could be lights out, especially if Maru is greedy with the 3rd base timing.
Nice reactions.
Yeah, Evolution Chamber blocking those Hellions. I think only 1 drone going down. Also, Queen's in a good position here at the natural, as well as reinforcements coming in. And notably, the Roaches not really revealed how many are in count.
Yeah. I wonder if seeing the fast Roach Warren and seeing Roach speed being researched kind of prompted Maru to go to these tanks rather than the Cyclones. Oh, this is a lot of damage.
Ah, they got lined up. Oh, no! Man, that's an entire mineral line of drones going down. 16 drones. The early defense was looking so good for really Shin. Good. Wow, what a trade there for Maru.
Yeah, I feel like one of those situations like, okay, you did good in the initial defense. You're like, okay, I'm good here. And then you just kind of relax, and then you end up just going back to mine a little bit too soon and clump up a little bit too soon, and then a lot of drones goes down at the end there. And at this point, Shin is already making units again. There's no 4th hatch coming in. He's kind of looking to commit, I think, with this burrow and link speed timing, where he's likely going to go for something like a Roach Ravager. Timing and reinforce with links, have the burrow Roaches go in to cause a distraction somewhere else. Which is not a bad option, considering the position is in. Probably the best choice he has going.
Yeah, it honestly feels necessary, and I like the addition of Tunneling Claws as well, with the 1-1 upgrades, or I guess... Oh, he canceled +1 Carapace, did he? Just going straight into range. I guess that does make sense here versus mech. That armor is not really going to pay very many dividends versus the high damage output of mech units, so... I think it's going to be a nice move. I wonder whether he will be able to catch Maru off guard, and it's actually going to be a Nidus Canal. That'll be the way to get in. If he can circumvent the front line defense here for Maru, I feel like Shin can get a lot done.
Yeah, but because there's no 4th hatch behind this, he actually needs to get a lot done, right? Like a lot done, because you can't just like, okay, I did not a lot of damage, I'm going to go back and drone. Comes in here, good bias initially, gets 1 tank, gets a 2nd tank.
Yeah, I mean, the Roach Ravager, it's working for now. He's stutter stepping forward, but this choke point makes it really hard with the splash damage coming in. Maybe Shin didn't anticipate so many more siege tanks on that back line as Maru is now creeping them forward. Again, you have to be really careful here as Terran because of the risk of bile. And look at that, the Nidus Canal's going down. Maru does see it. Is it going to finish, though? It's already about 75% done. I think the Cyclone will get it just in time.
Oh, but the Burrow Roach on top of the tanks. Oh,
it's not going to get it in time. The Nidus actually survives! It survives with 29 HP, and now the bio units cannot get on top of it. Shin now pushing into the main base. He said it cancel Infernal pre-igniter. Some of these siege tanks, as well as the bio and the Hellbats, they have to pivot back into the main base. This might leave the third exposed, as a lot of SCVs are falling here for Maru.
Yeah, another Nidus going up near the third, so he is setting up to be able to just pull out of this position and go back into the third, right? Because Maru has rotated a lot of his army around into the main base here to actually deal with this. But so far, Maru is being very slow and patient with this, so Shin is also taking his time to actually back out of this position, right?
Yeah, and Maru's also been making a lot of SCVs, so I think he's going to be all right. It's still 60 plus right now here for Maru. A couple more going down, so he's down to 56. He's cleaning up more of these Roaches and Ravagers. If he can stabilize in the main base, I think that he should be okay, because he's just so oversaturated right now with the two bases that are mining here at the third and the natural expansion. But another Nidus Canal coming here into the main base. Roaches tunneling forward again, also tunneling into the natural expansion. Shin really trying to push it right now.
Yeah, he's getting a new hatchery behind this and a few more drones. So he's thinking about the transition, which is probably a good thing, because like once the tank count is still like it's still this high after attack going on for so long, it kind of gets really hard to actually kill your opponent. So he's just looking for damage. He's getting a lot of damage here. Losing a lot of Roaches for it though.
I love also stutter stepping the Roaches on top of the SCVs, because I feel like a lot of the SCVs that fell there, it wasn't just the Roach damage, it was also the siege tanks doing all of that splash. So really clever move coming in by Shin. He has, what, 25 more workers now than his opponent, but it's dangerous here for Maru. Shin, he's been playing this on a relatively low drone count. He has gotten a couple more in, but the fourth base only about halfway done. The tech and the hive, not that great just yet. We'll have that lair come in, or the hive, I should say, the natural expansion in a moment, but you can see he's a little bit flustered. The gases aren't fully saturated there in the natural expansion. The main base currently oversaturated on minerals because the fourth hatchery isn't up. Even though it's 68 workers to 49, economically, it's actually a bit closer than that.
Yeah, and it's also the thing where like Maru is getting 2-2, right? He already has a high tank count, so Maru's army is going to get a lot scarier, whereas Shin needs a lot of time to actually like first catch up on economy, catch up on tech, and the swarm host.
I thought it was going to be a high, but it's actually going to be 10 swarm hosts coming in here for Shin. Make that 11, and Maru, he's already adding in Thors. Is he anticipating maybe something like fast broods with this move?
Yeah, potentially. Like when it's like, okay, I didn't die, and you're pulling back, so you must be doing something behind this. So he's just trying to cover all the bases, right? Because he has limited map vision and map control, and you can't really scan for everything in a situation like this, right? So he's just trying to cover his bases. And I like the Swarmos in theory here, because Maru is very set back, and getting Swarmos across the map, you already have the Nidus as well, you can get the Swarmos across the map, you can start trading. The problem is the upgrades, with like, there's 2-2, and ideally with Swarmos you want to hit early, you want to start trading early. But the upgrades coming in, it's going to get harder and harder to actually find any value with these locos, but we'll see if we can catch him off guard with the first couple of waves.
Yeah, it'll be hard for him to find value, but similarly, I'm wondering if Maru is going to be able to chase down these swarm hosts very easily, because his army right now, I know it's mech, but it's a very immobile mech. We don't have very many Hellions or Hellbats added in. We don't have a lot of Cyclones added in either. Yes, the 2-2 upgrades are coming through, but this is going to be a little bit of a problem. It feels like the most mobile part of Maru's force right now is these Thors, and
oh, the SCVs all going down. This is a very good start for Shin. Also getting out with the Roaches.
He gets an armory as well. I think, yeah, plus that was the +2 vehicle weapons armory. Luckily for Maru, that is already completed, so he's not getting an upgrade to 9 just yet. We'll see how long it takes him to throw down the second armory. Honestly, at this point with 2-2 already done, you might just want to wait right now as Maru and instead invest that resource into trying to get some solution here.
Yeah.
To Shin's swarm host, because I'm thinking about this. I don't think I've seen a Stargate unit just yet. I think this is the first starport now coming in.
Yeah, so the thing here that's going to be the trick is Maru obviously just wants to max out, and once he maxes out, Shin has his army with a massive amount of swarm hosts, so it's going to get harder and harder to find value, and eventually you will have to deal with Maru's army, right? But this wave also does a decent amount of SCV damage. Coming on the other side, maybe got some tanks here. So Shin is actually playing very well to get back into the lead in this game.
I mean, we're already at 12 minutes and Maru is still struggling to secure a fourth base. So the main base, the natural expansion, I know a lot of SCVs have been lost, but surely they'd be mining out very quickly here for Maru. And as long as Shin, even the third base is down to 14, it's actually the natural that's the only base with 16 out of 16 remaining right there, the full 8 mineral patches. Honestly, for Shin, even if he can't break Maru right now, as long as he can continue to deny the fourth base, Maru's just going to run out of money. You can see that right now at the bottom of the screen. The income coming in, especially the mineral income, it's pretty low here for Terran.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think what actually like turned the things around for Shin with this attack was the last roach run by into the third, right, where he killed like 12 SCVs or something. I think that really set up this entire follow-up to be successful, whereas Maru's progression is just a bit too slow, right? And he keeps losing stuff now, where it's like Maru's supply is not really moving. And Shin is just constantly staying maxed out, getting a pickoff here with every Locust wave. If you can keep this and you slowly take the map on his side, keep Maru locked in on 3 bases, Maru will run out of money eventually.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even think Shin needs to drone up more from here. I think you just stay at 67, 68. You add another hatchery. He just throws it down at 9 o'clock right now.
Yep.
And you just keep saturating as your minerals mine out because Maru, his income is not getting better until the 4th base is up. Yep. It doesn't matter if he makes more SCVs or not. He is fully saturated already. And the Locusts just keep on coming in. SCV is already evacuating the natural expansion. These medevacs doing pretty good work, allowing Maru to shift his army around a little bit and also dodge.
Yeah. Another problem is kind of like the lack of income from Maru is also the actual mineral income, which is not really usually a problem for mech, but you kind of want to have a decent amount of Hellbats in these scenarios, right, dealing with the Locust waves. But since we've been so low on economy for Maru, it's been hard for him to afford Hellions because he wants, get things like turrets, supply depots, extra factories, like, command centers to actually take a 4th. He has a very limited number of minerals to work with.
Yeah, luckily for Maru, Shin doesn't have a lot invested into anti-air here on the front line. So Liberators, although they can be dealt with by Ravagers, he doesn't have a, Shin I should say, doesn't have a lot of answers to this roaming squad of Medivacs and Thors that are sniping Nidus Canals. As another round of Locust coming in over here. A lot of splash damage being done. Keep in mind also, repair not free here for Terran. There's a lot of mech units that need to get repaired during these engagements.
Yeah, Maru still has a very scary army, which is like his real win condition here, right? But the problem is just like you need to somehow make Shin actually fight this army, right? Not just like throw Locust waves at you while he's slowly taking the map, and Maru is just getting more and more broke here as he starts mining out more and more of his natural in third. The main is basically completely dry at this point.
I wouldn't even mind Shin adding just a couple more hatcheries, if only to have more larvae in the bank, because he's getting Adrenal right now. I know we don't have a lot of melee upgrades in total, but just being able to spend all of the money as soon as he maxes out, even if it's for a couple throwaway lings against a composition that doesn't have a lot of Hellbats, that could add a lot of value here for the Zerg.
Well, this is a very good wave.
Cyclones, a Siege Tank, and I think even a Hellbat getting taken down there. These waves of Locusts are just getting so much done here. Maru feels like, even though he secured this 4th base, he is still up against the ropes. His supply is incrementally getting closer and closer to being maxed, but it's been a tough road here for Maru so far.
Yeah, like he's trying to get some Cyclones on the map now just to like get some pressure off of himself, turn some attention back to Shin's side of the map. And it's going to work. He's rotating his army over here now. He's going to get a hatchery for his troubles. But again, Shin has more than enough places to mine for now. He's going to lose another hatchery here potentially, which could be a little bit problematic.
Yeah, this is actually going to oversaturate Shin on the remaining bases, I think. 71 drones. The main and the natural are already mostly mined out. The third probably starting to mine out as well here for Shin.
Yeah. Yeah, Shin does still have like a big bank, so it's not an immediate problem. But the thing is with this mech, you never really want to like end up in a position where the mech player is mining more than you, and then you're usually in a lot of trouble, even if you have a big bank.
I'm actually wondering about the cost efficiency. Can we get a shot of the units lost tab real quick? Because it feels like, I was going to say, so much has been done here for Shin in terms of the Locust waves. You always think about mech, especially in TBZ, as being just this bastion of value. It is so resource efficient in terms of what it's able to do, even though coming online, unless you're Gumiho, it's pretty slow mech-wise.
Yeah.
But Shin has been trading very well, almost even so far here in the units lost tab. More upgrades now coming through. And it doesn't even feel like Shin has much of a bottleneck in terms of the bank. He has a lot of gas. It's not just minerals in the bank here for Shin. But eventually he's going to have to pivot out of the Swarm Host if he wants an army that can go toe-to-toe with what Maru has.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Swarm Host, right? Let's look at this fight first. The Binding Clouds coming in, good Locust Wave, some Corrosive Vials, some Dogs.
Yeah, Vials also dropping down. Thor goes down on the front line. A lot of really injured units here for Maru, but with some hot pickup micro there on the Medevac's able to stay mostly efficient as Maru is now finally getting close to being max. And the creep spread here for Shin, he wasn't all in, but I think his attention has been so focused on the front line that he hasn't really developed these bases. The creep spread, it's almost non-existent, and Maru, he doesn't have too much to contest now after winning that fight in terms of taking a 5th base.
Yeah, so the problem kind of is for Shin is that he's been stuck on this like low worker count when obviously the Swarmers are kind of acting like drones in a sense where they're generating value for him, right? Like he's killing stuff for free over and over. But eventually, again, we're getting closer and closer to max out here from Maru. These Locusts are getting less and less value every wave. and the Swarmos are becoming more and more of a liability as the game goes on. They have to keep generating value to justify their supply, right? As they do soak up a lot of supply, which is something that's causing him to have a lower drone count and a lower overall army. This is actually kind of problematic for Shin, because Maru's got to cross the map here with a huge army, completely uncontested, and once these siege tanks get sieged up, this space here is pretty much dead.
I think Shin has no idea. The creep spread means there's very little vision right now here for Shin, and so this push out into the heart of the Zerg Beast, basically, is catching him very off guard, and Maru, he recognizes the situation. He knows this is almost like a pseudo-base trade. He's just going to sacrifice here the Planetary Fortress. Instead, he's going to go for the most crucial mining bases here for the Zerg. Taking down that triangle expansion as well as the 9 o'clock base. Shin, he's expanding down into the bottom left. He's attacking again into this third, but there are so many siege tanks in position here for Shin, and the Locust, they're still recharging. The Swarmos have made their way all the way back. Oh no, every single Roach and Ravager nearly getting taken out there on the front line.
The Knight is going down as well. This is very problematic, because a big thing you're fighting when you're fighting against mech is to fight them to just for space on the map, right? Whereas if the tanks actually get to siege up there in the middle of the rallies, it's extremely difficult to take an efficient fight into this.
Yeah, Shin is very supply blocked right now. 176 out of 158. A couple Overlords just finished. 11 more are in production, so he's finally getting out of it. But we talked about that bank that he had. Only just now is he able to properly remax, and already the Hive is under siege. And Ultralisk is popping out a lot more here in production. Imagine if every single one of these was about to finish. It could be huge here for Shin. Instead, the Hive is gonna get focused down. These Ultras, they pop, but they don't have a lot of reinforcements, so Shin, he's not engaging just yet. And it feels like Maru's getting so much value out of this engagement.
Yeah, Shin kind of needs to clean this up. If he can clean this up, he's actually in a decent position still. But he kind of needs to do it very efficiently, because it's actually a very good fight for Shin. Looking at it, the Divine Clouds are very good. The Ultras are doing work, but is it enough?
Yeah, the Thors are going to stay alive. Oh man, the hot pickup micro here for Maru. This is 3-3 mech going up against 1-1 Ultras. 10 more Ultras are underway, so there should be a big swing back in Shin's side in terms of momentum. A Hellbat, a lone Hellbat, by the way, took out almost all of the drones mining from that bottom left base. In the top right, Shin is getting ready to oversaturate that expansion. The income very thin on both sides right now. Maru, it looks like he might have actually just landed this command center here at the 6 o'clock space, so...
Yeah, Shin also sneaking a base in the bottom left, but that's going to get denied now by the double drop here.
Yeah, siege tanks and Thors dropping to snipe the hatchery. Don't see that every day, but it's been a very spicy one here to start off Shin versus Maru.
Yeah, so this current position right now is kind of opposite again, where Shin has a pretty big army, but he has a very low income now. So I would probably favor Shin's army in like a hell of engagement right now. But as time goes on, I think Maru's army is actually going to become better and better the closer he gets to max out again. I'm not a huge fan of the switch back into Cyclones versus the Ultras, but if he can get back some map control and start kiting them, it can definitely be effective still.
The lack of anti-air is just so painful right now here for Shin. Hellions coming into the top right base are going to be taking out a lot of drones. These are Blue Flame Hellions with 3-3. Drones have never been more in danger.
Yeah, and at this point, it's like he doesn't really have the money to even like rebuild his drones almost,
This
right?
Hellion, it's still alive!
Oh, no.
It's still alive! He didn't finish cleaning it up! He's just now turning around with like 1 Ravager. 23 drones have fallen, make it 25. Only 2 drones remain in the oversaturated top right base there for Shin. He's down to 41 workers now. He's starting to re-drone. We see that on production tab. And look at the infestors too. They get caught, they get scanned.
Okay, this is the last fight for Shin. He can actually bust his build attacking into position like this, so choked out versus all these times the PF. It's just so much meat to actually shoot through.
The repair on the Planetary Fortress and just an iron wall of Hellbats with so many siege tanks behind it. And Maru, it looked like he was losing for the first 15 minutes of this game. Finally now, he has completely turned it on its head. Shin has almost no mining. The gas bank is depleted, the mineral bank is depleted. Finally, Maru has an income advantage again. And he's pushing a win. There's only a couple Ultras left here. What a game one.
Yeah, crazy game. Like this started out so weird with the openers. Like the 2-racks opener into GG. Whew, what a game. That was very
one of the
and
most
forth.
bizarre TVZs I think I have ever cast.
Yeah, like the role situation, like the roles switched so many times in that game, where like initially Maru was down on economy, just struggling to survive, like holding on locust wave after locust wave, and Shin had this entire map, and not the high drone count, but he had the Swarmos to generate value, and he also had all the hatcheries and the potential mining, where Maru did not, right? And then one move out from Maru, and Shin doesn't catch it, and suddenly like he loses his entire economy, and Maru managed to secure a new base at the same time, and all of a sudden like the rules have switched where Shin now has to fight find a good fight, which is usually the hard part versus mech, right? Like versus mech, you're usually ahead in the economy, and you're okay taking some bad fights, but because you're controlling the map. But once you're on the side where you actually have to win this fight versus the mech army, that's extremely difficult to do.
Yeah, and a big problem also was trying to deal with the air. It might not seem like a lot, but those two medevacs, they were sniping hatchery after hatchery. I want to say at least 2 went down to this hit squad of 2 siege tanks and a Thor. And medevacs, which is just the rarest thing to see, but Shin, it seemed like he had completely zeroed in on trying to break Maru with the composition that he had, that he forewent the anti-air defense there. And it just did not work out.
I think it's just like the mentality after the initial like Roach Nidus attack, where he was like, oh, I'm all in. And then he never kind of like got out of the, okay, I'm all in mentality in reaction to the mech game now, where he kind of just stayed all in, but just on a slightly higher drone count, right?
All right, we're jumping into game number 2. Maru spawning in the top right, Shin in the bottom left in this best of 5. And yeah, going back to the point that you made about this being an all-in mentality, it still kind of felt like the smart move for a long time. We were talking about this, where if Maru is not able to secure a 5th base, and then suddenly Shin is just in a winning position because Maru's economy. I said Char. Maru's economy is, that's their archon name if they ever play in archon mode. Maru's economy wasn't getting any bigger. He was sitting on 4 bases. He was slowly mining out. Everything was oversaturated. It was or 3 bases actually. It was a very, very grim situation there for Maru, and I feel like the real big pendulum switch for Maru, where things started going in his way, was when he had just this sigh of relief as the 4th base was finally secured. Where he had been able to work his way up to, I want to say like 160, 170 supply. Still not maxed, but he was able to have enough army supply that he could finally deal with the Locust waves securely enough that he could take a 4th base. And then once he saturates that 4th base, as you said, Shin, up until that point, he was just kind of playing this game where he's trying to keep Maru as under control as possible economically, just contain him economically, and that is the win condition. Suddenly that no longer worked, and it became a true macro game where Shin didn't really have a lot of upgrades coming through. The creep spread was basically non-existent, and it was a very low drone count.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing there was just the lack of map vision, like creep spread or like vision in general, being able to see that like, okay, there's a mech army coming out. Because I think Shin definitely had the opportunity to just like rotate around, deal with that army before it gets to his 4th base, right? So he can actually like deal with it. But then once the army was already across, it was already too late, right? Actually getting to attack into that army, there's no way to trade efficiently.
Yeah. All right. Game number 2. Shin going for a pretty standard opening this time. Maru not doing the barracks on the low ground this time around. Instead, just very early Reaper coming in. I wonder if this is going to be a 3cc opening here again for Maru. It seems like he's been favoring that a ton these days. It hasn't really been punished, at least not in RSL.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't so much you can actually do to punish it if the Terrans actually like tries to actively scout and so on. It kind of depends on what the follow-ups are, right? Like if he goes for something like a BC opener, you could potentially punish with a Roach push or something like that. But for the most part, it's just like a very safe and solid opener, which is why Terrans tend to default back to it over and over again.
Reaper getting not any damage done just yet. Nearly got a couple of Zerglings there, but nice defense in the early game here by Shin.
Yeah, definitely. So Shin has got to be feeling a little bit shaken up after that first game, right? Where he was in the control for like the majority of it, and then just letting it slip towards the end. But yeah, we have to go through this again, and he's starting again with a 2-hatch opener, right? There's no early 3rd here. So we'll see if he opts into going something like a 2-base mute opener or the 2-base Roach again. He does have Ling speed this time though, so a little bit different from last game.
Yeah, last game was the lair before Ling speed. This time just going for the Ling speed and then starting the lair. So a little bit of a later tech up. We'll see what that is going to develop into later on here for Shin. Is even with these queens moving quite forward, you would expect this to be securing the 3rd base, but only just now I think is the drone hitting down there. So about a 3-minute, 30-second 3rd here. Shin is just trying to play as buttoned up and defensive as possible here on 2 early hatcheries.
Yeah, this is kind of what you would consider like a 2-hatch opener 3rd timing, if that makes sense. Like it's a 3-hatch opener, but like normally it's like 2-hatch into tech into 3rd, right? So most likely I would expect we see something with us like a Spire going down here, considering we have 2 more gases going down. It could have been something like a Queen Nidus if he stayed on like 1 or 2 gases, but with the 3rd gas already coming down here and the Link speed coming in, the most logical thing here would be a Spire coming up.
I would love to see some Muta play coming in here by Shin.
Yeah,
On
sure.
Maru's side of things, going into Cloak Banshee, as well as adding in 2 more barracks. Is the third base getting spotted? Hellions would love to try and find their way past those queens, but Shin with very good positioning, able to keep that secured. And yeah, you called it. We have a Spire coming down, as well as a Baneling Nest, and that 4th Vespian Geyser here for Zerg.
Yeah, there's a very limited number of links here, so very important that the queens are in position to chase off any potential Hellion run-bys. Does a good job there. Banshee going in, this is probably like the best case scenario for a 2-edge Muta opener, getting that to go up versus Banshee, because you get the most value out of Mutas, and also it delays the Terran's initial stim medevac timings a little bit, so you can actually have more time to get across the map and keep the Terran there with your Mutas, which is kind of what you want to do with a 2-edge Muta opener. You don't want to play 2-edge Muta and end up having to play defensive the entire time. So good start here for Shin.
Yeah, I like it a lot, especially the fact that Maru isn't going for this fast 3rd CC opener that he's been favoring recently. He's not playing that greedy. He's invested quite a bit in getting Banshees out as well as Cloak. It's only 1 Engineering Bay early as opposed to 2. I'm sure he'll add the 2nd one eventually, but for now, the upgrades are later. The economic growth here for Maru is a little bit stunted. He's trying to get some damage done with this, and the Spire is just now about to finish. We also have a Spore finishing up. I'm wondering if that's going to be in position. It actually is. It's perfectly timed here, the natural.
Unfortunately, the Spire is here as well, though, so Maru gets to see it pretty much right away, which is already giving some extra value out of this quote-unquote useless Banshees right in this scenario. And this is going to be a very weird scenario where Shin needs to identify that there is no 3rd CC, then he's actually getting 2 base all in here. Because like that changes things a lot as the Muta player, because this is a very weird scenario where you pretty much never play Muta versus a 2 base all in. And what he kind of needs to do here is just get a decent number of Mutas out, and then just try to bunker down and use Massling Bane, right, to actually deal with the upcoming push. I think going double Evo here might be a little bit too much. You might have to do something like going single Evo, because right now Shin is powering up like this is an actual micro game, but Maru is about to move out with a pretty massive army here in like 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, barracks number 4 and 5 are just finishing here for Maru. I'm half expecting even more to go down here in terms of production, but we'll eventually see. It still is just that 1 Engineering Bay. Not a lot of economic damage done, by those Mutalisks, although Maru and the last breath of that Banshee was able to get 5 drone kills. And for Shin, I'm a little bit concerned if he starts 1-1 right now. Already Carapace gets begun. Is he going to go for melee attack too?
I think he's just going to go
air
with
attack.
I think the air attack is okay, because there's like this scenario where you potentially could snowball with the Mutas, right? In a scenario like this. But I think, skipping +1 melee attack I think is good enough, because you know that Maru is going to try to attack into you. You don't really need your Zerglings to be good. You just need to have a healthy Baneling count on creep to actually stay alive, right? And the Mutas will continue to generate value for you.
He's still going for melee, so 3 upgrades now coming in for Shin versus the 2 bases here of Maru. Liberator production has begun, adding some splash damage there in the air, as well as assisting the push later on. And for now, it feels like it's only these Mutas that are keeping Maru contained on his 2 bases, but the turret production, he's gotten quite a few up there in the main base and the natural as well. I'm half expecting Maru to start moving out. Oh, he actually tried to intercept these Mutas there for a moment.
Yeah, this is going to be like come down a lot to the first push. Like Maru wants to just secure a position near Shin's 3rd, start clearing the creep, and then slow crawl forward with tanks and liberators, right? Like force Shin to attack into the bio ball, which is kind of what Shin doesn't want to do. He just wants to stay on creep and try to find a good fight.
All right, Maru starting to push across the middle of the map. Muta's able to catch a couple stray Marines.
Yeah, links it up to catch any other reinforcements, but yeah, there's none moving out yet. Maru being very disciplined and sending them out in batches.
Yeah, Maru's being really safe with these move-outs, but with Mutalisk supporting here, that is going to prompt the SCVs to get pulled for just a moment defensively, as now the siege tanks are starting to encroach on the 3rd base. Baneling speed is done. But does Shin want to go just yet? It looks like he's trying to set up a flank as well. Mutas and Lings in position there on the flanking side. A couple of Banelings coming in early. Mutas are able to find the 2 Liberators. That's a big win there for Shin, but losing Banelings on the front line might prove dangerous. Reinforcements also coming here for Maru. Shin is going to try and intercept those, but Maru, he's pushing the 3rd base.
Yeah, Shin just trying to buy time for the upgrades here, but he's losing a lot to do that, right? Like, the upgrades are very important, but at this point, he's already built out so many units. The 3rd edge is going to go down. It's going to be very, very difficult to actually find the fight he's looking for here.
Those Banelings get some pretty good connections, but oh no, every Muta nearly getting taken down. There are only 4 surviving, as this +1 timing from Maru has just gotten so much damage done already. The 3rd hatchery is down. Shin is on 61 drones, but only 2 bases. Last reinforcements now coming in for Shin. And GG is called. This 2-base push coming in from Maru, I think catches Shin a little bit off guard, and yet a good catch of Shin just trying to buy some time there for 1-1. And honestly, the micro was really good on the flanking side. He was able to pick off those Liberators with the mutas. He got a couple of reinforcement packs as well with the mutas and lings, but he bled off a lot of banelings there on the third base. It was hard to manage both fronts without those upgrades being done just yet.
Yeah, like it's a very unique scenario as well. Like, one, going for 2-base muta is not something we see super often, but also having 2-base muta play into a 2-base all-in from the Terran is not something you get to play super often. So it could be a bit of inexperience here from Shin dealing with it.
In theory, I'm curious, just because you're a Zerg pro gamer, how do you give the advantage in that one? If you're going for a 2-base build the way that Maru does, but it gets spotted kind of early, and then Shin is going for the 2-hatch muta into a third base, but also that gets spotted kind of early by the Banshee.
Yeah.
So there isn't too much that's hidden on either side. Do you prefer the Terran's position in that sense, or do you prefer the Zerg's position? Because to me, it feels like it was very close.
Yeah, like in general, like these early tank pushes are very strong versus mutas, because you can, again, like before the creep gets out of control and the Zerg can't really throw banelings at you yet, you can get close to the hatchery and start sieging up and just like, hey, come into me and fight. And that's kind of not what the muta play wants to do. He wants to just like counterattack and force big fights on creep with a lot of banelings. But when in the Terran, you sits there, clears the creep, slowly moves forward, eventually you're forced to go off creep, and that feels super, super uncomfortable as the Zerg player with the Ling Bane there, because you have, since you invested into the mutas, you have a limited Ling Bane count compared to what you normally would have, which makes like you have to get a lot of value out of these mutas. But when there's just a ball of bio sitting on top of tanks, it's really hard to actually get any good value.
Yeah, we saw that with the engagement at the third base. In any case, Maru with a very nice 2-0 lead to start things out here. Folks, we would love you to support the RSL on our Patreon page. We invite you to join our growing community. There are tons of different tiers available. You can get replay packs. You can get voting privileges on maps. We've had some really cool maps like Evil Heart. I'm sure that was a very fun one for you to check out earlier today. Really aggressive maps that our Patreon supporters voted in. You can get voting rights also on the players that are going to be invited into every season of the RSL. Also get discounts on the Tasteless TV merch. You get to support StarCraft 2. And this wonderful thing that we were building out here in Korea. And so we would love to have your support there. For now, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, this best of 5 between Maru and Shin will continue. Cure's build at all up until this point, but because it's 75% done, Trigger had to keep those 2 probes on the map for an extended period of time in case another SCV came in to finish it, and so Cure just delaying the cancel until he's ready to build the command center allows him to get just a little bit more value. You know, maybe that's like 50 or 60 minerals that Trigger could have mined with the probes, but instead is down the drain. Mitigates some of the damage. If you're wondering why the barracks had not yet been canceled, that's why. And actually, it's not even going to be a fast orbital behind this. It'll be 2-gas factory and a delayed second CC. Excuse me, I've been casting too many Maru games. Just keep saying third CC now.
Well, look, I mean, I think there's a world where Kier can play this out, but this is painful. This is, you know, the worst way to start a series. And great sense from Trigger to do that. Clearly, this is like a trending build in practice. You know, you don't see a lot of maps where there is. You know, I was calling it kind of a landing pad, but you know, just such a little nice, safe little spot to put a command center, or a barracks where you could basically hide it there and even put units behind it when it lands to keep it safe there too. So, you know, it's maybe a little bit too much of an on-the-nose strategy for what the map is. The Trigger just decided to check for it and spotted it. So now there's some pressure coming in here. Now there is a third command center started, but let's keep in mind, Trigger is on his second base. He's mining from it already. He's making probes. We don't really have much to defend here right now. There's an Adept and there's Stalkers out here.
Is he going to try and defuse the Widow Mine with the Adept Shade? Show me your skills, Trigger. All right, Curie is going to unburrow. Funny little micro game that you could do here with the Adept. If it fires on the Adept right before the Shade triggers, the Adept can actually dodge the shot. We'll see if Trigger's going to go for that again. It's a very small window. It's one of the reasons why you don't see players go for it particularly often. Usually you just have too many spinning plates back at home or elsewhere on the map, so Trigger is just going to back off. And behind this for Trigger, he's going to throw down another pylon, immediately gets spotted here by those Reapers. That probe will fall, but the development is pretty normal. He went for the relatively fast Twilight Council. We have one Robo coming in. I think this is 2 gateways already done for Trigger. I believe I heard one finishing into the natural expansion, so...
I think he just wants to go for the Blink Stalker pressure build. The command center's so late, so everything kind of comes out later, right? If you can defend versus the drops, get a Warp Prism out here and try to move out on the map, I think you're going to be in pretty good shape. He starts the Warp Prism, by the way. Blink is 80% done.
And Trigger is getting in position to try and intercept the drop. Doesn't know exactly where it's going to come from just yet. Although this pylon very well placed. Trigger with excellent SimCity so far on this map and also scouting. Really nice response. Man, if Blink was just a little bit faster. I guess it would have taken 2 Chrono Boosts to get it there in time to deal with this drop, but still not too bad. And now with additional gateway finishing up, Tasteless, I think that Blink pressure you mentioned earlier is going to start.
I think this makes a lot of sense. I think there's 2 tanks out, right? Or is there just 1 out?
It might just be the 1.
So you need about 3 to hold off the Blink Stalker, pressure. And I see 1.
The second one just now finished. Trigger actually able to get in here before that bunker is done.
Kind of a weird engage to go for 2 SCVs. I think he would have been better served just going into the main. Now the tank is set up. You can see that there's a wall up here above the tank. This is what everybody does now. Okay, is he just going to go... Oh, hold on a second.
Yes.
Cure's pretty smart. He actually keeps the Marines kind of pushed back. Trigger is going to be hit pretty hard.
Nice micro to pull away the probes, is able to deal with that situation. Warp Prism is going to go into the main base with 4 Stalkers, going to try and find what damage it can. 4 Stalkers can one-shot SCVs, so this Engineering Bay SCV and the Supply Depot SCV both get taken out. Supply Depot also in danger, but Trigger deciding to play it safe. Just going to pull back for now. Welcome back, everybody. We are continuing on in this best of 5 with Maru versus Shin. Maru leading 2-0 after a really rocky game number 1 and then a very confident-looking game number 2.
Yeah, kind of heartbreaking for Shin, thinking about the record here already. But then you go into game 1 and you get into this amazing position and then it just kind of slips through your fingers. And then game 2, you kind of just get slapped to the side a little bit by Maru. And now you have to win 3 games in a row versus a player you have never beaten in a best of 3 or more.
Yeah.
It's a rough position for Shin. But he has the skills definitely to do it.
Oh, for sure.
He just has to find like the mental zone where he's just like calm and collected. Okay, you're not playing versus Maru, you're just playing another CVT.
Yeah, you have to think there's something a little bit mental there. Again, like it's 27-0 in favor of Maru in best of 3 series or longer between these two, dating back to 2014. Shin has never won 1.
Yeah.
Not even before 2014. I think that was the first best of 3 that they had played. And so 11 years have came and went, and Maru has not yet dropped a series here versus Shin, and it just must be so painful for Shin, especially, as you said, after that beautiful game number 1 where he was in a tremendous position. He broke through Maru in a really clever and creative way with a Nidus Canal into the main base with a Swarm Host transition after that, after identifying the composition, was going to be mech and getting big damage done to the natural in the 3rd and resetting the army. Eventually, Maru was able to muster up just enough to secure a 4th, and that was his ticket to a macro game where he was barely able to eke out Shin in the end. And then game number 2, kind of a unique experience, as you said, having that 2-hatch mutaplay versus a 2-base all-in coming in from Maru, just straight up 5 racks, not even an 8 racks with the 3rd CC. You don't see that every day, so we've had some interesting matches thus far, and both times Shin has gotten the short end of the stick, but maybe this early game will be a little bit better for him. It's a CC first for Maru and a pool first for Shin, but realistically, do you think that Shin can actually get much damage done with these Lings?
Yeah, that's the thing. It seems like, oh, at pool first, it should be really good versus CC first. But
Yeah.
actually, the way the timings end up playing out is that it's really hard to actually get any value out of these links. And now you end up in a position where you've invested into these links, and versus a normal opener, you would like at least delay the command center, right? You would force the SCV off, or at least you would force the Reaper to stay back home or something, right? But in this scenario, like the command center is just going to be finished when he's getting across the map, and he won't really be able to find any real damage unless Maru gets caught off guard with an SCV or a Marine or something.
This is one of the things about TVZ. When I was first studying this matchup, as you know, I used to be a professional Protoss player. I basically never watched TVZ unless it was really late in a finals, and I would just watch it for fun. But it was always odd, especially in Legacy of the Void, seeing these pool first builds go up versus CC first, because it, as you said, it's really unintuitive. Where you see, oh yeah, pool first on paper versus CC first, you should get a lot done. But look at the production tab. That command center, it's now nearly complete. 5 seconds left until it is done. The Wallen, I think, should be in a good position in just a moment. There's only the one depot there just now. Of course, Maru with that CC finishing doesn't need to throw down a second depot just yet. It's actually going to be a 3 CC opening. Oh man, that's where those minerals went. But how much can you get done with these 6 lings?
Yeah, the fact that there's no wall here kind of makes it so there's some more potential. So we'll see with the micro how many SCVs can actually get here, which is probably like a lot more than you would actually expect to get in this situation. So Shin should be kind of happy with this.
Yeah, actually the SCV micro, not perfect thus far here by Maru. Could pull off some of these really injured SCVs, but instead Shin just with really good link control. Oh, okay, that was good by Maru. Able to save that one in the red. Yeah, Shin with good link control, getting 2 SCVs in terms of damage. So pretty good thus far, especially because back at home he's going to feel completely safe to macro up behind this. But for Maru, if you're going 3 CC like this, you already went CC first, and your third command center is already down. I don't think you mind losing those 2 SCVs or the mining time all that much, because in a couple of minutes, your economy is just going to be through the roof, right?
Yeah, but also the nice thing for Chinner is he got to see the timing of the third command center, right? He got to see it goes third CC before factory even. So like he knows he has a lot of time now to get his queens out, to get his drone count up, to push his creep for free. There's not going to be any Hellions poking at him. So he can set up really comfortably here into the mid game. So it should end up in a position that Shin should not be too unhappy with.
Wow, and Maru already going for the double engineering bay. This is so greedy coming in from Maru. And I'm trying to think back to a, nice snipe there on the creep tumor. I'm trying to think back to a GSL game that Maru played, I want to say last year. And I feel like it was versus Shin, but I wasn't sure. Whoever the Zerg opponent was, they went for a Roach Ravager bust against a Maru who did exactly this. The really fast 3 command centers, the really fast double E-bays. They greed checked him. And Maru was on death's door for what felt like 5, 6, 7 minutes, which doesn't sound like a long time, but in Legacy of the Void or in StarCraft 2 in general, it is a really long time.
Yeah.
But he was able to survive to 3-3 on like 2 bases, maybe 2.5 bases. Like he takes a third, he has to lift it back up.
Yeah.
And he was able to carry that 3-3 versus, I think, 1-1 upgrades on Zerg to a victory because those Marines started to melt the roaches. And I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah,
this game is starting to trend in the same direction. We have 39 drones, 10 roaches are in production. 1-1 is starting here for Maru, but no upgrades for Shin. There's already a bunker throwing down 2 bunkers. Maru knows what's up.
Yeah,
he's adding in the production.
He sees the Roach Warren, he sees the lack of drones in the third, he also sees the lack of queens. So he knows like this money has to have gone into something, right? And with the Roach Warren, the only thing that makes sense is that it went into roaches. So he is preparing for this as well as he can. That being said, though, like you don't have anything like a Banshee or even a high tank count that would actually like defend this properly. So like a high Ravager count here, you can actually just bust through some of these bunkers. That being said, though, there's a lot of bunkers going down.
Yeah, it's 3 bunkers in total. There's also siege tank production. The first one is going to be done here in a moment. And also, when you play 3CC like this as Maru, you can pull these SCVs pretty aggressively. There aren't Banelings added into the mix. It is pure Roachling. And yeah, SCVs, they're not very good against that composition, but with 3CCs, you can replenish them fast enough that as long as you stay alive with these upgrades coming in and more production coming online, you should be all right here as Terran, but the pressure already mounting. These supply depots getting taken out. We might have to see some drops in terms of supply come in here on these command centers as Maru is now supply blocked in. Here goes Shin.
Yeah, just make it or break it. And 1-1 is actually going to finish in the middle of this fight, which is kind of crazy. Versus these 2 bullets. Tank will barely go down.
This might just be a little bit too much. Oh man, that bunker's so low on HP. The Rabbit can not kill it. Repair is so busted. Look at that, sort of. The bunker survives. Yeah. If that bunker went down, I honestly think Maru might be dead. Instead, there's more Ling streaming in, and Maru, he gets a second chance. The siege tank, it is creeping back down here into the natural expansion, trying to find a safe nook and cranny. right behind those bunkers, right out of range of the Ravagers. Should they move forward to Bile, they have to eat some shots from that bunker to actually get damage in. And already Shin is pivoting. He's adding 2 evolution chambers. He's droning up again. He's going for a lair. I really think that bunker staying alive just changed the fate of this game because Maru now can start 2-2. 1-1 hasn't even, it just began now for Shin.
Yeah, like he might have still survived even without the bunker, but it would cost them a fair amount more of SCVs at least to not die there. And now he actually gets to get into this game where like the supply looks really bad, right? But you have 2-2 coming in for Maru before 1-1 for Shin, which means that there's going to be a 2-2 timing here, which is 0-0. And we'll see sometimes that timing just goes by the wayside because you can't really capitalize on it. But if Maru is able to hit this 2-2 timing, the bio is not going to die. So the only really thing that Shin can go for here is something like Infestors, Lurkers, Banelings, like something that can actually doesn't really care too much about upgrades. The thing about all these though is that they do still care about having armor upgrades, so they don't just melt to the Marines, right? So we'll see what happens here. Shin economically, of course, and like position-wise, he's doing fine. Since Maru's third is not even landed yet, even though he has a healthy SCV count. The big thing here is just the upgrades. So we see if Shin can survive this 2-2 timing without taking too much damage or taking a bad fight, he can definitely end up in a good position towards the late game.
Yeah, the Infestation Pit's also coming online very quickly here for Shin. So we likely will have that hive coming to fruition quite rapidly, although it could also just be for Infestors, as you said. That would pair really well with the Roaches and Ravagers that Shin's got already on the board. We'll have to wait and see what the decision is going to be here for Shin. And it will be 2 Infestors in production, more Roaches and Ravagers as well, as Shin is continuing to drone up. And I feel like Shin, maybe in a minute or so, is possibly going to be looking for a fight. I know that Maru has 2-2.
Yeah, you just have the
but
numbers
this is a big power spike for Shin, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big power spike for Shin, and Maru also doesn't really have the numbers to actually like capitalize on his upgrade timing, right? It's only 21 Marines, with 2-2, that's amazing, but the most you can really do is probably like a couple of medevac drops to like try to get some good trades out, right? While you still have the upgrade advantage. That being said, +3 coming in, 4th command center is already done, I believe. So he is also just looking to macro up here.
Yeah, 4th Command Center getting started right now for Maru. His +3 infantry weapons already begun, right around the same time as +2 armor here for Shin. And if Zerg stays on Lair Tech for a very long time, it can be concerning because you don't know when +3 upgrades are actually going to come through for the Zerg. But in this case, Shin, actually with a very fast hive, he won't have that same barrier to entry of just having to survive here on the Lair. He was able to get enough damage done with the initial push at the natural expansion of Maru that he can afford to go for this. Nice fungal. He is able to catch a couple of these Marines. I mean, anything you can get is big. Almost even fungaling and then biling down one of those medevacs would have been a sick play.
Yeah, absolutely. Gets to clean up the first one, gets to chase this one away. I think so far this is looking okay, like for Shin. Maru is still transitioning very well into late game. 5th command center coming in, 3-3 is getting halfway done. The one big problem I see for Shin in this scenario is that he does not have really good creep spread. And on this map, that can become a huge issue because as you look at on this map, the first 5 bases are kind of easy to take, but then like the 6th and the 7th base are all like quite far away from everything else. So you actually need a fair bit of map control to actually like progress in towards the later stages to have a good economy.
Yeah, that's going to be concerning here for Shin, especially if he wants to take this high-yield Vespian gas base that's a little bit more centered. I feel like he might have to just take the top right all the way down, or all the way down in the bottom left if he wants to secure another expansion.
Yeah, which is all like fine, but again, if you don't have the creep spread, it's really hard to be in position where you need to be to actually secure these bases, right?
Mara, by the way, does identify that it is going to be Ultralisk Caverns coming in, or at least he's expecting a lot of Banelings or something of the sorts, because he's adding in a fair number of Marauders. Already 14 Marauders in total. That is a large amount here at only 10 minutes, considering the way this early game went. And by the way, 2-2 upgrades, really good. That looked like it was going to be Shin forcing a pickup there for Maru, but Maru stands firm, and his bio cleans up all of those lings.
Yeah, especially before Adrenal. But even with Adrenal, it's still not great when it's down a full upgrade set. But in this case, he's catching up in the upgrades now, so the future fights, even if he gets 3-3, should still be a little bit better.
Yeah, Maru continuing to levy pressure down here in the bottom left. This is the point of weakness here in terms of creep spread. Infestors getting close. Oh no, Infestors, they might have actually just gotten picked off. I don't think they even got a fungal off. Only one fungal coming down, but there isn't a confirmation there of the biles to follow through with the kills. Now, the Ultras are getting revealed here, but Maru could easily just pick up and retreat, or he could just continue to micro like this. Shin's multitasking, really getting taxed. He's going to lose a hatchery.
Yeah, the problem also with losing these infestors is you really want those infestors with your ultras, right? Because if you don't have infestors, the only way you're actually fighting an army off creep is if you get like a complete like flank out or something like that, right? Otherwise, the stimmed bio just kites you forever with the ultras. So losing those infestors is a massive deal. And again, the creep spread is just getting pushed back further and further. And Maru is by no means all in, right? He's still macroing behind his 5th command centers on location, PF already done. He's starting going to Ghost Academy, mines coming in, armor plating. He is just scaling into the game and keep finding good trades and keeps limiting Shin's progression onto the map, right? Like Shin is just getting stuck on these like 4, maybe these almost 5 bases, but he needs kind of a bit more than that to actually keep up with the cost efficiency of this Terran army.
Oh, another hatchery getting picked off right here. I don't know if we have any infestors in the mix. Doesn't look like we do, so Bio able to actually boost all the way towards the 3rd base or potentially the main base here on Winter Madness, as Maru simultaneously was able to deny the re-expansion there on the left side. Bio now dropping here into the main base. Shin going for a big counterattack, judging by the minimap. Infestation pit goes down. There are no infestors on the map. This planetary fortress is just ultras going for it, but that's not enough SCVs to repair, so it will get taken down. But Maru, he's been able to snipe so many bases. Even the Hive is under threat right now against +3 Bio. Oh man, Shin, you gotta keep that alive.
Yeah, it's a situation now where like he kills the 5th base, but Maru just instantly retakes it, and Shin is still stuck in his corner on the map. So even if he somehow clears up this army efficiently, he doesn't have the capabilities to actually like get back on the map and like start punishing the rest of Maru's teams or Maru's positions in the map.
Yeah, Maru's just looking so good right now. Yeah. 1,000 minerals still on the bank. He's continuing to macro up. This base might get denied again here at the 3 o'clock expansion. Another drop simultaneously into the 3rd base. The natural expansion also under siege. Maru is everywhere right now, and Shin, he's struggling to put out all of these fires. I mean, the trades aren't the best here for Maru, but the important thing is that Shin is so flustered, he can't get any pressure done. You can see the cost efficiency there in the top left. Yeah. 6,000 resources in the advantage of Maru.
Which is not something you would expect at this stage of the game. That's something you would look at like, okay, once there's like Ghosts and Liberators out, okay, then that makes more sense. But this has just been like bio trading into Banelings and Infestors and Roaches and Ravagers, right? So it's very rough for Shin. And Shin, right as it is right now, his economy is not that good.
Yeah, and the creep spread is just dismal. It already wasn't in a good place, but Maru's done such a good job of keeping the creep spread under control up until this point. We actually have 2 tubers that are just isolated in the center of the map. And one thing I've noticed here from Maru is that he just keeps hitting bases that have no creep spread. He's attacking the 3 o'clock from the angle where there isn't very much creep spread in front of it, and then all the way down in the bottom left base near the 6 o'clock position, he was also taking down that hatchery, which had very little creep spread, just not giving Shin anything to work with defensively, as a Widow Mine drop of the natural expansion is going to force those drones to evacuate. 3 also get taken down. And the anti-air, again, it's just a big problem here for Shin. He has to commit to having enough army to deal with the bio forces that Maru has on the ground, but then Maru just has free reign in the air to drop absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, I think a big problem for Shin was just that after the all-in, he was, when you go for this all-in, you go for low queen count, right? And then after the all-in transition into a macro game, he never really replenished his queen counts. He wasn't really able to have enough queens to actively keep pushing tumors out, which kind of leads into this scenario where you slowly just get starved out unless you're able to find amazing fights.
Oh, this is a bottleneck and a half to fight through. Those command centers just really proven to be an issue. Ultras get taken out very easily right there by Maru. GG is called, and that is going to be a 3-0 victory for Maru. He is going to move off into the next stage here in the upper bracket. Shin will fall into the lower bracket. And what a clinic in TVZ. That was a very exciting game number 3. I loved the super greedy build coming in from Maru. CC first into a 3rd CC in a double engineering bay. And Shin goes for the all-in timing attack and still can't break it.
Yeah, he gets a lot of damage done, but it's like, the thing is that the upgrades are really good for Maru, so you kind of lose the capabilities to any sort of like follow-up timing as Shin. You're kind of forced into this macro game, but kind of like in game 1, like he starts off with an all-in, and then he transitions into a macro game, but it feels like his mindset is still in kind of like all-in mode, right? Where he doesn't really add on queens, he doesn't really creep spread that much. Things you would normally like, things he normally does super well in his normal macro games. So I wonder if there's some sort of like mental block there versus Maru, where he's like,
yeah, there might be a little bit.
It's rough, but he didn't play bad by any means. I think he got into really good positions in these games.
I mean, Shin is one of the most exciting ZBT players to watch, in my opinion. He has he's got a big range of style, but it's usually very aggressive, which just, it makes for very interesting games. But Maru's just the king of like taking a blow and not dying.
Yeah.
He can survive better than almost any Terran in the world. He might be just the best survivor of Terran ever, because even with that timing attack there in game number 3, you expect Maru to be down and out, but he barely hang on. He bounces back, and that's going to be a 3-0 sweep. He's going to the winter semis. He will face a Protoss player. Now, we don't know who yet. Later on today, we're going to have MaxPax versus Trigger to close out this double broadcast. We're going to start where we ended with another PvP. That's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Shin waiting for the loser of that match there in the loser 8s. So a lot of RSL left to be played here as we take a look at the YouTube, guys. We have been getting so much support from you on YouTube. We are incredibly grateful. If you haven't yet, we invite you to go to youtube.com/ReviveSCA2. Please subscribe, click the bell, the like button, leave a comment, smash it, man. You guys smash that like button. It's got to be with enthusiasm, because we're trying to get in the algorithm. We're trying to help people find out that RSL is happening. We're trying to spread the word. YouTube's a great place to do it. We've gotten a lot of people already, especially last week. We're dropping in with the likes and the comments way more than before, so we sincerely appreciate it. It really does make a difference. Anyway, folks, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, one more PvP to close out the day. We'll see you in a minute.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. This is the final match of the RSL round of 8. We are going to be going into MaxPax versus Trigger in just a little bit. Sturgeon's here to join me for another match of the best mirror matchup in the game.
I thought it was PvP.
Yes, it is. How dare you? What do you think of this? ZVZ?
I cannot speak or I'll be in trouble. So it's a PvP, guys. But the good news is Protoss goes to the lower bracket. You know, there's a silver cloud to every line or whatever.
Yeah. I get it.
Yeah, but this will be a good game. These are two of the best in the matchup, I think, at the moment. MaxPax especially looking super strong. What are your kind of predictions going into this?
Yeah, it's kind of tough to say, honestly. These players have actually been pretty close in some of their recent matches. They've been kind of trading best of 3 and 5s basically in the last couple times they played. So some people might even be kind of looking at this as a very MaxPax favored matchup just because MaxPax has been pretty proven for the last couple years as being, you know, the best Protoss outside of Korea and honestly sometimes even including Korea. And maybe a lot of people are still kind of warming up to the idea that Trigger is actually an incredibly top-tier player at this point. And so they might be saying like, oh, well, this is going to be kind of a wash. Surely Trigger is not going to be able to put it up to MaxPax. But they've been having some pretty close series overall. So I honestly wouldn't even be surprised if this goes to like a Game 5. I wouldn't be surprised if Trigger wins at all.
Yeah, not just in PvP. I think Trigger's really skyrocketed to the top of the pro scene incredibly fast. Like a year or two ago, we weren't really talking about him as kind of, you know, one of the top players of his race, but he's absolutely up there now. So, I mean, I probably would still favor MaxPax, but like you say, I wouldn't be like completely shocked if Trigger was able to pull out a win here.
Yeah, he's just an excellent player in the last couple of years. I mean, his micro is incredibly solid. Like, it's just, he was huge on like Battle Aces as well when that was out, and it was still in production or whatever. And like, you know, that's a super multitasking and you know, micro heavy kind of RTS take, but he was super into that, and so. He's just like a very entertaining player to watch. He's got very interesting strategies and a lot of it focusing on that micro, which is pretty cool to see.
Yeah, and he plays with that weird.
What's up with that? He's got like the Osu thing.
Right?
Yeah. He's like,
I don't know. Is that helping him? Is that the secret, guys, to getting good in StarCraft? You need a weird cursor.
Yeah, it's
from Osu.
I honestly for a while I thought that was just like on his stream. I didn't think that was actually his. Is that actually his cursor?
I don't know.
I thought it was because like I remember like a long time ago.
Oh, is it like an overlay you mean type thing?
Yeah, because I don't know, because I remember a long time ago when you would stream, sometimes like your cursor would look different on stream, like specifically like if you clicked when you're streaming, like it would flash like a different color or something. I remember that from like a long time ago. I just thought it was something like that where it was only an output to stream thing.
I don't know.
I've never would have changed my crosshair to like literally just like a little circle.
It's very strange to me. I want like the point of the pointer,
exactly.
right? So you know exactly where you're clicking. I mean, obviously works for him. He's got incredible micro, but
it's an interesting alteration. I wonder, can you do that on like? Can you do that at LAN? Can you like change? Can he change the PC to make sure it's the same cursor? That's what I'm curious about now.
I mean, it depends how you're changing it, right?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I need to ask him when he comes to the.
If we have a player
finals.
Interview with Trigger, that would be a very good question to bring up.
I'm very curious. It's a very tiny thing that doesn't really matter too much, but it's interesting to think about.
We had to fill the time while the players veto the map somehow, guys.
We're not just rambling about the most
well, we kind of are, but there's a reason.
For no reason or anything.
Yeah.
Exactly. We were getting everyone ready, so unfortunately we had a little bit of downtime there to cover, but we should hopefully be getting into this series in just a little bit. But MaxPax versus Trigger is going to be hopefully a banger. Our PvP earlier in the day was a bit one-sided.
Yeah.
Hero versus Zoun, if no one was there to see it, because it did start earlier on in the day than normally we do here. But spoiler alert if you want to catch the VOD real quick. But yeah, Hero just dumpstered Zoun, basically. It was pretty one-sided. So hopefully this one is a little bit more close.
Yeah, very impressive stuff by Hero. Even that DT game, like, that shocked me, honestly, that game.
Cool. That was a cool game.
It was cool, yeah. But never mind that. We are finally here in game number 1 on Tokamak. In the bottom left, we have the red Protoss Trigger. And in the top right, we have the blue Protoss MaxPax.
Yeah, it's good old Maxi Paxi here. in this PvP best of 5. Yes. A couple people call him that. I think
do they? I thought you just came up with that.
I think
okay.
Roddy does that the most.
That's sweet.
It's kind of rolls off the tongue nicely. I don't know. But
like baby talk, that is.
But yeah, anyways, this is going to be an interesting series because I'm curious to see what MaxPax is doing a lot of times in PvP, because he was extremely well known for quite a while of being the one gate guy. He was always trying to go one gate expand no matter what, even when it wasn't on the maps that called for it more with the high ground natural. He was still doing the one gate expands on maps like this where it is a low ground natural. So I'm curious to see how much he still does try to go for that in this newer patch, because it has fallen out of favor overall. The battery nerfs and whatnot have made it a little bit more difficult to defend proxy robos and other aggressive options. And for now, it does look like he's going to be sticking to that one gate expand for now. So we'll see how well he is able to still do that.
Yeah, kind of known as one of the best, if not the best, like defensive Protoss in this matchup. Like you say, often going for the one gate. On the side of Trigger, we do see a second gate going down, so he will have some aggressive potential here. And this game might pan out. The MaxPax tries to take a natural and Trigger tries to break it. That could be the way this goes. We have a Zealot first for MaxPax, and we have a Pylon near the gold base here. And it's funny, he made the Pylon on one side, and then he sent the probe around to make the buildings on the other side of the mineral patches here.
Yeah, I love that, actually. It's
very compact, right?
Yeah, it's just a cute little way to like make it harder for the pylon to actually get killed off if there's like a zealot going across or something like that. So it keeps the pylon slightly less exposed. Just kind of a cute little way to do this kind of proxy, I suppose. But yeah, Trigger, obviously someone, excuse me, who's very aggressive at times and is, like I was saying before, likes to highlight his micro. And so this type of a build will definitely allow him to do that a little bit more, as MaxPax will just be doing his Stargate into Nexus as quickly as possible, but then still getting that scout off. Always so diligent with these probe scouts to try and see absolutely everything. And we'll see if that Zealot can actually make a connection onto any of the units.
Oh my god, he sees the pylon here as well. That's a huge spot there. Might even be able to get the probe, and then once he could, okay, the probe will get away, but this pylon is going down for sure. Actually, 3 Stalkers being made here at a time for Trigger. He's already got Adepts moving across the map. He's going to be super aggressive here. The shield battery is going down for MaxPax. That will be crucial to the defense here, as well as the Oracle coming out.
The Oracle is definitely, might be a little bit of head scratcher if you're not so used to the PvP situation, but because normally you would think like, oh, he's getting attacked, he must get a Void Ray out defensively, surely to be able to defend against this. But MaxPax is so good at these defenses that he's able to sneak this Oracle out anyways, sometimes using it for stasis and then also sending it back across the map to get probe damage to confirm that the other player is going to be totally all in. And then they still are able to defend with the Void Ray anyways. And so that's what he's going to be trying here. But it's just going to be a straight-up good old 4-gate coming from Trigger in 2025. Now that's crazy.
This is shades of Wings of Liberty here.
Yeah.
There are 2 Stalkers at home, so the Oracle will have to just come back. But the good thing about that is those 2 Stalkers can't really leave, right? Until the Oracle is confirmed to be out on the map. So that's 2 less units in this attack. The Void Ray joins up now with the rest of MaxPax's forces. This is already quite a high Stalker count. He's going to have to micro very well to defend this, and I wonder if he'll actually bring these Stalkers out at some point. I mean, you could maybe recall them home. Oh, the Adepts get in. Wow, that's huge.
Oh, that's actually crazy. I'm amazed that MaxPax lets them in. We'll have to force the probes to be pulled, and the Oracle uses its energy to be able to kill that. That also confirms that the Oracle is not on the other side of the map anymore, so that could trigger... Sorry. That could trigger. Oh, I didn't do that on purpose. To bring the Stalkers forward, and that he will do, as he tries to bust down the front here. Did he actually target his own Stalker right there? Is that... I might be misseeing, but...
I think so, yeah.
Anyways,
yeah, he did, yeah.
It looks like that is a bit of a mismicro there from Trigger, perhaps, as he's trying to deny these Void Rays from getting into critical mass. He'll try to right-click one of those down as fast as possible, but the battery just barely keeps it alive. You need those to stay alive as MaxPax.
Yeah, these are the game-defining moments when you're doing this Stalk push. Okay, he does finally get 1 Void Ray. That's nice. He needs a lot more than that, though, right now. Trying to kite as best he can. The shield battery's putting in work right now. Energy overcharge as well. There's 1 Zealot there at the front. That's going to die pretty quick here. I know he ignores it to try and pick off a Stalker. It will go down eventually, though. And this is a bit of a back and forth here.
Yeah, the defense so far from MaxPax has been super tight-knit. It's very close when you're going for these types of defensive moves against the super aggression from the other player. It's like so finicky on how you're actually trying to do this micro and keep the Void Rays just barely alive. You can see just how many batteries he's been forced to make as well.
5 batteries with a 6th coming down as well?
It's just ridiculous. Like the amount of batteries you need now to be able to defend against this stuff is ridiculous. You just keep making them non-stop. The micro just barely keeping these Void Rays alive every single time on such low HP. And Trigger, if he's not able to break him within the next couple of waves, it's really going to start to snowball out of control for him. So he needs to be able to get something with these engages.
Yeah, there's no blink or anything like that, so each push in is very committal, losing Stalkers each time he tries. He does take out a Void Ray, but it's not enough. MaxPax stands strong there, holds his natural, and takes game number 1 in our best 5.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, to be honest, that it was kind of that straightforward. That really just kind of looked like the PvP that we've seen from MaxPax time and time again. Right. It's him going for the 1-gate expand with the Stargate that he's always so accustomed to, and then the other player kind of just trying to see if they can break him. And this time it really did not work. MaxPax showing that he still is able to bring out this 1-gate stuff even in this later patch. So if that is going to be the tale of this series, it's going to be a bit rough for Trigger. He's going to need to maybe bring out some different approaches to cracking this 1-gate defense. Otherwise, we might be seeing a fast MaxPax victory.
Potentially. If we go back to the beginning of the game, though, he did have his proxies scouted super quickly, which can always change. You know, it makes it way easier to defend, right? If you did it in a different, harder to find location, maybe it doesn't go scout, it isn't scouted. So I don't know. I'd like to see Trigger mix it up as well, but it was kind of unfortunate that it got found. That's just the way it goes. Is high risk, high reward, right, with these proxies.
The problem with doing this against MaxPax as well, though, is that he is so diligent with this probe scouting. It's like why he is so good at this is because you can try to hide whatever you want against him, but for some reason he will almost always find it and just always have the exact correct response in dealing with it. Right. So it's very difficult to catch him off guard in these scenarios.
Yeah, and 6 shield batteries is a pretty good amount of shield batteries, apparently. I didn't know pros were making this many batteries in the mirror. That's insane. That's like, you had like more shield batteries than units at one point, I thought. Yeah. He's
got a personal battery for every single one of his standing army units.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to defend. We are here in game number 2, though. It's going to be on Celestial Enclave, Gemini. We have Trigger in the top right this time, in the red, and MaxPax in the blue in the bottom left.
Yeah, and it looks like they're both going to be doing the 1-gate expand. So as much as I might think that this build is dead, apparently not. These guys like to still throw it in here. This map specifically is probably the most likely to bring it out, of course, since you do have the high ground nat, and you also have that little pocket corner base, whatever you want to call it, back there as well. So could be easy to just quickly take a third base back there as well. Sure, you can get there with the workers, but I think the pro players are going to be... I don't think they're going to be too caught off guard. I don't think anyone's going to be throwing some proxy 3-gate in the back there. I think that'll get scattered pretty easily.
That's a good idea, man.
Yeah, man. That's what's going to be coming on ladder on you for you really quickly if you wanted to do that.
No, I got this one via. Don't worry about that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but like you say, the ramp completely changes the game. Those kind of stalker pushes, like if you do a 4-gate, if you don't have vision of the top of the ramp, it just doesn't really work, right? Because you eat so many shots before you even get up there. It just makes those kind of pushes way, way more difficult. And that's why we see each of these guys going for the 1-gate approach here. We got a Zealot on the way for MaxPax, whereas the core, similar timing for both of them. Actually, oh wait, no Nexus here yet.
Yeah, it looks like MaxPax is just went for the Cyber first, whereas Trigger went for his Nexus before the Cyber, so he was able to get his down much faster. So Trigger still has his probe on this side of the map, so he could always just block the Nexus. That's why we have to kind of keep that Zealot in production. And actually, MaxPax is just saying, screw that, I'm sending it across the map. So he's going to try to do maybe a little bit of aggression with it, or to... well, he's not going to scout, really, because obviously he sees the Nexus already, but this just means that MaxPax's Nexus will be extremely late. He's actually bringing the Zealot home, but he's walled himself in completely, so I'm not really sure what that Zealot is doing right now.
Yeah, that Zealot kind of in no man's land right now. This little worker path, by the way, is so oh, he's going to take it here?
Oh, wow, that's something.
What?
Wow. Okay, that is not what you normally see in PvP. That's like an eBay block response that you see in PvT sometimes, but to do that in PvP is pretty wild.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we'll have to see how it pans out. But right now, his Nexus is on the way, whilst Triggers is already finished. He does have the Stargate, you know, before that, obviously. So he's going to have some Oracle harass, try to, you know, get the worker count down to even that way. We'll have to see how the harass goes. I think last game Trigger dealt with it pretty well, although he did have to keep those Stalkers at home for so long. We'll have to see what happens there. This pylon actually finished.
Yeah, he's actually going to be able to use it to see what the actual Stargate is building, which is nice. So he's going to be able to get the full confirmation of what's coming out there with that completed pylon vision. So that will give Trigger a good amount of information. His gas has been blocked in the meantime with all this, but he was going for a double gate after the Nexus anyway, so he wasn't even ramping up his tech super hard. So it's not going to impact him too much just yet, as also the Revelation getting used kind of early there meant that one little probe actually did not get killed. And every single probe is pretty impactful, I feel like, at this point, considering the fact that Trigger is up 10 of them in a mirror matchup. That's insane.
Insane worker lead, and he's taken a third base as well. The only thing that he's really behind in right now is kind of the blink, you know, research speed. He's going to have that quite a bit later. Obviously, he did get the Oracle. He may still find some damage with that, but I feel like Trigger's defending it really well. He has units in position where he needs them to be. Hardly getting any damage with this Oracle, to be honest. I think I really like Trigger's position right now.
No, it's great. I mean, even considering the fact that he went for double gate fast before any tech, like his Twilight blink timing, it's not insanely far behind. It's like, it's okay, but MaxPax is actually chronoing it pretty heavily as well, so that means he's going to still be getting his done pretty quickly. Trigger, I don't believe, has been chronoing his, so that will actually kind of widen the gap just a bit. But like, if he can just keep this third base alive in this little corner, which shouldn't be too hard considering the fact that it is, you know, tucked away pretty nicely, I don't think that Trigger's going to be finding too much of a difficulty staying alive in this mid game, and he should be honestly be able to just kind of ride this out, I feel like.
Yeah, it looks like he's in a great spot. Like, once his blink finishes, I feel like there's no advantage for MaxPax at all, really. You know, Trigger's on 3 bases. He's got the higher worker count. MaxPax needs to make something happen, and he definitely might be able to. We'll have to see if he's able to make some, you know, pick off some buildings here as he goes up this ramp. Obviously, it's kind of awkward to engage this as Trigger because the units are pretty far away. You can't really defend your buildings super easily. And obviously, once Blink's done, he'll be able to blink back any weak Stalkers and shouldn't be losing any of them carelessly.
Yeah, so we're going to be trying to do this. I like that he's using the Revelation to try and keep high ground vision so he can chip away at some of these buildings, but this is not damage that's happening. Like, Trigger doesn't really care that he might lose a gateway. Like, that's honestly just going to make his micro a little bit easier because now he doesn't have this, you know, block here to denying his Stalkers from getting in range. So this is honestly not the biggest deal. Blink has now finished. He bought enough time for that. I don't even know, does MaxPax realize that that base is over in the corner either? I feel like it's kind of worth it to maybe blink a couple Stalkers. He does see that. So yeah, even Trigger's looking at this being like, why aren't you like trying to pressure this? Like 4 Stalkers over there at the same time could have been good to pick off some probes and whatnot. MaxPax just going to keep going down the front.
Yeah, the Mauls are coming out now. They do so much damage to these Stalkers that these trades are going to go really in Trigger's favor, I feel like. He doesn't have, you know, the advantage of having Blink while his opponent doesn't anymore. Sets off that Stasis Ward with just the 1 Stalker there. Wow. 600 APM, okay. Yeah.
Nice flex.
I don't know what you could be doing with 600 APM in this kind of game, but okay, sure.
All right, let's see how much more he can get done here. MaxPax is still not really finding too much damage just yet. What he is doing, though, is containing Trigger on this position at least, so he's not able to easily take a 4th base. So MaxPax has been able to get his 3rd base up pretty okay and start to transition a little bit more. So that is still something that maybe he can find some advantage from eventually if he just makes sure he doesn't die, but Trigger overall, I feel like, still should be feeling pretty decent because he can just take a 4th base at this point. He's going to have... Oh, wow. Okay, never mind. That's just going to get blinked on and just immediately killed. That was an excellent moment there from MaxPax to abuse that weakness. But, yeah, it's going to have to be a really long, drawn-out game if MaxPax wants to bring this one fully back to his favor.
Yeah, he's actually caught up very well in the worker counts right now. He's got his own 3rd base. He's had in charge. Nice blink in here, but there's a stasis there. Picks, locks up about 5 of those Stalkers, but The Immortals are the real problem here for MaxPax's army, trying to get as much value as he can out of these Stalkers. Trigger may decide to keep pushing here or not. Some Adept Shade into the natural. There's nothing here to contest him. He's going to have to warp something in real quick if he doesn't want to lose a lot of probes.
It's actually unfortunate because the warp in was just before these shaded on in, so they were not able to react in time. So forced to use some of the probes, eventually get a couple Stalker warp ins in to be able to deal with them. But the problem now for MaxPax is that this army from Trigger is so huge. Yes, he caught up on the workers, but that's also because Trigger cut workers to allow this push to happen. And this army is going to be so ridiculous. The flank comes in from MaxPax to try and deal with it as he kills off the Prism. That's a good first start, but the Mortal also now getting focused down will make this a little bit easier, but there's still so many Blink Stalkers from Trigger.
Yeah, and with the core going down, he can make nothing. You know, he can't make any more Stalkers, right? So he's just going to be trying to get that back up. Okay, very, very nice micro here by Trigger. He's looking to end this game right now. Jumps on the Stalkers. Loads of them going down for MaxPax. Trigger taking a huge supply advantage in the army sizes.
I love that move by Trigger, or kind of by both players, honestly. MaxPax trying to bait Trigger into the Stasis Ward to basically be the one way that he can possibly hold against this, but Trigger realizing it, blinking forward the one Stalker to allow him to just blink everything else right on top. And now at this point, I feel like we're easily just going to be able to blink these Stalkers back one at a time, losing almost nothing. The +2 is about to finish here as well for Trigger, making it even better for him. And MaxPax is clinging on to nothing right now. He's just got a couple Zealots and Stalkers trying to defend. Trigger is going to even up the series.
What a clean game by Trigger. That was super impressive. I really like his game plan. I like how much he delayed the Nexus of MaxPax, and then just kind of rode that economic lead into a tech lead with the Immortals. And then once he had a big enough army, just sent it pretty much.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of surprised that MaxPax let himself just get so far behind in that regard. It feels like those types of games are what I normally see the opposite happen, where MaxPax is the one that always has the correct read on how exactly to play that little early game skirmish of when do I get my Nexus or my Cyber or, you know, units or the Stargate first. Like, he usually understands that little mind game very well, and he's the one that is usually running away with that crazy advantage. But Trigger this time was the one that actually got the full advantage with that super fast Nexus, and MaxPax was left with almost no tools to really try and punish that.
Yeah, I like how diligent he was as well, not blinking all his Stalkers into Stasis Wards, being very careful and stuff like that. You guys should also be careful to not miss out on joining the Patreon.
I love these segues.
You can join. There's a bunch of different tiers with different perks. You can vote for the maps and the players. There's also a way to sign up for free, where you just join the mailing list and we'll tell you of cool stuff that is going on with the RSL. So please check it out at patreon.com/revivesc2.
Yes, yes, yes. We're going to be going to a little break before we finish up this series. Don't go anywhere. Anywhere. I can't talk. RSL comes back in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. We are in the final series of the day, MaxPax versus Trigger, currently 1-1. Both players, going tit for tat here in our final series. It's been kind of one-sided games, I think, overall from both wins. MaxPax able to defend a 4-gate in the first game, and the second one, Trigger just going absolutely buck wild with a super fast Nexus and just having absolutely nothing hurt him basically the whole time.
Yeah, pretty one-sided, as you said. The proxy being found in game 1. Trigger's economy just going wild in game 2. I'm hoping for a more even game here where they both kind of get what they want and we get into like a nice mid game. I actually do enjoy the PvP games where they go long and we start to get the big armies. Those are like good. The only PvPs I don't really like is like one base versus one base and like.
I also love that.
You know what I mean? But the big macro games can actually be really exciting. I would love to see one of those. I'll have to see what comes out from each player. The map here is going to be Magnetic North. That actually doesn't fit in the little name thing.
Yeah, it's too long. Look at that.
It's too big.
Make your names shorter, map makers. Come on.
Yeah.
You need to be able to read them.
The TLMC 21 is taking up a lot of space there.
That tag.
Yeah.
Anyways, Magnetic North coming on in as our next map for game number 3. Looks like MaxPax, yet again, loves doing these 1-gates, so still will be going for those. It worked for him in the first game. Not quite so the second, but Trigger looks like he's going to be sticking to potentially a little bit of a 2-gate opener this time. So it'll be a bit more of the similar situation from game number 1, perhaps.
Yeah, indeed. We do see that second gas going down as well as the gate now. And pretty quick scout here from MaxPax. Obviously, when you go 1 gate, you want to get that information as soon as possible before a unit is out to deny your probe getting in there. On the last map, it was weird because you go through the worker path and you basically see everything anyway. That's such a unique feature of that map that I'm actually starting to really appreciate.
Yeah.
I'm going to start doing worker scouts there against Protoss and stuff. Like, why not, right?
Yeah.
Like, send a drone in and see what their tech is instead of sacking an Overlord?
Could fake out a
Is
proxy
that worth
hatch.
it? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Doing it as fake out a proxy hatch.
Oh, true. Or I could just proxy hatch.
That's also what you could do. Yes, it's true.
Yeah.
I had this as well where I was playing against a Terran and I dissuaded their SCV from getting in, and then I was like, nice, okay, I get to hide my tech, and then 10 seconds later, the SCV was in my main base. I was like, what the? Where did you come from? I was like, oh, crap, yeah, that worker path. I forgot about that.
It changes the game a lot, actually, having a way to just send a worker into your opponent's main at any point. We do see double Adept here coming out. Talk to me, Gemini.
Yes, double Adept with a proxied Robo from Trigger as a means to try and break MaxPax's 1-gate expand. So double Adept is definitely something. Actually, is that... Wait, did the first 2 Adepts finish? Okay, no, they didn't. Never mind, I'm tripping. But look at this. Scouted yet again.
MaxPax is so fast every time as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. He always finds it. No matter what you try, no matter where you put it, he's always going to find this thing. He always just sends his probe all over the place. Sometimes he sends a second probe even if he really wants to make sure. But yeah, he's going to know exactly what's going on. The probe at the front does die, so that actually means it'll be a little bit more awkward if Trigger needs to reinforce the power with an extra pylon or something eventually. But yeah, I think this is still going to be all in MaxPax's court to defend with some Void Rays against the attack.
Yeah, I don't know where those Adepts are going. They kind of took the wrong path there because the natural wall was blocked, right? That's a weird pathing thing. We do see a Void Ray coming out first this time, right?
Yep.
So no Oracle this game, and already 4 shield batteries in production, Gemini.
You cannot screw around when you're going against this type of build, man. You need the battery protection. And this time we have the Prism coming up into the main base to try and drop off the Adepts first, but MaxPax knows that this is a potential from Trigger, so he has got his units in position. And the Void Ray also, to meet the Prism, it locks on before it gets out of vision, and that means it is going to get killed off instantaneously. MaxPax taking a massive victory in what is already the first 3.5 minutes of the game.
Dude, even having a shield battery there to not lose a single unit, what a perfect defense from MaxPax so far. I mean, losing that War Prism completely takes the wind out of the sails of your push, right? You have to remake it, wait a long time. I think he's actually expecting an Oracle as well, right?
That's so brutal for him.
That's sad.
Oh, he's blocked out. Okay, he can't even get in, or he can't even get out. He blocked himself. So
oh.
yeah, there's no adepts or anything that could go in. So he's fully transitioning at this point. The Twilight Council coming on in back at home, and the Prism trying to be remade here. So Trigger's basically going to try to feign the aggression still happening a little bit, but we'll be trying to just transfer into what is likely going to just be a one-base blink all-in that happens much later. But I mean, MaxPax already realizes what kind of a position he's in. He's reprobing in this position. He's going to be totally fine as long as this Prism doesn't just get insane damage.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like a way Trigger can get a lot of damage done here, and I guess it's this angle he's found away from the shield
Look at
battery.
that instant reaction.
Yeah, that was so fast. Wow. Gonna save all those probes but 2. Or maybe, okay, he does get a 3rd one. There's something. This one goes down to the natural. Even get a 4th. Okay, that's nice. MaxPax's still 9 ahead, though. So I don't think he's too worried about that right now. As long as he doesn't get, like, broken, have his door kicked in, I think he's going to be okay here.
Yeah, honestly, more damage than I was expecting with that fast probe pull, but I mean, yeah, like you said, like this is not going to be tipping the scales in his favor by any means. He's going to need much more than that. He does have the Observer constantly on the Void Rays, so he knows exactly where they're going to be positioned. But still, you have to still wait for this Blink to actually finish. This gives so much time for MaxPax to ramp everything up. The Blink is still barely even like halfway done at this point. He was supply blocked as well as Trigger. Oh, this is just a brutal game to watch ever since that Prism got sniped immediately.
Yeah, that's really setting back here. He does have a really large Stalker count, and we know Trigger's micro is, immaculate. He could make something happen, but I think it's going to be really tough. Like, can you ever break that natural? Like, maybe you can kill the buildings, but I don't think you're going to get through there. Like, there's shield batteries there and everything. I think the only way you do it is through the main, but then there's those 3 Void Rays that might just snipe your War Prism like instantly. Obviously, you have the Observer to give vision, so you could blink on top of them. It's going to be a bit of a micro battle there. I think that's the only way that he's going to get in, and we're going to see him try to achieve that as the blink finishes. This is actually an insane amount of Stalkers. That's more than I was expecting. 17 versus the 6 of MaxPax. He does have 4 Void Rays and Immortal to back those up. Here we see the first blink. Going to be able to pick up, try and get a pylon here, but there's just so much from MaxPax. 1 Void Ray does go down. That's something, but he needs way more than that. The Prism as well will fall, so they can't even get out, and that is going to be GG. MaxPax takes game number 2. What a kind of flawless defense, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, that was just literally textbook from MaxPax. It was just so perfect. It's actually, for a moment, it is possible with that blink in. Like, you have to be so precise and decisive with the initial blink, because that's where all the power spike happens. Once it's there and you've seen that it is blink, that's when the surprise is away and the mass amount of stalkers are gone. And so you need to be so decisive with it. It was very unfortunate. Trigger blinks in there. He kind of loses the first shot to the probe that was just patrolling there, and 2 of the stalkers got kind of stuck on the bottom, so he had to kind of try to ferry those in. So while he was doing that, he was backing up to the corner, and then once you're stuck in the corner and your blink is not on cooldown again, you are at the mercy of the overcharged Void Rays, even the Immortal coming in at the end as well. You don't have the liberty of blinking in right away, getting like the first snipe to one-shot 2 of the Void Rays, and then you can back up a little bit, and then you can micro again. Yeah. He just got caught in the corner immediately off that blink, so nothing was going his favor in that game.
Even that pylon in the corner, like, ate a shot right as they engage, right? It was kind of awkward. It's like, is he going to kill the pylon or fight the army? It feels like some of the Stalkers wasted a shot there, which is a lot of DPS, but yeah, just flawless defense from MaxPax. We'll have to see if he's going to try the same style again. I think it suits him completely. I think it's up to Trigger to mix things up here, it feels like. MaxPax is playing too good. It doesn't look like his one gate is going to be easily broken today.
Yeah. It's just been an absolute masterclass from MaxPax. We'll see what's going to be happening in our next game. If MaxPax can close it out 3-1, or if we're going to be sending it off to a game number 5, it's going to be Winter Madness, the other winter-looking map right back to back. I like this map, actually. It's kind of nice. It's kind of, some people are saying it's a little too bright on your eyes when you're playing, but I actually don't really mind the bright maps. I kind of like them.
Yeah, I like this map. Is it too bright? I never really felt that, but
yeah.
I'm looking at it now. I guess the main looks pretty bright, but
yeah, like the main base is a little bit bright when you're playing. I think like the super white ground texture might be a bit.
I have quite like low brightness on my monitor just to reduce eye strain, So I think if you play with like a fluorescent setup, with like all the gamma up and stuff, then yeah, it's probably blinding you, I guess.
Yeah, I like it though. I like these kind of cool, brighter maps. It makes it easier to see generally. I'm not a big fan of the dark ones. Like White Rabbit is so dark on the minimap. It's like so hard to even see where your probes are and stuff like that when you're scouting and whatnot. So I do appreciate the more bright ones. So I always like a good snow map in the pool.
The like the shadows of burrowed units show up really well on these maps as well.
True.
So I can see all the widow mines.
Nice.
I like that. Yeah.
That's a very good point, actually.
Yeah. But anyway, back to this PvP. We have MaxPax in the bottom right, Trigger in the top left, and both players go in for a gate and a core here, as well as another gate for Trigger.
Yep, it's going to be the 1 gate versus 2 gate.
Yep, similar build to last game. Do you think he's going to do the same thing, or?
Yeah. What, Matt Trigger or MaxPax?
Trigger.
I think he's going to try to do something a little different. You kind of have to throw in so many different wrenches into the toolbox here, basically. As the 2-gating player, you have to always be extremely unpredictable in how you're trying to break the 1-gate expand, because if you just try to do the same thing that doesn't work one time, it's not going to work again. Like, you're going to be so prepared for it as the 1-gate expanding player, so especially if someone as good at it as MaxPax is. So it gets really difficult to try to break them, and it looks like Trigger will be switching it up this time with an in-base Stargate to try and tip the tide in his favor. So we'll see what exactly he wants to do with that.
Yeah, MaxPax does have his own Stargate, and this can lead to this weird thing where, like, one guy goes for an Oracle, the other guy goes for a Phoenix, it gets shut down, and then you're behind. If they keep making Phoenixes behind an account, I'm not saying that will happen. We actually do see a Nexus here from Trigger, so I like this. He is mixing it up. He's going to have the Nexus eventually here. Oh!
I think what you want to be doing there as Trigger is canceling that shade if you see the Adept, because what you want to try and deny this scout. You can't let them know that you're expanding as the 2-gate player, because that just alleviates so much pressure from the 1-gater. They have no reason to suspect anything happening. They're just free to probe up. They can cut batteries here and there if they want to. It looks like MaxPax is just going to be getting the battery to block the Adepts from getting in the main base, and also one in the main, because he knows, or at least he's sniffing out the Stargate, seeing that it was a double Adept opener. Most likely is going to be Stargate, so I think he's just sniffing that out as well.
Yeah, both players are going to be going into Phoenixes here. Do you think there's a chance we may go into Mass Phoenix here?
Yes.
Or, yeah, I mean, at some point you can transition out into Blink Stalkers, right? Once you get like a 3rd base, maybe? Is that the right timing for that?
If you're actually committed into Phoenix versus Phoenix, you cannot switch out. It's
Ever.
like you are stun locked.
You're trapped.
Yes, you are completely locked in. MaxPax not expecting the Phoenix, actually. I was wrong on that. That battery wasn't the Nat, and he didn't actually expect the Stargate. So his Oracle did get caught off there by the double Phoenix opener from Trigger. So that means he did have to recall it and no damage done. This Adept will get in with literally 1 HP, it looks like. Looks like 3 in 1 shield gets poked away. So yeah, this is actually not too bad for Trigger. All things looking pretty good here. He's got 3 Phoenix over the 2 of MaxPax. So if they do lock into that Phoenix war, which it looks like based off the extra Stargate from Trigger, it might be, but no, actually.
There's that
Trigger's
Blink transition, man.
Yeah, so he's going to be going for it.
Well, it'll be free.
Yeah, so he's getting away from the Phoenix. He doesn't want to get locked into it, it looks like. So,
Okay.
But if you both actually commit to it, then like you're just kind of stuck there. But Trigger wants to get away before it gets too out of control.
I hear you, brother. And this Oracle is going to get 4 probes. Very nice harass there by MaxPax. I'm surprised he got any use out of that Oracle, to be honest. Like, when there's Phoenixes out for both sides, it feels like it can be difficult for the Oracles to do anything. I'm pretty sure he'd be happy to cash that out for 4 workers at this point.
Double Adept going to try to run its way into the Nat as well to get some return damage, but wow, met with incredible resistance. The battery, unfortunately, Trigger didn't quite queue up the attack perfectly, so it actually healed the probe, and then the Phoenix there to lift them up, so nothing to be done there. I think MaxPax is also already reading into this and knowing that it's not actually a Phoenix commitment. Never mind, I say that and he starts with the 2nd Phoenix. All right, I'm just going to wait before making my analysis anymore, guys. I'm sorry with you guys.
Just say it after it's happened. 2020 is perfect, man. You could never be wrong.
On this one, I'm so sorry. Ignore my attempts to be smart, I guess. As Trigger is going to try to bust down the front door with these Blink Stalkers and the couple Phoenix that he has, but I don't think Blink is actually finished just yet, so We'll have to be a little bit careful. Doesn't get all these Stalkers lifted up at the moment, because this is a lot of Phoenix that are coming out from MaxPax. And sure, they're not normally units that are meant to fight, but if you can pair it up with enough on the ground, it becomes very overwhelming very quickly.
Yeah, if you get to like the critical mass of Stalkers, they can clean win the fight. But right now, it was that kind of awkward transition period. Before he had a big Stalker count, he still had like a few Phoenix remaining. He didn't have Blink, which is key. And MaxPax takes a great fight there. He reduces the Phoenix count by a lot and picks off some Stalkers. And yeah, right now he's just defending. And he obviously knows he's transitioning out of Phoenixes now, so he's going into Immortals on his end.
Yeah, Trigger now is going to be finishing up Blink right now, so that means it's allowing him to potentially get some more damage. He's going to try and poke forward a little bit and bait these Phoenixes out and all these other units to try and see what he can do. But mostly it looks like he's going to be trying to contain MaxPax as he realizes his opportunity there for like a really quick like bust down the natural move is basically over. It didn't quite work, and then he was going to try to snowball it with the Blink, but now he kind of has to just contain the opponent and then just go into a third base and macro up behind it.
This is very weird to look at. You have Trigger pushing MaxPax with a proxy gate while expanding behind this. It's like he's attacking and expanding at the same time. It feels like it's breaking a rule of StarCraft. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're not supposed to do two of them.
Yeah.
But he's making it work right now. And if the Phoenixes aren't across the map killing his probes, eventually the Stalker count will get out of control. But the problem is these Immortals. They're going to do so well into the Stalkers. This Oracle finds his way into the mineral line again against Phoenixes. They're going to get... Okay, 3 more workers, but they're adding up now. The recall has to happen, and that takes the pressure off MaxPax.
Yeah, that's the big win right there. Sure, he only gets a couple probes, but now he knows that the army is back at Trigger's base. He's free to move down the ramp, kill off this proxy gateway, and all that pressure is gone, and he's able to take a third base of his own. And despite the fact that Trigger got the faster third, it does mean that his army is going to be a little bit smaller for now, because obviously he used those extra resources in taking that faster third, whereas MaxPax was just making more army. And you can even see now Trigger realizing that fact. He's kind of panicking a little bit. He's making some extra batteries at his third. He's not exactly sure if MaxPax is just going to full-on counterattack or not. But for now, it's just going to be the Phoenixes doing harassment, which means that Trigger is going to quickly fall behind here because the economy is getting roasted by all these Phoenixes.
Yeah, even though he has the extra base, he's behind in the work count now, so it probably won't even lead to an income advantage until the mains start to run out here. We have the Forge finishing up as well as Charge. Yeah, look, he did have a lead, and then as soon as the Phoenixes hit the worker line, it's dropped back in MaxPax's favor. He can remake workers quicker, though, with the third Nexus, which is just finishing up on the other side for MaxPax as well.
You can see all those batteries just sitting there at that third base, too, totally useless. Trigger was expecting a full-on counterattack, but it was just the Phoenix, so now it's just like, ah, crap. Like, what do I do with these? I guess these will help later if they attack me, eventually in the game, but for now, things not looking too on the up for Trigger at the moment. The Phoenix is still trying to do what they can, but their time is passed just a little bit. It's going to be more difficult for MaxPax to find any extra damage with them, but absolutely more than paid for themselves by this point. Trigger's going to have to find a way to get himself a little bit more back into this game. So this army is really going to be losing value, or sorry, it's not going to be matching MaxPax, I should say, in power, considering the fact that MaxPax is just so much more well-rounded. All those Immortals, all those Charge Lots, all those Archons. It's just a much beefier army that's going to be hard to actually attack with.
Yeah, I love the game plan here from MaxPax. He says, okay, I'm going to make you defend all your mineral lines, splitting your Stalkers between them. And then when you're doing that, I'm going to take a fourth base, and you can never move out because you'll instantly lose, your whole mineral line if you do. Really good stuff from him. Going to get a huge economic advantage, potentially. Trigger's fourth base may actually be cancelled here if he's not able to get in position. So many Immortals hitting it right now, it will actually be forced to cancel that. And Trigger's standing army has a lot of Stalkers with some Archons being added in, but the Immortals look so scary on MaxPax's side right now.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Trigger to actually engage into that. Wisely does not actually pull it. I almost did it, pull the trigger. That's so hard.
Just keep doing it. Just commit.
I'm not even doing that on purpose, I swear.
He nearly pulled the trigger.
I'm so sorry, guys. But yeah, he just had to cancel the fourth base. Just has to play it safe and super slow at this point. He needs to draw this game out in any way possible because right now his army cannot compete with what MaxPax has. You can see he's just trying to poke and prod, just try and see any little damage he can get on the Immortal. Just kind of, use the mobility of the Blink, since that is the only advantage that he really has this game, is that he does have the more mobile army, but it's you can kind of just tell by looking at the minimap, he's not actually able to use it. He's just kind of stuck back in his base. Normally you want, as the Blink player, to be kind of out on the map, controlling the pace a little bit more. You know, you pick off units as they're walking across, almost like a going against the sieging Terran, where they're, you know, you try to make them siege up and stuff like that. But Trigger's unable to do that, just kind of sitting here at his fourth, trying to defend it.
Yeah, we have transitioned into this kind of Zealot Archon portion of the PvP. Huge warp in by MaxPax as well. Going to try to be matched by Trigger, but I don't know if he had quite as many warp ins available there. That trade may go in MaxPax's favor. The army's now engaged. Phoenix is picking up as many units as they can, even getting an Immortal there in the back. Super valuable unit just being taken out of the fight. Meanwhile, the Zealots running wild in the natural. The probes have to be pulled. MaxPax's army looks huge right now. I think he's winning on both fronts. Going to be taking out all these units. The shield batteries are not enough to help. And some Zealots are remaining here in the main.
Yeah, this is an excellent push from MaxPax. Forces the recall into the natural, splitting up Trigger's army, and then just pounces right at the third base at the same time. There's nothing left for Trigger to be able to defend against this. He knows it. MaxPax 3-1 into the later stage of the playoffs.
Wow, what a performance there. Trigger fight into the very end. You got to respect it. Good showing by him. I mean, he played well today, but when you're the aggressor, you always take the chance that the guy you're playing against defends perfectly, and then you lose. Because that's just the nature of defending, right? Like, if you defend perfectly, you should win. But MaxPax looks so good today.
Yeah, this is the problem that happens in this kind of 1-gate versus 2-gate matchup usually, is that it kind of just boils down to, can you break them?
Right.
If the answer is no, you lose. Like, there's not much that you can really do in some of these scenarios, and you can see that Trigger was really trying every possible option that he had. He was really just throwing everything out there, the kitchen sink involved. And, you know, Stargate in the base, a proxy robo with Immortals, a proxy robo with Prism, you know, faster Nexus. It worked out one of the games, but, you know, MaxPax is just so solid, it seems like. So it looks like this time it's not going to be Trigger pulling up with MaxPax. They're going to continue to trade blows in the recent match history. And MaxPax will be the one playing against Maru next time.
Oh my God, that series is going to be epic. We have our semi-finals all filled out here. We have Hero versus Reynor in the winners semis A match, and Maru versus MaxPax in the B match. This is going to be some peak StarCraft, guys. I'm very excited for those. Don't worry, though. The guys who lost today, they are not out. They go down to the losers 8th. We have PvP, Zoun versus Classic, and then we have Shin versus Trigger in the other losers 8th match. So that should be a pretty good one.
Yeah, I'm actually very interested in this because the 2-time back-to-back RSL World Champ might be getting blasted out of the playoffs.
You snuck that word in there.
Might be getting blasted out of the playoffs in the first round of the losers bracket. Classic in a much more difficult position than he's found himself in any RSL season so far. So he's going to have to make the gauntlet work if he wants to make it a three-peat this year.
Dude, if Cure and Classic don't have a deep run this time, that would be kind of wild.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they're guys who have both, well, Classic's just gone all the way, right? But Cure's also made really deep runs both seasons, so.
Yep, he's already out.
Surprising.
Classic might join him. But yeah, some excellent matches that are going to be happening tomorrow because we are not leaving anywhere. And here's the rest of that schedule so you can take a look-see. Yep, tomorrow is going to be the matches that we just showed you. Again, a nice big day of games. All the rest of the days this week will be the double broadcasts that you've seen today. So we kind of had to shorten the schedule. Unfortunately, there was some other Chinese event that was happening that we thought was happening, but eventually it did get postponed. So then, you know, we moved our stuff around, but, you know, it is what it is. So we'll have to just finish this up on the 23rd. But by that time, we will have a champion crowned here for the RSL Season 3.
You know who else is a champion? The Archon Studios, the premier tabletop miniatures game company in the world!
In the world.
And you can check them out at StarCraft-TMG.com. They are our official partner here at the RSL. Thank you so much for their support. They make some really cool stuff, honestly. We have the Zeratul figure here in the studio. It is going to be painted soon.
Not by us.
Our producer just looks at me like, oh, do I really have to turn the camera on when we pick that up? But yeah, it will be painted eventually. They have all... This is not the whole thing, by the way. It's like a whole tabletop thing. This is just one model.
It's really cool. The Zeratul thing is really cool. He's my favorite character from the campaign. I think he looks sexy as hell in this thing. It's so good. They did a really nice job.
I'm going to leave you to... Shall I just go? Leave you two to...
I wasn't
sexy as hell?
Making it like that. Okay, sure, whatever. Go ahead. Anyways.
It is a nice model. I'll give you that.
It is very nice. I like it.
Yeah.
I also would love it if you guys would join us on Patreon. It's a great thing that you can do. Help save StarCraft 2. We are trying to do that with your support, and we've done a great job with you guys so far this year. It's been super fun to have everyone supporting, voting in our players, voting in the maps. You guys have been directly responsible for that from the Patreon, so go ahead, check it out if you haven't already. Got lots of different tiers for different people, all your different monetary situations. You can even get a free ticket to the finals later next month as well.
You can also get 20% discount on all tasteless merch
Highway robbery.
Yeah, over at tastelessthreads.com. There's actually a huge array of stuff there now. There's the hoodies, cups, t-shirt, pins that you can see here. Some ugly t-shirts, some not so ugly t-shirts. There's all kinds of stuff. Gamer, RSL merch for you to wear. Here are those tickets you mentioned, Gemini. You got your regular ones. You got your premium ones.
For the premium people.
You just decide which one suits you. And then come meet us at the big place. It's the big place, big games, December 13th to 14th, where we will be having our offline finals, our first offline finals, Gemini.
Hopefully first of many. It's going to be super fun. There's going to be 2 days of it. The first one is the LCQ, the last chance qualifier. Anyone that was playing in the qualifiers or the main season that did not qualify as the top 3 from each season, I should say, well, I phrased that a little wrong, but you know what I mean. 3 people from one of each season. If you do not make it, you are able to do so in the LCQ. That will be happening actually live at the Big Play Studio there. So you'll be able to see that whole open bracket happen. It's going to be super sick. It's going to be a great...
super sick!
Yeah, it's super sick. It's the first time I said it today. It's going to be great.
We need a counter. We need a Gemini counter on the stream. Every time you say super sick,
we need to do that.
Take a shot.
Anyways, yeah, the winner of that LCQ will move on to play in the second day of the offline finals, and it's going to be great.
It'd also be great if you guys could check out the YouTube at youtube.com/@ReviveSC2. We love you guys who are over there watching us. Please like the videos, share them, you know, tell a friend about it, whatever. Some people who watch StarCraft are still not aware of this tournament, so getting the word out there helps push us in the algorithm and helps us continue doing this and bring you more and more tournaments throughout the years and decades in the future.
And centuries. We're going to hook Tasteless up to some one of those like life preserver things and just make him cast StarCraft.
Only Tasteless. Just Tasteless' head.
Yeah, Tasteless' head. Yeah, the rest of us will just be surrounding him as well as we...
And if it was just his brain, he would be faceless.
Oh, nice. And on that, we will leave you. As we will be joining all of you guys, hopefully, tomorrow, because you're going to join us on this same stream. At the same time, same place. A little bit earlier than normal, but we will all see you then. Have a wonderful day, night, whatever it is. Bye. I got lost when I was sitting there. Get out of here. Bye. See you later.